and welcome to Teddington Theatre Club's Wilde Weekend. This is our first attempt at doing something like this, and we're quite excited. I'm Lottie Walker. I am the current artistic director at Teddington Theatre Club, and we wanted to do something during the lockdown that would engage both us and our audience, and that meant to actually do a big production. Now, a big project like this needs a big name, and they don't come much bigger than Oscar Wilde. And it's particularly poignant and relevant that we celebrate the life and work of this great man during Pride Month, and in fact, what should have been Pride Weekend in the 125th anniversary of his conviction. So why 25 hours rather than 24? Well, this is also our landmark 25 challenge. We wanted to help celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Landmark Arts Centre in Teddington, and we can't go to any parties at the moment, so we're doing something theatrical instead. Lots of other people are doing challenges, so check out the hashtag Landmark25 and see what they're doing and how you might be able to get involved to support them as well. And what to expect over the next day and a bit? Well, we have drawing room comedies, political and biblical dramas, short stories, fairy tales, poems, essays, and even some dramatised extracts from Wilde's trial. Head over to teddingtontheatreclub.org.uk and you can download the full programme. Between now and tomorrow afternoon, we'll be performing at least 48 pieces of work. There'll be entertainment by 62 different performers who are directed by 9 directors. There are 127 parts allocated over these couple of days, which include 86 named character roles in plays. I think it's something like 15,000 lines all in all, haven't counted them. Anyway, sit back and relax and enjoy our first production, which is The Importance of Being Earnest. It's coming up very, very soon.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mark Batten, and I'm directing the opening version of The Importance of Being Earnest by Oscar Wilde. And we start in Act 1, is the morning room in Algernon's flat in Half Moon Street. The room is luxuriously and artistically furnished. The sound of a piano is heard in the adjoining room. Lane is arranging afternoon tea on the table, and after the music has ceased, Algernon enters.
Did you hear what I was playing, Lane?
I didn't think it polite to listen, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry for that, for your sake. I don't play accurately. Anyone can play accurately, but I play with wonderful expression. As far as the piano is concerned, sentiment is my forte. I keep science for life.
Yes, sir.
And speaking of the science of life, have you got the cucumber sandwiches cut for Lady Bracknell?
Yes, sir.
Oh. By the way, Lane, I see from your book that on Thursday night, when Lord Shorman and Mr. Worthing were dining with me, 8 bottles of champagne are entered as having been consumed.
Yes, sir. 8 bottles and a pint.
Why is it that at a bachelor's establishment, the servants invariably drink the champagne? I ask merely for information.
I attribute it to the superior quality of the wine, sir. I've often observed that in married households, the champagne is a first-grade brand.
Oh, good heavens! Is marriage so demoralising as that?
I believe it is a very pleasant state. I've had very little experience of it myself. Up to the present, I have only been married once. That was in consequence of a misunderstanding between myself and a young person.
I don't know that I am much interested in your family life, Lane.
No, sir, it is not a very interesting subject. I never think of it myself.
Oh, very natural, I am sure. That will do, Lane. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Lane's views on marriage seem somewhat lax. Really, if the lower orders don't set us a good example, what on earth is the use of them? They seem, as a class, to have absolutely no sense of moral responsibility.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Ernest Worthing.
How are you, my dear Ernest? What brings you up to town?
Oh, pleasure, pleasure. What else should bring one anywhere? Eating as usual, I see, Algy.
I believe it is customary in good society to take some slight refreshment at 5 o'clock. Where have you been since last Thursday?
In the country.
And what on earth do you do there?
When one is in town, one amuses oneself. When one is in the country, one amuses other people. It's excessively boring.
And who are the people you amuse?
Oh, neighbours.
Got nice neighbours in your part of Shropshire?
Perfectly horrid. Never speak to one of them.
How immensely you must amuse them. By the way, Shropshire is your county, is it not?
Oh, Shropshire. Yes, of course. Hello. Why all these cups? Why cucumber sandwiches? Why such reckless extravagance in one so young? Who is coming to tea?
Merely Aunt Augusta and Gwendolen.
How perfectly delightful.
Yes, that is all very well. But I am afraid Aunt Augusta won't quite approve of your being here.
May I ask why?
My dear fellow, the way you flirt with Gwendolen is perfectly disgraceful. It's almost as bad as the way Gwendolen flirts with you.
I am in love with Gwendolen. I have come up to town expressly to propose to her.
And I thought you had come up for pleasure. I call that business.
How utterly unromantic you are.
I really don't see anything romantic in proposing. It is very romantic to be in love, but there is nothing romantic about a definite proposal. Why, one may be accepted, one usually is, I believe. Then the excitement is all over. The very essence of romance is uncertainty. If I ever get married, I'll certainly try to forget the fact.
I have no doubt about that, dear Algy. The divorce court was specially invented for people whose memories are so curiously constituted.
Oh, there is no use speculating on that subject. Divorces are made in heaven. Don't touch the cucumber sandwiches. They are ordered specially for Aunt Augusta.
Well, you have been eating them all the time.
That is quite a different matter. She is my aunt. Have some bread and butter. The bread and butter's for Gwendolen. Gwendolen is devoted to bread and butter.
And very good bread and butter it is too.
Well, my dear fellow, you need not eat as if you were going to eat it all. You behave as if you were married to her already. You are not married to her already, and I don't think you ever will be.
Why on earth do you say that?
Well, in the first place, girls never marry the men they flirt with. Girls don't think it right.
Oh, that is nonsense.
It isn't. It is a great truth. It accounts for the extraordinary number of bachelors that one sees all over the place. In the second place, I don't give my consent.
Your consent?
My dear fellow, Gwendolen is my first cousin, and before I allow you to marry her, you'll have to clear up the whole question of Cecily.
Cecily? What on earth do you mean? What do you mean, Algy, by Cecily? Don't know anyone of the name of Cecily.
Bring me the cigarette case Mr. Worthing left in the smoking room the last time he dined here, Lane.
Yes, sir.
Do you mean to say that you've had my cigarette case all this time? Wish to goodness you'd let me know. Been writing frantic letters to Scotland Yard about it. I was very nearly offering a large reward.
Well, I wish you would offer one. I happen to be more than usually hard up.
There is no good offering a large reward now that the thing is found.
I think that is rather mean of you, Ernest, I must say. However, it makes no matter, for now that I look at the inscription inside, I find that the thing isn't yours after all.
Of course it's mine. You've seen me with it 100 times, and you have no right whatsoever to read what is written inside. It's a very ungentlemanly thing to read a private cigarette case.
Oh! It is absurd to have a hard and fast rule about what one should read and what one shouldn't. More than half of modern culture depends on what one shouldn't read.
I'm quite aware of the fact, and I don't propose to discuss modern culture. It isn't the sort of thing one should talk of in private. I simply want my cigarette case back.
Yes, but this is not your cigarette case. The cigarette case is a present from someone of the name of Cecily, and you said you didn't know anyone of that name.
Well, if you want to know, Cecily happens to be my aunt.
Your aunt?
Yes. Charming old lady she is too. Lives at Tunbridge Wells, just Give it back to me, Algy.
But why does she call herself Little Cecily if she is your aunt and lives at Tunbridge Wells? From Little Cecily, with her fondest love.
My dear fellow, what on earth is there in that? Some aunts are tall, some aunts are not tall. That is a matter that surely your aunt may be allowed to decide for herself. You seem to think that every aunt should be exactly like your aunt. That is absurd. For heaven's sake, give me back my cigarette case.
Yes, but why does your aunt call you her uncle? From Little Cecily, with her fondest love to her dear Uncle Jack. There is no objection, I admit, to an aunt being a small aunt, but why an aunt, no matter what her size may be, should call her own nephew her uncle, I can't quite make out. Besides, your name isn't Jack at all, it is Earnest.
It isn't Ernest, it's Jack.
You have always told me it is Earnest. You look as if your name was Earnest. You are the most earnest-looking person I ever saw in my life. It is perfectly absurd you're saying that your name isn't Ernest. It's on your cards. Here's one of them. Mr. Ernest Worthing B. for the Albany. I'll keep this as a proof that your name is Ernest if you ever attempt to deny it to me, or to Gwendolen, or to anyone else.
Well, my name is Ernest in town and Jack in the country, and the cigarette case was given to me in the country.
Yes, but that does not account for the fact that your small Aunt Cecily, who lives at Tunbridge Wells, calls you her dear uncle. Come, old boy, you would much better have the thing out at once.
My dear Algy, you talk exactly as if you were a dentist. It's a very vulgar thing to talk like a dentist when one isn't a dentist. It produces a false impression.
Well, that is exactly what dentists will do. Now go on. Tell me the whole thing. I may mention that I have always suspected you of being a confirmed and secret Bunburyist, and I'm quite sure of it now.
Bunburyist? What on earth do you mean by a Bunburyist?
I'll reveal to you the meaning of that incomparable expression as soon as you are kind enough to inform me why you are Ernest in town and Jack in the country.
Well, produce my cigarette case first.
Here it is. Now, produce your explanation and pray make it improbable.
My dear fellow, there's nothing improbable about my explanation at all. In fact, it's perfectly ordinary. Old Mr. Thomas Cardew, who adopted me when I was a little boy, may be in his will guardian to his granddaughter, Miss Cecily Cardew. Cecily, who addresses me as her uncle from motives of respect that you could possibly not appreciate, lives at my place in the country under the charge of her admirable governess, Miss Prism.
Where is that place in the country, by the way?
That is nothing to you, dear boy. You are not going to be invited. I may tell you candidly, the place is not in Shropshire.
I suspected that, my dear fellow. I have Bunburyed all over Shropshire on 2 separate occasions. Now go on. Why are you Ernest in town and Jack in the country?
My dear Algy, I don't know whether you'll be able to understand my real motives. You are hardly serious enough. When one is placed in a position of guardian, one has to adopt a very high moral tone on all subjects. It's one's duty to do so. And as a high moral tone can hardly be said to be conducive very much to either one's health or one's happiness, in order to get up to town, I've always pretended to have a younger brother of the name of Earnest, who lives in the Albany and gets into the most dreadful scrapes. That, my dear Algy, is the whole truth, pure and simple.
The truth is rarely pure and never simple. Modern life would be very tedious if it were either, and modern literature a complete impossibility.
That wouldn't be at all a bad thing.
Literary criticism is not your forte, my dear fellow. Don't try it. You should leave that to the people who haven't been at a university. They do it so well in the daily papers. What you really are is a Bunburyist. I was quite right in saying you were a Bunburyist. You are one of the most advanced Bunburyists I know.
What on earth do you mean?
You have invented a very useful younger brother called Earnest in order that you may be able to come up to town as often as you like. I have invented an invaluable permanent invalid called Bunbury in order that I may be able to go down into the country whenever I choose. Bunbury is perfectly invaluable. If it wasn't for Bunbury's extraordinary bad health, for instance, I wouldn't be able to dine with you at Willis's tonight, for I have been really engaged to Aunt Augusta for more than a week.
I haven't asked you to dine with me anywhere tonight.
I know, you are absurdly careless with sending out invitations. It is very foolish of you. Nothing annoys people so much as not receiving invitations.
Would much better dine with your Aunt Augusta.
I haven't the smallest intention of doing anything of the kind. To begin with, I dine there on Monday, and once a week is quite enough to dine with one's own relations. In the second place, whenever I do dine there, I'm always sent down with either no woman at all or two. In the third place, I know perfectly well whom she will place me next to tonight. She will place me next to Mary Farquhar, who always flirts with her own husband across the dinner table. It's not very pleasant. Indeed, it is not even decent. It is simply washing one's clean linen in public. Besides, now that I know you are a confirmed Bunburyist, I naturally want to talk to you about Bunburying. I want to tell you the rules.
I'm not a Bunburyist at all. Gwendolen accepts me. I'm going to kill my brother. Indeed, I think I'll kill him in any case. Cecily's a little too interested in him. He's rather a bore. So I'm going to get rid of Earnest, and I strongly advise you to do the same with with your invalid friend who has the absurd name.
Nothing will induce me to part with Bunbury, and if you ever get married, which seems to be extremely problematic, you will be very glad to know Bunbury. A man who marries without knowing Bunbury has a very tedious time of it.
That is nonsense. If I marry a charming girl like Gwendolen, and she is the only girl I ever saw in my life that I would marry, I certainly won't want to know Bunbury.
Then your wife will. You don't seem to realise that in married life, 3 is company and 2 is none.
That, my dear friend, is the theory that the corrupt French drama has been propounding for the last 50 years.
Yes, and that the happy English home has proved in half the time.
For heaven's sake, don't try to be cynical. It's perfectly easy to be cynical.
My dear fellow, it isn't easy to be anything nowadays. There's such a lot of beastly competition about. Ah, that must be Aunt Augusta. Only relatives or creditors ever ring in that Wagnerian manner. Now, if I get her out of the way for 10 minutes, so that you can have an opportunity for proposing to Gwendolen, may I dine with you tonight at Willis's?
I suppose so, if you want to.
Yes, but you must be serious about it. I hate people who are not serious about meals. It is so shallow of them.
Lady Bracknell and Miss Fairfax.
Good afternoon, dear Algernon. I hope you are behaving very well.
I'm feeling very well, Aunt Augusta.
That is not quite the same thing. In fact, the two things rarely go together.
Dear me, you are smart.
I am always smart, am I not, Mr. Worthing?
You're quite perfect, Miss Fairfax.
Oh, I hope I am not that. It would leave no room for developments, and I intend to develop in many directions.
I'm sorry if we are a little late, Algernon, but I was obliged to call on dear Lady Harbury. I hadn't seen her since her poor husband's death. I never saw a woman so altered. She looks quite 20 years younger. And now I'll have a cup of tea and one of those nice cucumber sandwiches you promised me.
Certainly, Aunt Augusta.
Won't you come and sit here, Gwendolen?
Thanks, Mamma. I am quite happy where I am.
Good heavens, Lane! Why are there no cucumber sandwiches? I ordered them specifically.
There were no cucumbers in the market this morning, sir. I went down twice.
No cucumbers?
No, sir. Not even for ready money.
Oh, that will do, Lane. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, I am greatly distressed, Aunt Augusta, about there being no cucumbers. Not even for ready money.
It really makes no matter, Algernon. I had some crumpets with Lady Harbury, who seems to me to be living entirely for pleasure now.
I hear her hair's turned quite gold from grief.
It certainly has changed its colour. From what cause, I, of course, cannot say. Thank you. I've quite a treat for you tonight, Algernon. I'm going to send you down with Mary Farquhar. She's such a nice woman and so attentive to her husband. It's delightful to watch them.
I am afraid, Aunt Augusta, I shall have to give up the pleasure of dining with you tonight after all.
hope not, Algernon. It would put my table out completely. Your uncle's accustomed to that.
It is a great bore, and I need hardly say a terrible disappointment to me, but the fact is, I have just had a telegram to say that my poor friend Bunbury is very ill again. They seem to think I should be with him.
It is very strange. This Mr. Bunbury seems to suffer from curiously bad health.
Yes, poor Bunbury is a dreadful invalid.
Well, I must say, Algernon, that I think it is high time that Mr. Bunbury made up his mind whether he was going to live or to die. This shilly-shallying with the question is absurd, nor do I in any way approve of the modern sympathy with invalids. I consider it morbid. Illness of any kind is hardly a thing to be encouraged in others. I should be much obliged if you would ask Mr. Bunbury from me to be kind enough not to have a relapse on Saturday, for I rely on you to arrange my music for me.
I'll speak to Bunbury, Aunt Augusta, if he is still conscious, and I think I can promise you he'll be all right by Saturday. Of course, the music is a great difficulty. You see, if one plays good music, people don't listen, and if one plays bad music, people don't talk. But I'll run over the programme I've drawn out, if you will kindly come into the next room for a moment.
Thank you, Algernon. It is very thoughtful of you. I'm sure the programme will be delightful after a few expurgations. French songs I cannot possibly allow. People always seem to think that they are improper, and either look shocked, which is vulgar, or laugh, which is worse. But German sounds a thoroughly respectable language, and indeed I believe is so. Gwendolen, you will accompany me.
Certainly, Mamma.
Charming day it has been, Miss Fairfax.
Pray, don't talk to me about the weather, Mr. Worthing. Whenever people talk to me about the weather, I always feel quite certain that they mean something else. And that makes me so nervous.
I do mean something else.
I thought so. In fact, I am never wrong.
And I would like to be allowed to take advantage of Lady Bracknell's temporary absence.
I would certainly advise you to do so. Mamma has a way of coming suddenly into a room that I have often had to speak to her about.
Miss Fairfax, ever since I met you, I have admired you more than any girl I have ever met, since I met you.
Yes, I am quite well aware of the fact, and I often wish that in public, at any rate, you had been more demonstrative. For me, you have always had an irresistible fascination. Even before I met you, I was far from indifferent to you. We live, as I hope you know, Mr. Worthing, in an age of ideals, and my ideal has always been to love someone of the name of Earnest. There is something in that name that inspires absolute confidence. The moment Algernon first mentioned to me that he had a friend called Earnest, I knew I was destined to love you.
You really love me, Gwendolen?
Passionately.
Oh, darling, you don't know how happy you've made me.
My own Earnest.
But you don't mean to really say that you couldn't love me if my name wasn't Earnest.
But your name is Earnest.
Yes, I know it is, but supposing it was something else, do you mean to say you couldn't love me then?
That is clearly a metaphysical speculation, and like most metaphysical speculations, has very little reference to the actual facts of real life as we know them.
Personally, darling, to speak quite candidly, I don't care much about the name of Earnest. I don't think the name suits me at all.
It suits you perfectly. It is a divine name. It has a music of its own. It produces vibrations.
Well, really, Gwendolen, I must say there are lots of other much nicer names. I think Jack, for instance, a charming name.
Jack? No, there is very little music in the name of Jack, if any at all, indeed. It does not thrill. It produces absolutely no vibrations. I have known several Jacks, and they all, without exception, were more than usually plain. Besides, Jack is a notorious domesticity for John, and I pity any woman who is married to a man called John. The only real safe name is Earnest.
Gwendolen, I must get christened at once. I mean, we must get married at once. There is no time to be lost.
Married, Mr. Worthing?
Well, surely. You know that I love you, and you led me to believe, Miss Fairfax, that you were not absolutely indifferent to me.
I adore you, but you haven't proposed to me yet. Nothing has been said about marriage at all. The subject has not even been touched on.
Well, may I propose to you now?
I think it would be an admirable opportunity. And to spare you any possible disappointment, Mr. Worthing, I think it only fair to tell you quite frankly beforehand that I am fully determined to accept you.
Gwendolen.
Yes, Mr. Worthing, what have you got to say to me?
You know what I have got to say to you.
Yes, but you don't say it.
Gwendolen, will you marry me?
Of course I will, darling. How long you have been about it. I'm afraid you have had very little experience in how to propose.
My own one. I have never loved anyone in the world but you.
Yes, but men often propose for practice. I know my brother Gerald does. All my girlfriends tell me so. What wonderfully blue eyes you have, Ernest. They are quite blue. Oh, I hope you will always look at me just like that, especially when there are other people present.
Mr. Worthing, rise, sir, from this semi-recumbent posture. It is most indecorous.
Mamma, I must beg you to retire. This is no place for you. Besides, Mr. Worthing has not quite finished yet.
Finished what, may I ask?
I am engaged to Mr. Worthing, Mamma.
Pardon me, you are not engaged to anyone. When you do become engaged to someone, I or your father, should his health permit him, will inform you of the fact. An engagement should come upon a young girl as a surprise, pleasant or unpleasant as the case may be. It is hardly a matter that she could be allowed to arrange for herself. And now I have a few questions to put to you, Mr. Worthing. While I am making these inquiries, you, Gwendolen, will wait for me below in the carriage.
Mamma!
In the carriage, Gwendolen. Gwendolen, the carriage.
Yes, Mamma.
You can take a seat, Mr. Worthing.
Thank you, Lady Bracknell. I prefer to stand.
I feel bound to tell you that you're not down on my list of eligible young men, although I have the same list as the dear Duchess of Bolton has. We work together, in fact. However, I am quite ready to enter your name, should your answers be what a really affectionate mother requires. Do you smoke?
Well, yes, I must admit I smoke.
I'm glad to hear it. A man should always have an occupation of some kind. There are far too many idle men in London as it is. How old are you?
29.
A very good age to be married at. I have always been of the opinion that a man who desires to get married should know either everything or nothing. Which do you know?
I know nothing, Lady Bracknell.
I am pleased to hear it. I do not approve of anything that tampers with natural ignorance. Ignorance is like a delicate, exotic fruit. Touch it, and the bloom is gone. The whole theory of modern education is radically unsound. Fortunately, in England, at any rate, education produces no effect whatsoever. If it did, it would prove a serious danger to the upper classes. and probably lead to acts of violence in Grosvenor Square. What is your income?
Between 7,000 and 8,000 a year.
In land or in investments?
In investments, chiefly.
That is satisfactory. What between the duties expected of one during one's lifetime and the duties exacted from one after one's death, land has ceased to be either a profit or a pleasure. It gives one position and prevents one from keeping it up. That's all that can be said about land.
I have a country house with some land, of course, attached to it. About 1,500 acres, I believe. But I don't depend on that for my real income. In fact, as far as I can make out, the poachers are the only people who make anything out of it.
A country house? How many bedrooms? Oh, well, that point can be cleared up afterwards. You have a townhouse, I hope. A girl with a simple, unspoiled nature like Gwendolen could hardly be expected to reside in the country.
Well, I own a house in Belgrave Square, but it is let by the year to Lady Bloxham. Of course, I can get it back whenever I like, at 6 months' notice.
Lady Bloxham? I don't know her.
Oh, she goes about very little. She's a lady considerably advanced in years.
Ah, nowadays that is no guarantee of respectability of character. What number Belgrave Square?
149?
The unfashionable side. I thought there was something. However, that could easily be altered.
Do you mean the fashion or the side?
Both, if necessary, I presume. What are your politics?
Well, I'm afraid I really have none. I'm a liberal unionist.
Oh, they count as Tories. Well, they dine with us. Well, or come in the evening, at any rate. Now, to minor matters. Are your parents living?
I have lost both my parents.
To lose one parent, Mr. Worthing, may be regarded as a misfortune. To lose both looks like carelessness. Who was your father? He was evidently a man of some wealth. Was he born in what the radical papers call the purple of commerce? Or did he rise from the ranks of the aristocracy?
I'm afraid I really don't know. The fact is, Lady Bracknell, I said I'd lost my parents. It'd be nearer the truth to say that my parents have lost me. I don't actually know who I am by birth. I was found.
Found?
The late Mr. Thomas Cardew, an old gentleman of a very charitable and kindly disposition, found me and gave me the name of Worthing because he happened to have a first-class ticket for Worthing in his pocket at the time. Worthing is a place in Sussex. It is a seaside resort.
Where did the charitable gentleman who had a first-class ticket for this seaside resort find you?
In a handbag.
A handbag?
Yes, Lady Bracknell. I was in a handbag, a somewhat large, black leather handbag with handles to it. An ordinary handbag, in fact.
In what locality did this Mr. James or Thomas Cardew come across this ordinary handbag?
In the cloakroom at Victoria Station. It was given to him in mistake for his own.
The cloakroom at Victoria Station?
Yes, the Brighton line.
The line is immaterial. Mr. Worthing, I confess I feel somewhat bewildered by what you have just told me. To be born, or at any rate bred, in a handbag, whether it had handles or not, seems to me to display a contempt for the ordinary decencies of family life that reminds one of the worst excesses of the French Revolution. And I presume you know what that unfortunate movement led to. As for the particular locality in which the handbag was found, a cloakroom at a railway station might serve to conceal a social indiscretion, has probably indeed been used for that purpose before now, but it could hardly be regarded as an assured basis for a recognized position in good society.
May I ask then what you advise me to do? I need hardly say I would do anything in the world to ensure Gwendolyn's happiness.
I would strongly advise you, Mr. Worthing, to try and acquire some relations as soon as possible, and to make a definite effort to produce at any rate one parent of either sex before the season is quite over.
Well, I don't see how I could possibly manage to do that. I can produce the handbag. At any moment, it's in my dressing room at home. I really think that should satisfy you, Lady Bracknell.
Me, sir? What has it to do with me? You can hardly imagine that I and Lord Bracknell would dream of allowing our only daughter, a girl brought up with the utmost care, to marry into a cloakroom and form an alliance with a parcel? Good morning, Mr. Worthing.
Good morning! For goodness sake, don't play that ghastly tune, Algy. How idiotic you are.
Did he go off all right, old boy? You don't mean to say Gwendolyn refused you? I know it is a way she has. She's always refusing people. I think it is most ill-natured of her.
Oh, Gwendolyn is as right as a trivet. As far as she is concerned, we're engaged. Her mother is perfectly unbearable. Never met such a gorgon. Don't really know what a gorgon is like, but I'm quite sure that Lady Bracknell is one. In any case, she is a monster, without being a myth, which is rather unfair. I beg your pardon, Algy. I suppose I shouldn't talk to you about your own aunt in that way.
My dear boy, I love hearing my relations abused. It's the only thing that makes me put up with them at all. Relations are simply a tedious pack of people who haven't got the remotest knowledge of how to live, nor the smallest instinct about when to die.
That is nonsense.
It isn't.
Well, I won't argue about the matter. You always want to argue about things.
That is exactly what things were originally made for.
Upon my word, if I thought that, I'd shoot myself. You don't think there's any chance of Gwendolyn becoming like her mother in about 150 years, do you, Algy?
All women become like their mothers. That is their tragedy. No man does. That's his.
Is that clever?
It's perfectly phrased, and quite as true as any observation in civilized life should be.
I'm sick to death of cleverness. Everybody is clever nowadays. You can't go anywhere without meeting clever people. The thing has become an absolute public nuisance. I wish to goodness we had a few fools left.
We have.
I should extremely like to meet them. What do they talk about?
The fools? Oh, about the clever people, of course.
Oh, what fools.
By the way, did you tell Gwendolyn the truth about your being Earnest in town and Jack in the country?
My dear fellow, the truth isn't quite the sort of thing one tells to a nice, sweet, refined girl. What extraordinary ideas you have about the way to behave to a woman.
The only way to behave to a woman is to make love to her if she is pretty, and to someone else if she is plain.
That is nonsense.
What about your brother? What about the profligate Earnest?
Oh, before the end of the week, I shall have got rid of him. I shall say he died in Paris of apoplexy. Lots of people die of apoplexy, quite suddenly, don't they?
Yes, but it's hereditary, my dear fellow. The sort of thing that runs in families. You'd much better say it was a severe chill.
You are sure severe chill isn't hereditary, or anything of that kind?
Although of course it isn't.
Very well then. My poor brother Ernest to be carried off suddenly in Paris by severe chill. That gets rid of him.
But I thought you said Miss Cardew was a little too much interested in your poor brother Ernest. Won't she feel his loss a good deal?
That is all right. Cecily's not a silly romantic girl, I'm glad to say. She's got a cattle appetite, goes long walks, and pays no attention at all to her lessons.
I would rather like to see Cecily.
I will take very good care you never do. She's excessively pretty. She's only just 18.
Have you told Gwendolyn yet that you have an excessively pretty ward who is only just turned 18?
One doesn't just blurt these things out to people. Cecily and Gwendolyn are perfectly certain to be extremely good friends. I'll bet you anything you like that half an hour after they have met, they'll be calling each other sister.
Women only do that when they have called each other a lot of other things first. Now, my dear boy, if we want to get a good table at Willis's, we really must go and dress. Do you know it's nearly 7?
It isn't always nearly 7.
Well, I'm hungry.
I never knew you when you weren't.
What shall we do after dinner? Go to a theatre?
No, I loathe listening.
Well, let us go to the club.
Oh no, I hate talking.
Well, we might trot round to the Empire at 10.
Oh no, I can't bear looking at things. It's so silly.
Well, what shall we do?
Nothing.
It's awfully hard work doing nothing. However, I don't mind hard work where there is no definite object of any kind.
Miss Fairfax.
Gwendolen, upon my word.
Algy, kindly turn your back. I have something very particular to say to Mr. Worthing.
Really, Gwendolen, I don't think I can allow this at all.
Algy, you always adopt a strictly immoral attitude towards life. You are not quite old enough to do that.
My own darling.
Ernest, we may never be married. From the expression on Mamma's face, I fear we never shall. Few parents nowadays pay any regard to what their children say to them. The old-fashioned respect for the young is fast dying out. Whatever influence I had over Mamma, I lost at the age of 3. But although she may prevent us from becoming man and wife, and I may marry someone else, and marry often, nothing that she can possibly do can alter my eternal devotion to you.
Dear Gwendolen.
The story of your romantic origin, as related to me by Mamma with unpleasing comments, has naturally stirred the deeper fibres of my nature. Your Christian name has an incomprehensible fascination. The simplicity of your character makes you exquisitely irresistible to me. Your town address at the Albany I have. What is your address in the country?
The Manor House, Wootton, Hertfordshire.
There is a good postal service, I suppose. It may be necessary to do something desperate. That, of course, will require serious consideration. I will communicate with you daily.
My own one.
How long do you remain in town?
Till Monday.
Good. Algy, you may turn round now.
Thank you, I've turned round already.
You may also ring the bell.
Will let me see you to my carriage, your darling?
Certainly.
I will see Miss Fairfax out.
Yes, sir.
A glass of sherry, Elaine?
Yes, sir.
Tomorrow, Lane, I'm going Bumbryan.
Yes, sir.
I shall probably not be back till Monday. You can put up my dress clothes, my smoking jacket, and all the Bunbury suits.
Yes, sir.
I hope tomorrow will be a fine day, Lane.
It never is, sir.
Lane, you're a perfect pessimist.
I do my best to give satisfaction, sir.
There's a sensible, intellectual girl. The only girl I ever cared for in my life. What on earth are you so amused at?
Oh, I'm a little anxious about poor Bunbury, that is all.
If you don't take care, your friend Bunbury will get you into a serious scrape someday.
Oh, I love scrapes. They're the only things that are never serious.
Oh, that is nonsense, Algy. You never talk anything but nonsense.
Nobody ever does.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will now be a 5-minute interval. Please recharge your glasses.
Well, you may be recharging your glasses, but I am recharging my teacup. Because afternoon tea was one of the great inventions of the Victorians, along with the postage stamp, the Christmas card, and the railway train, of course. My tea, in my special cup, has actually come as a takeaway from George's Kitchen, which is a very small, lovely, independent cafe and deli in the centre of Hampton Hill High Street. George's is one of our neighbours, and they offer homemade cakes, fresh sandwiches, pastries, fruit and veg, and all sorts of other deli items. They've reopened now, during this horrible period. So we would like to support them. And they're now open from Monday to Saturday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And this Monday, if you quote the Wilde Weekend, you'll get 2 for 1 on coffees. That's just this Monday, June the 29th. Now, I've also got here some rather interesting facts about Oscar Wilde. I think I'll drip feed them throughout the day, or I might say them all again a bit later, but they've amused me. So Oscar Wilde, that great intellectual, was actually born inside what is now Trinity College in Dublin. He was born on the 16th of October, 1854, and he was the son of Sir William Wilde and the author Jane Wilde, and the second of 3 children. Today, his birthplace is the Oscar Wilde Centre in Trinity College, and it houses the Irish Writing and Creative Writing departments for the School of English. Slight irony there, because although Oscar Wilde was an exceptional linguist and spoke many languages, fluent in English, German and French, and he also did very well in Italian and Greek and studied the classics, he couldn't actually speak a word of Irish. Whilst I was just pouring my tea, I happened to notice that there's an awful lot of activity going on social media about our little event today. So do join in the fun if you want. Give us a tweet, send us an Insta picture, or put something on Facebook. It'd be lovely to know what you hear about us. You can find us on Instagram at Teddington Theatre, or Twitter at Teddington_TC, or on Facebook at Teddington Theatre Club. We're here all day. We're here most of tomorrow as well. Looking forward to catching up with you all with lots of different Oscar Wilde opportunity things to see. And I'm going away now, and I'm going to hand you straight back over to our lovely director, Mark, as soon as the cast are out of the green room and ready to go for Act 2 of The Importance of Being Earnest.
Second act, Garden at the Manor House. A flight of grey stone steps leads up to the house. The garden, an old-fashioned one, full of roses. Time of year, July. Basket chairs and a table covered with books are set under a large yew tree. Miss Prism discovers seated at the table. Cecily is at the back watering flowers.
Cecily, surely such a utilitarian occupation as the watering of the flowers is rather Moulton's duty than yours, especially at a moment when intellectual pleasures await you. Your German grammar is on the table. Pray open it at page 15. We will repeat yesterday's lesson.
Like German. It isn't at all a becoming language. I know perfectly well that I look quite plain after my German lesson.
Child, you know how anxious your guardian is that you should improve yourself in every way. He laid particular stress on your German as he was leaving for town yesterday. Indeed, he always lays stress on your German when he is leaving for town.
Dear Uncle Jack is so very serious. Sometimes he's so serious I think he cannot be quite well.
Your guardian enjoys the best of health, and his gravity of demeanour is especially to be commended in one so comparatively young as he is. I know one has a higher sense of duty and responsibility.
I suppose that is why he often looks a little bored when we 3 are together.
Cecily, I am surprised at you. Mr. Worthing has many troubles in his life. Idle merriment and triviality would be out of place in his conversation. You must remember his constant anxiety about that unfortunate young man, his brother.
I wish Uncle Jack would allow that unfortunate young man, his brother, to come down here sometimes. We might have a good influence over him, Miss Prism. I am sure you certainly would. You know, German and geology and things of that kind influence a man very much.
I do not think that even I could produce any effect on that character, according to his own brother's admission, is irretrievably weak and vacillating. Indeed, I am not sure that I would desire to reclaim him. As a man sows, so shall he reap. You must put away your diary, Cecily. I really don't see why you should keep a diary at all.
I keep a diary in order to enter the wonderful secrets of my life. If I didn't write them down, I should probably forget all about them.
Memory, my dear Cecily, is the diary that we all carry with us.
Yes, but it usually chronicles the things that have never happened and couldn't possibly have happened. I believe that memory is responsible for nearly all the 3-volume novels that Moody sends us.
Do not speak slightingly of the 3-volume novel, Cecily. I wrote one myself in earlier days.
Did you really, Miss Prism? How wonderfully clever you are. I hope it did not end happily. I don't like novels that end happily. They depress me so much.
The good ended happily and the bad unhappily. This is what fiction means.
I suppose so, but it seems very unfair. And was your novel ever published?
Alas, no. The manuscript unfortunately was abandoned. I use the word in the sense of lost or mislaid. To your work, child. These speculations are profitless.
But I see dear Dr. Chasuble coming up through the garden.
And how are we this morning? Miss Prism, you are well, I trust?
Miss Prism has just been complaining of a slight headache. I think it would do her so much good to have a short stroll with you in the park, Dr. Chasuble.
Cecily, I have not mentioned anything about a headache.
No, dear Miss Prism, I know that, but I felt instinctively that you had a headache. Indeed, I was thinking about that and not about my German lesson when the rector came in.
Yeah, I hope, Cecily, you are not inattentive.
Oh, I'm afraid I am.
Well, that is strange. Were I fortunate enough to be Miss Prism's pupil, I would hang upon her lips. I spoke metaphorically. My metaphor was drawn from bees. Mr. Worthing, I suppose, has not returned from town yet?
We do not expect him until Monday afternoon.
Yes, he usually likes to spend his Sunday in London. He's not one of those whose sole aim is enjoyment, as, by all accounts, that unfortunate young man, his brother, seems to be. But I must not disturb Egeria and her pupil any longer.
Egeria? My name is Letitia, Dr. Chasuble.
A classical allusion merely, drawn from the pagan authors. I shall see you both, no doubt, at evensong.
I think, dear doctor, I will have a stroll with you. I find I have a headache after all, and a walk might do it good.
With pleasure, Miss Prism. Oh, yes, with pleasure. We might go as far as the schools and back.
That would be delightful. Cecily, you will read your political economy in my absence. The chapter on the fall of the rupee you may omit. It is somewhat too sentimental. Even these metallic problems have their melodramatic side.
Horrid political economy, horrid geography, and horrid German.
Mr. Ernest Worthing has just driven over from the station. He has brought his luggage with him.
Mr. Ernest Worthing, B4, the Albany, W. Uncle Jack's brother. Did you tell him Mr. Worthing was in town?
Yes, miss. He seemed very disappointed. I mentioned that you and Miss Prism were in the garden, and he said he was anxious to speak to you privately for a moment.
Ask Mr. Ernest Worthing to come here, and I suppose you'd better talk to a housekeeper about a room for him.
Yes, miss.
I have never met any really wicked person before. I feel rather frightened. I am so afraid he will look just exactly like everyone else. He does.
You are my little cousin Cecily, I'm sure.
You are under some strange mistake. I am not little. In fact, I believe I am more than usually tall for my age. But I am your cousin Cecily. You, I see from your card, are Uncle Jack's brother, my cousin Ernest, my wicked cousin Ernest.
Oh, I am not really wicked at all, cousin Cecily. You mustn't think that I am wicked.
If you are not, then you have certainly been deceiving us all in a very inexcusable manner. I hope that you have not been leading a double life, pretending to be wicked and being really good all the time. That would be hypocrisy.
Oh, of course, I have been rather reckless.
I am glad to hear it.
In fact, now you mention the subject, I have been very bad in my own small way.
I don't think you should be so proud of that, though I am sure it must have been very pleasant.
It is much pleasanter being here with you.
I can't understand how you are here at all. Uncle Jack won't be back till Monday afternoon.
Oh, that is a great disappointment. I am obliged to go up by the first train on Monday morning. I have a business appointment that I am anxious to miss.
Couldn't you miss it anywhere but in London?
No, the appointment is in London.
Well, I know, of course, how important it is not to keep a business engagement if one wants to retain any sense of the beauty of life. But still, I think you had better wait until Uncle Jack arrives. I know he wants to speak to you about your emigrating.
About my what?
You're emigrating. He has gone up to buy your outfit.
I certainly wouldn't let Jack buy my outfit. He has no taste in neckties at all.
Oh, I don't think you'll require neckties. Uncle Jack is sending you to Australia.
Australia? I'd sooner die.
Well, he said at dinner on Wednesday night that you would have to choose between this world, the next world, and Australia.
Oh, well, the accounts I have received of Australia and the next world are not encouraging. This world is good enough for me, cousin Cecily.
Yes, but are you good enough for it?
I'm afraid I'm not that. That is why I want you to reform me. You might make that your mission, if you don't mind, cousin Cecily.
I'm afraid I've no time this afternoon.
Well, would you mind my reforming myself this afternoon?
It is rather quixotic of you, but I think you should try.
I will. I feel better already.
You are looking a little worse.
That is because I'm hungry.
How thoughtless of me! I should have remembered that when one is going to lead an entirely new life, one requires regular and wholesome meals. Won't you come in?
Thank you. Might I have a buttonhole first? I never have an appetite unless I have a buttonhole first.
A Marshall New?
No, I'd sooner have a pink rose.
Why?
Because you are like a pink rose, cousin.
I don't think it can be right for you to talk like that to me. Miss Prism never says such things to me.
And Miss Prism is a short-sighted old lady. You are the prettiest girl I ever saw.
Miss Prism says that all good looks are a snare.
They are a snare that every sensible man would like to be caught in.
Oh, I don't think I would care to catch a sensible man. I shouldn't know what to talk to him about.
You are too much alone, Dr. Chasuble. You should get married. A misanthrope I can understand. A womanthrope never.
Oh, believe me, I do not deserve so nihilistic a phrase. The precept, as well as the practice of the primitive church, was distinctly against matrimony.
This is obviously the reason why the primitive church was not lasted up until the present day. And you do not seem to realize, dear doctor, that by being persistently remaining single, a man converts himself into a permanent public temptation. Men should be more careful. This very celibacy leads weaker vessels astray.
But is a man not equally attractive when married?
No man is ever attractive, except to his wife.
And often, I've been told, not even then.
That depends on the intellectual sympathies of the woman. Maturity can always be depended upon. Ripeness can be trusted. Young women are green. I speak horticulturally. My metaphor was drawn from fruits. But where is Cecily?
Perhaps she followed us to the schools.
Mr. Worthing.
Mr. Worthing.
This is indeed a surprise. I did not look for you until Monday afternoon.
I have returned sooner than I expected. Dr. Chasuble, I hope you are well.
Dear Mr. Worthing, I trust this garb of woe does not betoken some terrible calamity.
My brother.
More shameful debts and extravagance.
Still leading his life of pleasure.
Dead.
Your brother Earnest dead?
Quite dead.
What a lesson for him. I trust he will profit by it.
Mr. Worthing, I offer you my sincere condolence. You have at least the consolation of knowing that you were always the most generous and forgiving of brothers.
Poor Ernest. He had many faults, but it is a sad, sad blow.
Oh, very sad indeed. Were you with him at the end?
No, he died abroad, in Paris, in fact. I had a telegram last night from the manager of the Grand Hotel.
Was the cause of death mentioned?
A severe chill, it seems.
As a man sows, so shall he reap.
Charity, dear Miss Prism, charity. None of us are perfect. I myself are particularly susceptible to drafts. Will the interment take place here?
No, he seems to have expressed a desire to be buried in Paris.
In Paris? Oh, I fear that hardly points to any very serious state of mind at the last. You should no doubt wish me to make some slight allusion to this tragic domestic affliction next Sunday. My sermon on the meaning of the manner in the wilderness can be adapted to almost any occasion, joyful or, as in the present case, distressing. I have preached it at harvest celebrations, christenings, confirmations, on days of humiliation, and festal days. The last time I delivered it was in the cathedral as a charity sermon on behalf of the Society for the Prevention of Discontent among the Upper Orders. The bishop, who was present, was much struck by some of the analogies I drew.
That reminds me. You mentioned christenings, I think, Dr. Chasuble. I suppose you know how to christen, all right. I mean, of course, you are continually christening, aren't you?
It is, I regret to say, one of the rector's most constant duties in this parish. I have often spoken to the poorer classes on the subject, but they don't seem to know what thrift is.
But is there any particular infant in whom you are interested, Mr. Worthing? Your brother was, I believe, unmarried, was he not?
Oh, yes.
People who live entirely for pleasure usually are.
But it is not for any child, dear doctor. I'm very fond of children. No, the fact is, I would like to be christened myself this afternoon, if you have nothing better to do.
But surely, Mr. Worthington, you have been christened already.
I don't remember anything about it.
But you have grave doubts on the subject?
I certainly intend to have. Of course, I don't know if the thing would bother you in any way, or if you think I am a little too old now.
Not at all. The sprinkling and, indeed, the immersion of adults is a perfectly canonical practice.
Immersion?
Oh, you need have no apprehensions. Sprinkling is all that is necessary, or, indeed, I think advisable. Our weather is so changeable. At what hour would you wish the ceremony performed?
Well, I might trot round about 5, if that would suit you.
Perfectly, perfectly. In fact, I have 2 similar ceremonies to perform at that time. A case of twins that occurred recently in one of the outlying cottages on your own estate. Poor Jenkins, the carter, a most hard-working man.
I don't see much fun in being christened along with other babies. It would be childish. Would 5:30 do?
Oh, admirably, admirably. And now, dear Mr. Worthing, I will not intrude any longer into a house of sorrow. I would merely beg you do not be too much bowed down by grief. What seem to us bitter trials are often blessings in disguise.
This seems to me a blessing of an extremely obvious kind.
Oh, Jack! Oh, I am pleased to see you back. But what horrid clothes you've got on. Do go and change them.
Cecily!
My child, oh, my child.
What is the matter, Uncle Jack? Do look happy. You look as if you had a toothache, and I have got such a surprise for you. Who do you think is in the dining room? Your brother.
Who?
Your brother, Ernest. He arrived about half an hour ago.
What nonsense. I haven't got a brother.
Oh, don't say that. However badly he may have behaved to you in the past, he is still your brother. You couldn't be so heartless as to disown him. I'll tell him to come out, and you will shake hands with him, won't you, Uncle Jack?
Oh, these are joyful tidings.
After we had all been resigned to his loss, his sudden return seems to me peculiarly distressing.
My brother is in the dining room. Don't know what it all means. Think it's perfectly absurd. Good heavens!
Brother John, I have come down from town to tell you that I am very sorry for all the trouble I have given you, and that I intend to lead a better life in the future.
Uncle Jack, you are not going to refuse your own brother's hand.
Nothing will induce me to take his hand. I think his coming down here disgraceful. He knows perfectly well why.
Uncle Jack, do be nice. There is some good in everyone. Ernest has just been telling me about his poor invalid friend, Mr. Bunbury, whom he goes to visit so often. And surely there must be much good in one who is kind to an invalid and leaves the pleasures of London to sit by a bed of pain.
Oh, he's been talking about Bunbury, has he?
Yes, he has told me all about poor Mr. Bunbury and his terrible state of health.
Bunbury? Well, I won't have him talk to you about Bunbury or anything else. It's enough to drive one perfectly frantic.
Of course, I admit that the faults were all on my side, but I must say that I think that Brother John's coldness to me is painful. I expected a more enthusiastic welcome, especially considering it is the first time I have come here.
Uncle Jack, if you don't shake hands with Ernest, I will never forgive you.
Never forgive me?
Never, never, never.
Well, this is the last time I shall ever do it.
It's pleasant, is it not, to see so perfect a reconciliation? I think we might leave the two brothers together.
Cecily, you will come with us.
Certainly, Miss Prism. My little task of reconciliation is over.
You have done a beautiful action today, dear child.
We must not be premature in our judgments.
I feel very happy.
You young scoundrel, Algy. You must get out of this place as soon as possible. I don't allow any Bunburying here.
I have put Mr. Earnest's things in the room next to yours, sir. I suppose that is all right?
What?
Mr. Earnest's luggage, sir. I've unpacked it and put it in the room next to your own.
His luggage?
Yes, sir. 3 portmanteaus, a dressing case, 2 hat boxes, and a large luncheon basket.
I am afraid I can't stay more than a week this time.
Merriman, order the dog cart at once. Mr. Earnest has been suddenly called back to town.
Oh, yes, sir.
What a fearful liar you are, Jack. I have not been called back to town at all.
Yes, you have.
I haven't heard anyone call me.
Your duty as a gentleman calls you back.
My duty as a gentleman has never interfered with my pleasures in the smallest degree.
I can quite understand that.
Well, Cecily is a darling.
You are not to talk and miscard you like that. I don't like it.
Well, I don't like your clothes. You look perfectly ridiculous in them. Why on earth don't you go up and change? It is perfectly childish to be in deep mourning for a man who is actually staying for a whole week with you in your house as a guest. I call it grotesque.
You are certainly not staying with me for a whole week, as a guest or anything else. You've got to leave by the 4:05 train.
I certainly won't leave you for so long as you are in mourning. It would be most unfriendly. If I were in mourning, you would stay with me, I suppose. I should think it very unkind if you didn't.
Well, will you go if I go and change my clothes?
Yes, if you are not too long. I never saw anybody take so long to dress and with such little result.
Well, at any rate, that's always better than being overdressed such as you are.
If I am occasionally a little overdressed, I make up for it by being always immensely overeducated.
Your vanity is ridiculous, your conduct an outrage, and your presence in my garden utterly absurd. However, you've got to catch the 4:05, and I hope you will have a pleasant journey back to town. This bunburying, as you call it, has not been a great success for you.
I think it has been a great success. I'm in love with Cecily, and that is everything. But I must see her before I go, and make arrangements for another Bunbury. Ah, there she is.
Nearly came back to water the roses. I thought you were with Uncle Jack.
He's gone to order the dog cart for me.
Oh, is he going to take you for a nice drive?
He's going to send me away.
Then have we got to part?
I'm afraid so. It's a very painful parting.
It is always painful to part from people whom one has known for a very brief space of time. The absence of old friends one can endure with equanimity, but even a momentary separation from anyone to whom one has just been introduced is almost unbearable.
Thank you.
The dog cart is at the door, sir.
It can wait, Merriman, for 5 minutes.
Yes, miss.
I hope, Cecily, I shall not offend you if I state quite frankly and openly that you seem to me to be in every way the visible personification of absolute perfection.
I think your frankness does you great credit, Ernest. If you will allow me, I will copy your remarks into my diary.
Oh, do you really keep a diary? Well, I'd give anything to have a look at it. May I?
Oh, no. You see, it is simply a very young girl's record of her own thoughts and impressions, and consequently meant for publication. When it appears in volume form, I hope you'll order a copy. But pray, Ernest, don't stop. I delight in taking down from dictation. I have reached absolute perfection. You can go on. I am quite ready for more. Oh, don't cough, Ernest. When one is dictating, one should speak fluently and not cough. Besides, I don't know how to spell a cough.
Cecily, ever since I first looked upon your wonderful and incomparable beauty, I have dared to love you wildly, passionately, devotedly, hopelessly.
I don't think that you should tell me you love me wildly, passionately, devotedly, hopelessly. Hopelessly doesn't seem to make much sense, does it?
Cecily,
The dog cart is waiting, sir.
tell it to come round next week at the same hour.
Yes, sir.
Uncle Jack would be very much annoyed if he knew you were staying on till next week at the same hour.
Oh, I don't care about Jack. I don't care for anybody in the whole world but you. I love you, Cecily. You will marry me, won't you?
You silly boy, of course. Why, we have been engaged for the last 3 months.
For the last 3 months?
Yes, it will be exactly 3 months on Thursday.
But how did we become engaged?
Well, ever since dear Uncle Jack first confessed to us that he had a younger brother who was very wicked and bad, you, of course, have formed the chief topic of conversation between myself and Miss Prism. And, of course, a man who is much talked about is always very attractive. One feels there must be something in him after all. I dare say it was foolish of me, but I fell in love with you, Ernest.
Darling, and when was the engagement actually settled?
On the 14th of February last. Worn out by your entire ignorance of my existence, I determined to end the matter, one way or the other. And after a long struggle with myself, I accepted you under this dear old tree here. The next day, I bought this little ring in your name. And this is the little bangle with the true lover's knot I promised you always to wear.
Did I give you this? It's very pretty, isn't it?
Yes, you've wonderfully good taste, Ernest. It's the excuse I've always given for your leading such a bad life. And this is the box in which I keep all your dear letters.
My letters? But my own sweet Cecily, I've never written you any letters.
You need hardly remind me of that, Ernest. I remember only too well I was forced to write your letters for you. I wrote always 3 times a week, and sometimes oftener.
Oh, do let me read them, Cecily.
I couldn't possibly. They would make you far too conceited. The 3 you wrote to me after I'd broken off our engagement are so beautiful, so badly spelled, that even now I can hardly read them without crying a little.
But was our engagement ever broken off?
Of course it was, on the 22nd of last March. You can see the entry if you like. Today I broke off my engagement with Ernest. I feel it is better to do so. The weather still continues charming.
But why on earth did you break it off? What had I done? I had done nothing at all. Cecily, I'm very much hurt indeed to hear you broke it off, particularly when the weather was so charming.
It would hardly have been a really serious engagement if I hadn't broken it off at least once. But I forgave you before the week was out.
What a perfect angel you are, Cecily.
You dear romantic boy. I hope your hair curls naturally, does it?
Yes, darling, with a little help from others.
I'm so glad.
You'll never break off our engagement again, Cecily?
I don't think I could break it off now that I've actually met you. Besides, of course, there is the question of your name.
Yes, of course.
You mustn't laugh at me, darling, but it has always been a girlish dream of mine to love someone whose name was Earnest. There is something in that name that seems to inspire absolute confidence. I pity any poor married woman whose husband is not called Ernest.
But, my dear child, do you mean to say you could not love me if I had some other name?
But what name?
Oh, any name you like. Algernon, for instance?
But I don't like the name of Algernon.
Well, my own dear, sweet, loving little darling, I really can't see why you should object to the name of Algernon. It is not at all a bad name. In fact, it is rather an aristocratic name. Half of the chaps who get into the bankruptcy court are called Algernon. But seriously, Cecily, if my name was Algy, couldn't you love me?
I might respect you, Ernest. I might admire your character, but I fear I should not be able to give you my undivided attention.
Cecily, your rector here is, I suppose, thoroughly experienced in the practice of all the rites and ceremonials of the church.
Oh, yes. Dr. Chasuble is a most learned man. He has never written a single book, so you can imagine how much he knows.
I must see him at once on a most important christening. I mean on the most important business.
Oh.
I shan't be away for more than half an hour.
Considering that we have been engaged since February the 14th, and that I only met you today for the first time, I think it is rather hard that you should leave me for so long a period as half an hour. Couldn't you make it 20 minutes?
I'll be back in no time.
What an impetuous boy he is. I like his hair so much. I must enter his proposal in my diary.
Miss Fairfax has just called to see Mr. Worthing. On very important business, Miss Fairfax states.
Isn't Mr. Worthing in his library?
Mr. Worthing went over in the direction of the rectory some time ago.
Pray ask the lady to come out here. Mr. Worthing is sure to be back soon, and you can bring tea.
Yes, miss.
Miss Fairfax. I suppose one of the many good elderly women who are associated with Uncle Jack in some of his philanthropic work in London. I don't quite like women who are interested in philanthropic work. I think it is so forward of them.
Miss Fairfax.
Pray, let me introduce myself to you. My name is Cecily Cardew.
Cecily Cardew? What a very sweet name. Something tells me we are going to be great friends. I like you already more than I can say. My first impressions of people are never wrong.
Oh, nice of you to like me so much after we've known each other such a comparatively short time. Pray sit down.
I may call you Cecily, may I not?
With pleasure.
And you will always call me Gwendolen, won't you?
If you wish.
Then that is all quite settled, is it not?
I hope so.
Perhaps this might be a favourable opportunity for my mentioning who I am. My father is Lord Bracknell. You have never heard of Papa, I suppose?
I don't think so.
Outside the family circle, Papa, I am glad to say, is entirely unknown. I think that is quite as it should be. The home seems to me to be the proper sphere for the man. And certainly once a man begins to neglect his domestic duties, he becomes painfully effeminate, does he not? And I don't like that. It makes men so very attractive. Cecily, Mamma, whose views on education are remarkably strict, has brought me up to be extremely short-sighted. It is part of her system. So, do you mind my looking at you through my glasses?
Oh, not at all, Gwendolen. I am very fond of being looked at.
You are here on a short visit, I suppose?
Oh, no, I live here.
Really? Your mother, no doubt, or some female relative of advanced years, resides here also?
Oh, no, I have no mother, nor in fact any relations.
Indeed.
My dear guardian, with the assistance of Miss Prism, has the arduous task of looking after me.
Your guardian?
Yes, I am Mr. Worthing's ward.
Oh, it is strange he never mentioned to me that he had a ward. How secretive of him. He grows more interesting hourly. I am not sure, however, that the news inspires me with feelings of unmixed delight. I am very fond of you, Cecily, and I have liked you ever since I met you. But I am bound to state that now that I know that you are Mr. Worthing's ward, I cannot help expressing a wish that you were, well, just a little older than you seem to be, and not quite so very alluring in appearance. In fact, if I may speak candidly...
I do. I think whenever one has anything unpleasant to say, one should always be quite candid.
Well, to speak with perfect candour, Cecily, I wish that you were fully 42 and more than usually plain for your age. Ernest has a strong, upright nature. He is the very soul of truth and honour. Disloyalty would be as impossible to him as deception. But even men of the noblest possible moral character are extremely susceptible to the influences of the physical charms of others. Modern, no less than ancient history supplies us with many most painful examples of what I refer to. If it were not so, indeed history would be quite unreadable.
Beg your pardon, Gwendolen, did you say Ernest?
Yes.
Oh, but it is not Mr. Ernest Worthing who is my guardian. It is his brother, his elder brother.
Ernest never mentioned to me that he had a brother.
I am sorry to say they have not been on good terms for some time.
Ah, that accounts for it. And now that I think of it, I have never heard any man mention his brother. The subject seems distasteful to most men. Cecily, you have lifted a load from my mind. I was growing almost anxious. It would have been terrible if any cloud had come across a friendship like ours, would it not? Of course, you are quite sure that it is not Mr. Ernest Worthing who is your guardian?
Quite sure. In fact, I am going to be his.
I beg your pardon?
Dearest Gwendolen, there is no reason why I should make a secret of it to you. Our little county newspaper is sure to chronicle the fact next week. Mr. Ernest Worthing and I are engaged to be married.
My darling Cecily, I think there must be some slight error. Mr. Ernest Worthing is engaged to me. The announcement will appear in the Morning Post on Saturday at the latest.
I am afraid you must be under some misconception. Ernest proposed to me exactly 10 minutes ago.
It seems very curious, for he asked me to be his wife yesterday at 5:30. If you would care to verify the incident, pray do so. I never travel without my diary. One should always have something sensational to read on the train. I am sorry, dear Cecily, if this is any disappointment to you, but I am afraid I have the prior claim.
It would distress me more than I can tell you, dear Gwendolen, if it caused you any mental or physical anguish, but I feel bound to point out that since Ernest proposed to you, he has clearly changed his mind.
If the poor fellow has been entrapped into any foolish promise, I shall consider it my duty to rescue him at once and with a firm hand.
Whatever unfortunate entanglement my dear boy may have got into, I will never reproach him with it after we are married.
Do you allude to me, Miss Cardew, as an entanglement? You are presumptuous. On an occasion of this kind, it becomes more than a moral duty to speak one's mind. It becomes a pleasure.
Do you suggest, Miss Fairfax, that I entrapped Ernest into an engagement? How dare you? This is no time for wearing the shallow mask of manners. When I see a spade, I call it a spade.
I am glad to say that I have never seen a spade, and it is obvious that our social spheres have been widely different.
Shall I lay tea here as usual, miss?
Yes, as usual.
Are there many interesting walks in the vicinity, Miss Cardew?
Oh, yes, a great many. From the top of one of the hills quite close, one can see 5 counties.
5 counties? I don't think I should like that. I hate crowds.
I suppose that is why you live in a town.
Quite a well-kept garden this is, Miss Cardew.
So glad you like it, Miss Fairfax.
I had no idea there were any flowers in the country.
Oh, flowers are as common here, Miss Fairfax, as people are in London.
Personally, I cannot understand how anybody manages to exist in the country, if anybody who is anybody does. Oh, the country always bores me to death.
Oh, this is what the newspapers call agricultural depression, is it not? I believe the aristocracy are suffering very much from it just at present. It is almost an epidemic amongst them, I have been told. May I offer you some tea, Miss Fairfax?
Thank you. Detestable girl, but I require some tea.
Sugar?
No, thank you. Sugar is not fashionable anymore.
Cake or bread and butter?
Bread and butter, please. Cake is rarely seen in the best houses nowadays.
And that to Miss Fairfax.
You have filled my tea with lumps of sugar, and though I asked most distinctly for bread and butter, you have given me cake. I am known for the gentleness of my disposition and the extraordinary sweetness of my nature, but I warn you, Miss Cardew, you may go too far.
To save my poor, innocent, trusting boy from the machinations of any other girl, there are no lengths to which I would not go.
From the moment I saw you, I distrusted you. I felt that you were false and deceitful. I am never deceived in such matters. My first impressions of people are invariably right.
It seems to me, Miss Fairfax, that I am trespassing on your valuable time. No doubt you have many other calls of a similar character to make in the neighbourhood.
Oh, well, Ernest, my own Ernest.
Gwendolen, darling.
A moment. May I ask if you are engaged to be married to this young lady?
To dear little Cecily? Of course not. What could have put such an idea into your pretty little head?
Thank you. You may.
I knew there must be some misunderstanding, Miss Fairfax. The gentleman whose arm is at present round your waist is my guardian, Mr. John Worthing.
I beg your pardon?
This is Uncle Jack.
Jack? Oh!
Here is Ernest.
My own love.
A moment, Ernest. May I ask you, are you engaged to be married to this young lady?
To what young lady? Good heavens, Gwendolen!
Yes, to good heavens, Gwendolen. I mean, Gwendolen.
Of course not. What could have put such an idea into your pretty little head?
Thank you. You may.
I felt there was some slight error, Miss Cardew. The gentleman who is now embracing you is my cousin, Mr. Algernon Moncrief.
Algernon Moncrief? Oh! Are you called Algernon?
I cannot deny it.
Oh! Is your name really John?
I could deny it if I liked. I could deny anything if I liked. But my name certainly is John. It's been John for years.
A gross deception has been practised on both of us.
My poor, wounded Cecily.
My sweet, wronged Gwendolen.
You will call me sister, will you not?
There is just one question I would like to be allowed to ask my guardian.
An admirable idea. Mr. Worthing, there is just one question I would like to be permitted to put to you. Where is your brother Earnest? We are both engaged to be married to your brother Earnest, so it is a matter of some importance to us to know where your brother Earnest is at present.
Gwendolen, Cecily, it is very painful for me to be forced to speak the truth. It is the first time in my life that I've ever been reduced to such a painful position, and I am really quite inexperienced in doing anything of the kind. However, I will tell you quite frankly that I have no brother Earnest. I have no brother at all. I never had a brother in my life, and I certainly have not the smallest intention of ever having one in the future.
No brother at all?
None.
Had you never a brother of any kind?
Never. Not even of any kind.
I'm afraid it is quite clear, Cecily, that neither of us is engaged to be married to anyone.
It is not a very pleasant position for a young girl suddenly to find herself in, is it?
Let us go into the house. They will hardly venture to come after us there.
No, men are so cowardly, aren't they?
This ghastly state of affairs is what you call bunburying, I suppose.
Yes, and a perfectly wonderful Bunbury it is too. The most wonderful Bunbury I ever had in my life.
Well, you've no right whatsoever to Bunbury here.
That is absurd. One has a right to Bunbury anywhere one chooses. Every serious Bunburyist knows that.
Serious Bunburyist? Good heavens.
Well, one must be serious about something if one wants to have any amusement in life. I happen to be serious about Bunbury, and what on earth you are serious about, I haven't got the remotest idea. About everything, I should fancy. You have such an absolutely trivial nature.
Well, the only small satisfaction I have in the whole of this wretched business is that your friend Bunbury is quite exploded. You won't be able to run down to the country quite as often as you used to, dear Algy. And a very good thing too.
Your brother is a little off colour, isn't he, Jack? You won't be able to disappear to London quite so frequently as your wicked custom was. And not a bad thing either.
As for your conduct towards Miss Cardew, I must say that your taking in a sweet, simple, innocent girl like that is quite inexcusable. To say nothing of the fact she is my ward.
I can see no possible defence at all for your deceiving a brilliant, clever, thoroughly experienced young lady like Miss Fairfax. To say nothing of the fact that she is my cousin.
I wanted to be engaged to Gwendolen, that is all. I love her.
Well, I simply wanted to be engaged to Cecily. I adore her.
There is certainly no chance in your marrying Miss Cardew.
I don't think there is much likelihood, Jack, of you and Miss Fairfax being united.
Well, that is no business of yours.
Well, if it was my business, I wouldn't talk about it. It is very vulgar to talk about one's business. Only people like stockbrokers do that, and then merely at dinner parties.
How can you sit there calmly eating muffins when we are in this horrible trouble? I can't make out. You seem to me to be perfectly heartless.
Well, I can't eat muffins in an agitated manner. The butter would probably get on my cuffs. One should always eat muffins quite calmly. It is the only way to eat them.
I say it's perfectly heartless you're eating muffins at all, under the circumstances. Algy, I wish to goodness you would go.
You can't possibly ask me to go without having some dinner. It's absurd. I never go without my dinner. No one ever does, except vegetarians and people like that. Besides, I've just made arrangements with Dr. Chasuble to be christened at 6:15 under the name of Earnest.
My dear fellow, the sooner you give up on that nonsense, the better. I made arrangements this morning with Dr. Chasuble to be christened myself at 5:30, and I will naturally take the name of Earnest. Gwendolen would wish it. We can't both be christened Earnest. It's absurd. Besides, I have a perfectly noble right to be christened if I like. There is no evidence at all I've ever been christened by anybody. I should think extremely probable I never was, and so does Dr. Chasuble. It's entirely different in your case. You have been christened already.
Yes, but I have not been christened for years.
Algernon, I have already told you to go. I don't want you here. Why don't you go?
I haven't quite finished my tea yet. There's still one muffin left.
Act 3. Morning room at the manor house. Gwendolen and Cecily are at the window, looking out into the garden.
The fact that they did not follow us at once into the house, as anyone would have done, seems to me to show that they have some sense of shame left.
They have been eating muffins. That looks like repentance.
They don't seem to notice us at all. Couldn't you cough?
But I haven't got a cough.
Oh, they are looking at us. What effrontery.
They are approaching. That's very forward of them.
Let us preserve a dignified silence.
Certainly. It's the only thing to do now.
This dignified silence seems to produce an unpleasant effect.
A most distasteful one.
But we will not be the first to speak.
Certainly not.
Oh, Mr. Worthing, I have something very particular to say to you. Much depends upon your reply.
Gwendolen, your common sense is invaluable. Mr. Moncrief, kindly answer me the following question. Why did you pretend to be my guardian's brother?
In order that I might have an opportunity of meeting you.
That certainly seems a satisfactory explanation, does it not?
Yes, dear, if you can believe him.
I don't, but that does not affect the wonderful beauty of his answer.
True. In matters of grave importance, style, not sincerity, is the vital thing. Mr. Worthing, what explanation can you offer to me for pretending to have a brother? Was it in order that you might have an opportunity of coming up to town to see me as often as possible?
Can you doubt it, Miss Fairfax?
I have the gravest doubts upon the subject, but I intend to crush them. This is not the moment for German scepticism. Their explanations appear to be quite satisfactory, especially Mr. Worthing's. That seems to me to have the stamp of truth upon it.
I am more than content with what Mr. Moncrief has said. His voice alone inspires one with absolute credulity.
Then you think we should forgive them?
Yes. I mean, no.
True. I had forgotten. There are principles at stake that one cannot surrender. Which of us should tell them? The task is not a pleasant one.
Could we not both speak at the same time?
Oh, an excellent idea. I nearly always speak at the same time as other people. Will you take the time from me?
Certainly.
Your Christian names are still an insuperable barrier. That is all.
Our Christian names? Is that all? But we are going to be christened this afternoon.
Oh, for my sake, are you prepared to do this terrible thing?
I am.
To please me, you are ready to face this fearful ordeal.
I am.
How absurd to talk of the equality of the sexes. Where questions of self-sacrifice are concerned, men are infinitely beyond us.
We are.
They have moments of physical courage of which we women know absolutely nothing.
Darling.
Darling.
Lady Bracknell.
Good heavens.
Gwendolen, what does this mean?
Merely that I am engaged to be married to Mr. Worthing, Mamma.
Come here. Sit down. Sit down immediately. Hesitation of any kind is a sign of mental decay in the young, of physical weakness in the old. Apprised, sir, of my daughter's sudden flight by her trusty maid, whose confidence I purchased by means of a small coin, I followed her at once by a luggage train. Her unhappy father is, I am glad to say, under the impression that she is attending a more than usually lengthy lecture by the University Extension Scheme, on the influence of a permanent income on thought. I do not propose to undeceive him. Indeed, I have never undeceived him on any question. I would consider it wrong. But of course, you'll clearly understand that all communication between yourself and my daughter must cease immediately from this moment. On this point, as indeed on all points, I am firm.
I'm engaged to be married to Gwendolen, Lady Bracknell.
You are nothing of the kind, sir. And now, as regards Algernon. Algernon?
Yes, Aunt Augusta.
May I ask if it is in this house that your invalid friend, Mr. Bunbury, resides?
Oh, no. Bunbury doesn't live here. Bunbury's somewhere else at present. In fact, Bunbury is dead.
Dead? When did Mr. Bunbury die? His death must have been extremely sudden.
Oh, I killed Bunbury this afternoon. I mean, poor Bunbury died this afternoon.
What did he die of?
Bunbury? Oh, he was quite exploded.
Exploded? Was he the victim of a revolutionary outrage? I was not aware that Mr. Bunbury was interested in social legislation. If so, he is well punished for his morbidity.
My dear Aunt Augusta, I mean, he was found out. The doctors found out that Bunbury could not live. That is what I mean. So Bunbury died.
He seems to have had great confidence in the opinion of his physicians. I am glad, however, that he made up his mind at last to some definite course of action and acted under proper medical advice. And now that we have finally got rid of Mr. Bunbury, may I ask, Mr. Worthing, who is that young person whose hand my nephew Algernon is now holding in what seems to me a peculiarly unnecessary manner?
That lady is Miss Cecily Cardew, my ward.
I am engaged to be married to Cecily, Aunt Augusta.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Moncrief and I are engaged to be married, Lady Bracknell.
Oh, I don't know whether there is anything particularly exciting in the air of this particular part of Hertfordshire, but the number of engagements that go on seems to me considerably above the proper average that statistics have laid down for our guidance. I think some preliminary inquiry on my part would not be out of place. Mr. Worthing, is Miss Cardew at all connected with any of the larger railway stations in London? I merely desire information. Until yesterday, I had no idea that there were any families or persons whose origin was a terminus.
Miss Cardew is the granddaughter of the late Mr. Thomas Cardew of 149 Belgrave Square, SW, Gervais Park, Dorking, Surrey, and the Sporran, Fifeshire, NB.
That sounds not unsatisfactory. 3 addresses always inspire confidence, even in tradesmen. But what proof have I of their authenticity?
I have carefully preserved the court guides of the period. They are open to your inspection, Lady Bracknell.
I have known strange errors in that publication.
Miss Cardew's family solicitors are Messrs. Markby, Markby and Markby.
Markby, Markby and Markby, a firm of the very highest position in their profession. Indeed, I am told that one of the Mr. Markbys is occasionally to be seen at dinner parties. So far, I am satisfied.
How extremely kind of you, Lady Bracknell. I've also in my possession, you'll be pleased to hear, certificates of Miss Cardew's birth, baptism, whooping cough, registration, vaccination, confirmation, and the measles, both the German and the English variety.
Ah, a life crowded with incident, I see, though perhaps somewhat too exciting for a young girl. I am not myself in favour of premature experiences. Gwendolen, the time approaches for our departure. We have not a moment to lose. As a matter of form, Mr. Worthing, I had better ask you if Miss Cardew has any little fortune.
Oh, about £130,000 in the funds, that is all. Goodbye, Lady Bracknell. So pleased to have seen you.
A moment, Mr. Worthing. £130,000, and in the funds? Miss Cardew seems to me a most attractive young lady, now that I look at her. Few girls of the present day have any really solid qualities, any of the qualities that last and improve with time. We live, I regret to say, in an age of surfaces. Come over here, dear. Pretty child. Your dress is sadly simple, and your hair seems almost as nature might have left it. But we can soon alter all that. A thoroughly experienced French maid produces a really marvellous result in a very brief space of time. I remember recommending one to young Lady Lancing, and after 3 months her own husband did not know her.
And after 6 months, nobody knew her.
Kindly turn round, sweet child. No, the side view is what I want. Yes, quite as I expected. There are distinct social possibilities in your profile. The two weak points in our age are its want of principle and its want of profile. The chin a little higher, dear? Style largely depends on the way the chin is worn. They are worn very high just at present. Algernon?
Yes, Aunt Augusta?
There are distinct social possibilities in Miss Cardew's profile.
Cecily is the sweetest, dearest, prettiest girl in the whole world. And I don't care twopence about social possibilities.
Never speak disrespectfully of society, Algernon. Only people who can't get into it do that. Dear child, of course you know that Algernon has nothing but his debts to depend on. But I do not approve of mercenary marriages. When I married Lord Bracknell, I had no fortune of any kind. But I never dreamt for a moment of allowing that to stand in my way. Well, I suppose I must give my consent.
Thank you, Aunt Augusta.
Cecily, you may kiss me.
Thank you, Lady Bracknell.
You may address me as Aunt Augusta in the future.
Thank you, Aunt Augusta.
The marriage, I think, had better take place quite soon.
Thank you, Aunt Augusta.
Thank you, Aunt Augusta.
To speak frankly, I'm not in favour of long engagements. They give people the opportunity of finding out each other's character before marriage, which I think is never advisable.
I beg your pardon for interrupting you, Lady Bracknell, but this engagement is quite simply out of the question. I am Miss Cardew's guardian, and she cannot marry without my consent until she comes of age. That consent I absolutely decline to give.
Upon what grounds, may I ask? Algernon is an extremely, I may almost say, an ostentatiously eligible young man. He has nothing, but he looks everything. What more can one desire?
It pains me very much to have to speak frankly to you, Lady Bracknell, about your nephew. But the fact is, I suspect him of being untruthful.
Untruthful? My nephew Algernon? Impossible. He is an Oxonian.
I fear there can be no possible doubt about the matter. This afternoon, during my temporary absence in London on an important question of romance, he obtained admission to my house by means of the false pretense of being my brother. Under an assumed name, he drank, I've just been informed by my butler, an entire pint bottle of my Perrier Jouet Brew 89, wine I was specially reserving for myself. Continuing his disgraceful deception, he succeeded in the course of the afternoon in alienating the affections of my only ward. He subsequently stayed to tea and devoured every single muffin. And what makes his conduct all the more heartless is that, as he was perfectly well aware from the first, that I have no brother, that I have never had a brother, and that I don't intend to have a brother, not ever of any kind. Distinctly told himself myself yesterday afternoon.
Mr. Worthing, after careful consideration, I have decided entirely to overlook my nephew's conduct to you.
That is very generous of you, Lady Bracknell. My own decision, however, is unalterable. I decline to give my consent.
Come here, sweet child. How old are you, dear?
Well, I'm really only 18, but I always admit to 20 when I go to evening parties.
You are perfectly right to make some slight alteration. Indeed, no woman should ever be quite accurate about her age. It looks so calculating. 18, but admitting to 20 at evening parties. Well, it will not be very long before you are of age and free from the restraints of tutelage. So I don't think your guardian's consent is, after all, a matter of any importance.
Pray excuse me, Lady Bracknell, for interrupting you again. It is only fair to tell you that, according to the terms of her grandfather's will, Miss Cardew does not legally come of age until she is 35.
Well, that does not seem to me to be a grave objection. 35 is a very attractive age. London society is full of women of the very highest birth who have, of their own free choice, remained 35 for years. Lady Dumbleton is an instance in point. To my own knowledge, she has been 35 ever since she arrived at the age of 40, which was many years ago now. I see no reason why our dear Cecily should not be even still more attractive at the age you mention than she is at present. There will be a large accumulation of property.
Algy, could you wait for me till I was 35?
Of course I could, Cecily. You know I could.
Yes, I felt it instinctively. But I couldn't wait all that time. I hate waiting even 5 minutes for anybody. It always makes me rather cross. I am not punctual myself, I know, but I do like punctuality in others, and waiting, even to be married, is quite out of the question.
And then what is to be done?
I don't know, Mr. Moncrief.
My dear Mr. Worthing, as Miss Cardew states positively that she cannot wait till she is 35, a remark which I am bound to say seems to me to show a somewhat impatient nature. I would beg of you to reconsider your decision.
But my dear Lady Bracknell, the matter is entirely in your own hands. The moment you consent to my marriage with Gwendolen, I will most gladly allow your nephew to form an alliance with my ward.
You must be quite aware that you propose is out of the question.
Then a passionate celibacy is all that any of us can look forward to.
That is not the destiny I propose for Gwendolen. Algernon, of course, can choose for himself. Come, dear, we have already missed 5, if not 6 trains. To miss any more might expose us to comment on the platform.
Everything is quite ready for the christenings.
The christening, sir? Is that not somewhat premature?
Both these gentlemen have expressed a desire for immediate baptism.
At their age? The idea is grotesque and irreligious. Algernon, I forbid you to be baptized. I will not hear of such excesses. Lord Bracknell would be highly displeased if he learned that that was the way in which you wasted your time and money.
Am I to understand, then, that there are to be no christenings at all this afternoon?
I don't think that, as things are now, would be much practical value to either of us, Dr. Chasuble.
I am grieved to hear such sentiments from you, Mr. Worthing. They savour of the heretical views of the Anabaptists, views that I have completely refuted in 4 of my unpublished sermons. However, as your present mood seems to be one peculiarly secular, I will return to the church at once. Indeed, I have been informed by the pew opener that for the last hour and a half, Miss Prism has been waiting for me in the vestry.
Miss Prism? Did I hear you mention a Miss Prism?
Yes, Lady Bracknell, I am on my way to join her.
Pray allow me to detain you for a moment. This matter may prove to be one of vital importance to Lord Bracknell and myself. Is this Prism a female of a repellent aspect, remotely connected with education?
She is the most cultivated of ladies, and the very picture of respectability.
Oh, it is obviously the same person. May I ask what position she holds in your household?
I am a celibate, madam.
Miss Prism, Lady Bracknell, has been for the last 3 years Miss Cardew's esteemed governess and valued companion.
In spite of what I hear of her, I must see her at once. Let her be sent for.
As she approaches, she is nigh.
I was told you expected me in the vestry, dear Canon. I have been waiting there for you for an hour and 3/4.
Prism! Come here, Prism. Prism, where is that baby? 28 years ago, Prism, you left Lord Bracknell's house, number 104 Upper Grosvenor Street, in charge of a perambulator that contained a baby of the male sex. You never returned. A few weeks later, through the elaborate investigations of the Metropolitan Police, the perambulator was discovered at midnight, standing by itself in a remote corner of Bayswater. It contained the manuscript of a 3-volume novel of more than unusually revolting sentimentality. But the baby was not there. Prism, where is that baby?
Lady Bracknell, I admit with shame that I do not know. I only wish I did. The plain facts of the case are these. On the morning of the day you mention, a day that is forever branded in my memory, I prepared as usual to take the baby out in its perambulator. I had also with me a somewhat old but capacious handbag, in which I had intended to place the manuscript of a work of fiction that I had written during my few unoccupied hours. In a moment of mental abstraction, for which I can never forgive myself, I deposit the manuscript in the bassinet and place the baby in the handbag.
But where did you deposit the handbag?
Do not ask me, Mr. Worthing.
Miss Prism, this is a matter of no small importance to me. I insist on knowing where you deposited the handbag that contained that infant.
I left it in the cloakroom of one of the larger railway stations in London.
What railway station?
Victoria, the Brighton line.
I must retire to my room for a moment. Gwendolen, wait for me here.
You are not too long. I will wait here for you all my life.
What do you think this means, Lady Bracknell?
I dare not even suspect, Dr. Chasuble. I need hardly tell you that in families of high position, strange coincidences are not supposed to occur. They are hardly considered the thing.
Uncle Jack seems strangely agitated.
Your guardian has a very emotional nature.
This noise is extremely unpleasant. It sounds as if he were having an argument. I dislike arguments of any kind. They are always vulgar and often convincing.
It has stopped now.
I wish he would arrive at some conclusion.
This suspense is terrible. I hope it will last.
Is this the handbag, Miss Prism? Examine it carefully before you speak. The happiness of more than one life depends on your answer.
It seems to be mine. Here is the injury it received through the upsetting of a Gower Street omnibus in younger and happier days. Here is the stain in the lining caused by the explosion of a temperance beverage, an incident that occurred at Leamington. And here is the lock. Are my initials? I had forgotten that in an extravagant mood I'd had them placed there. This bag is undoubtedly mine. I am delighted to have it so unexpectedly restored to me. It has been a great inconvenience without it for all these years.
Miss Prism, more is restored to you than this handbag. I was the baby you placed in it. Yes. Mother!
I think I am unmarried.
Unmarried? I do not deny that is a serious blow. But after all, who has the right to cast a stone against one who has suffered? Cannot repentance wipe out an act of folly? Why should there be one law for men and another for women? Mother, I forgive you.
Mr. Worthing, there is some error. There is a lady who can tell you who you are.
Lady Bracknell, I hate to seem inquisitive. Would you kindly inform me who I am?
I am afraid that the news I have to give you will not altogether please you. You are the son of my poor sister, Mrs. Moncrief, and consequently, Algernon's elder brother.
Algy's elder brother? I have a brother after all. I knew I had a brother. I always said I had a brother. Cecily, how could you have ever doubted that I have a brother? Dr. Chasuble, my unfortunate brother. Miss Prism, my unfortunate brother. Gwendolen, my unfortunate brother. Algy, you young scoundrel, you will have to treat me with more respect in the future. You have never behaved to me like a brother in all your life.
Well, not till today, old boy, I admit. But I did my best, however, though I was out of practice.
My own. But what own are you? What is your Christian name now that you have become someone else?
Good heavens, quite forgotten that point. Your decision on the subject of my name is irrevocable, I suppose?
I never change, except in my affections.
What a noble nature you have, Gwendolen.
Then the question had better been cleared up at once. Aunt Augusta, a moment. At the time when Miss Prism left me in the handbag, had I been christened already?
Every luxury that money could buy, including christening, had been lavished on you by your fond and doting parents.
Then I was christened. That is settled. Now, what name was I given? Let me know the worst.
Being the eldest son, you were naturally christened after your father.
Yes, but what was my father's Christian name?
I cannot at the present moment recall what the General's Christian name was, but I've no doubt he had one. He was eccentric, I admit, but only in later years, and that was the result of the Indian climate, and marriage, and indigestion, and other things of that kind.
Algy, can't you recollect what our father's Christian name was?
My dear boy, we were never even on speaking terms. He died before I was a year old.
His name would appear in the army lists of the period, I suppose, Aunt Augusta.
Well, the General was essentially a man of peace, except in his domestic life. But I have no doubt his name would appear in any military directory.
Oh dear, the army lists of the last 40 years are here. Oh, these delightful records should have been my constant study. Generals, Malum, Maxbum, Magley, oh, what ghastly names they have. Markby, Migsby, Mobbs, Moncrief, Lieutenant 1840, Captain, Lieutenant Colonel, Colonel, General 1869, Christian names, Ernest John. Oh, I always told you, Gwendolen, my name was Ernest, didn't I? Well, it is Ernest after all. I mean, it naturally is Ernest.
Yes, I remember now that the General was called Earnest. I knew I had some particular reason for disliking the name.
Ernest! Oh, my own Ernest! I felt from the first that you could have no other name.
Gwendolen, it's a terrible thing for a man to suddenly find out that all his life he's been speaking nothing but the truth. Can you forgive me?
I can, for I feel that you are sure to change.
My own one.
Letitia.
Frederick.
Cecily, at last.
Gwendolen, at last.
My nephew, you seem to be displaying signs of triviality.
On the contrary, Aunt Augusta, I've now realised, for the first time in my life, The vital importance of being earnest.
Wasn't that lovely? Now, all those lovely actors have gone off to have a well-deserved drink in the bar. Should you want to see that fantastic play again, and most people will because it's just so great, there's a whole new cast with a different director doing just that thing tomorrow at about 5 to 3 in the afternoon, if our timings are correct. Now, one of the many things that Oscar Wilde did, one of the many strings to his bow, was that of literary critic. He also criticised theatre and artworks and all sorts of things. And we've got quite a lot of his reviews coming up a bit later on during the event. We're kicking off those today with 2 of the literary reviews. This one is called A Village Tragedy. One of the most powerful and pathetic novels that has recently appeared is A Village Tragedy by Margaret L. Woods. To find any parallel to this lurid little story, one must go to Dostoevsky or to Guy de Maupassant. Not that Mrs. Woods can be said to have taken either of these 2 great masters of fiction as her model, but there is something in her work that recalls their method. She has not a little of their fierce intensity, their terrible concentration, their passionless yet poignant objectivity. Like them, she seems to allow life to suggest its own mode of presentation. And like them, she recognises that a frank acceptance of the facts of life is the true basis of all modern imitative art. The scene of Mrs. Wood's story lies in one of the villages near Oxford. The characters are very few in number, and the plot is extremely simple. It is a romance of modern Arcadia, a tale of the love of a farm labourer for a girl who, though slightly above him in social station and education, is yet herself also a servant on a farm. True Arcadians they are. Both of them and their ignorance and isolation serve only to intensify the tragedy that gives the story its title. It is the fashion nowadays to label literature. So no doubt, Mrs. Wood's novel will be spoken of as realistic. Its realism, however, is the realism of the artist, not of the reporter. Its tact of treatment, subtlety of perception, and fine distinction of style make it rather a poem than a procès-verbal. And though it lays bare to us the mere misery of life, it suggests something of life's mystery also. Very delicate, too, is the handling of external nature. There are no formal guidebook descriptions of scenery, nor anything of what Byron petulantly called twaddling about trees. But we seem to breathe the atmosphere of the country, to catch the exquisite scent of the bean fields so familiar to all who have ever wandered through the Oxfordshire lanes in June, to hear the birds singing in the thicket and the sheep bells tinkling from the hill. Characterisation, that enemy of literary form, is such an essential part of the method of the modern writer of fiction that nature has almost become to the novelist what light and shade are to the painter, the one permanent element of style. And if the power of A Village Tragedy be due to its portrayal of human life, no small portion of its charm comes from its Theocritian setting. That's nice. I think Mrs. Woods would have been quite pleased with that. I'm going to leave you now and bring on our lovely Mrs. Claire Henderson-Rowe to talk to you about marriage.
A Handbook to Marriage, a review from the Pall Mall Gazette, November the 18th, 1885. In spite of its somewhat alarming title, this book may be highly recommended to everyone. As for the authorities and the author quotes, they are almost numberless and range from Socrates down to Artemus Ward. He tells us of the wicked bachelor who spoke of marriage as a very harmless amusement, and advised a young friend of his to marry early and marry often. Of Dr. Johnson, who proposed that marriage should be arranged by the Lord Chancellor, without the parties concerned having any choice in the matter. Of the Sussex labourer who asked, "Why should I give a woman half my victuals for cooking the other half?" And of Lord Verulam, who thought that unmarried men did the best public work. And indeed, marriage is the one subject on which all women agree and all men disagree. Our author, however, is clearly of the same opinion as the Scotch lassie who, on her father warning her what a solemn thing it was to get married, answered, "I ken that, father, but it's a great deal solemner to be single." He may be regarded as the champion of the married life. Indeed, he has a most interesting chapter on marriage-made men, and though he dissents, and we think rightly, from the view recently put forward by a lady or two on the women's rights platform, that Solomon owed all his wisdom to the number of his wives, still he appeals to Bismarck, John Stuart Mill, Muhammad, and Lord Beaconsfield as instances of men whose successes can be traced to the influence of the women they married. Archbishop Whately once defined woman as a creature that does not reason and pokes the fire from the top. But since his day, the higher education of women has considerably altered their position. Women have always had an emotional sympathy with those they love. Girton and Newnham have rendered intellectual sympathy also possible. In our day, it is best for a man to be married, and men must give up the tyranny in married life which was once so dear to them, and which, we are afraid, lingers still here and there. "Do you wish to be my wife, Mabel?" said a little boy. "Yes," incautiously answered Mabel. "Then pull off my boots." On marriage vows, our author has two very sensible views and very amusing stories. He tells of a nervous bridegroom who, confusing the baptismal and marriage ceremonies, replied when asked if he consented to take the bride for his wife, "I renounce them all." Of a Hampshire rustic who, when giving the ring, said solemnly to the bride, "With my body I thee wash up, and with all my hurdle goods I thee and thou." Of another who, when asked whether he would take his partner to be his wedded wife, replied with shameful indecision, "Well, yes, I'm willing, but I'd a sight rather have her sister." And of a Scotch lady who, on the occasion of her daughter's wedding, was asked by an old friend whether she might congratulate her on the event, and answered, "Yes, yes, upon the whole it is very satisfactory. It is true Jeanie hates her good man, but then there's always a something." Indeed, the good stories contained in this book are quite endless and make it very pleasant reading, while the good advice is on all points admirable. Most young married people nowadays start in life with a dreadful collection of ormolu inkstands covered with sham onyxes, or with a perfect museum of salt cellars. We strongly recommend this book as one of the best of wedding presents. It is a complete handbook to an earthly paradise, and its author may be regarded as the Murray of matrimony and the Baedeker of bliss.
Thank you, Claire. And bear with me, ladies and gentlemen, whilst the very anxious and excited cast of A Woman of No Importance assemble in the wings. They're in the dressing room at the moment. I'm going to leave you for a few short seconds, and I'll be back with them very soon.
Sir John and Lady Caroline Pontefract and Miss Hester Worsley are seated on chairs under a large yew tree.
I believe this is the first English country house you have stayed at, Miss Worsley.
Yes, Lady Caroline.
You have no country houses, I am told, in America.
We have not many.
Have you any country, what we should call country?
We have the largest country in the world, Lady Caroline. They used to tell us at school that some of our states are as big as France and England put together.
Oh, you must find it very draughty, I should fancy. John, you should have your muffler. What is the use of my always knitting mufflers for you if you won't wear them?
I am quite warm, Caroline, I assure you.
I think not, John. Well, you couldn't come to a more charming place than this, Miss Worsley, though the house is excessively damp, quite unpardonably damp, and dear Lady Hunsdon is sometimes a little lax about the people she asks down here. Jane mixes too much, John. Lord Illingworth, of course, is a man of high distinction. It is a privilege to meet him. And that Member of Parliament, Mr. Kettle.
Kelvil, my love, Kelvil.
Oh, he must be quite respectable. One has never heard his name before in the whole course of one's life, which speaks volumes for a man nowadays. But Mrs. Allonby is hardly a very suitable person.
I dislike Mrs. Allonby. I dislike her more than I can say.
I am not sure, Miss Worsley, that foreigners like yourself should cultivate likes or dislikes about the people they are invited to meet. Mrs. Allonby is very well born. She is a niece of Lord Brancaster's. It is said, of course, that she ran away twice before she was married, but you know how unfair people often are. I myself don't believe she ran away more than once.
Mr. Arbuthnot is very charming.
Ah, yes, the young man who has a post in a bank. Lady Hunsdon is most kind in asking him here, and Lord Illingworth seems to have taken quite a fancy to him. I am not sure, however, that Jane is right in taking him out of his position. In my young days, Miss Worsley, one never met anyone in society who worked for their living. It was not considered the thing.
In America, those are the people we respect most.
I have no doubt of it.
Mr. Arbuthnot has a beautiful nature. He is so simple, so sincere. He has one of the most beautiful natures I've ever come across. It is a privilege to meet him.
It is not customary in England, Miss Worsley, for a young lady to speak with such enthusiasm of any person of the opposite sex. English women conceal their feelings till after they are married. They show them then.
Do you in England allow no friendship to exist between a young man and a young girl?
Oh, we think it very inadvisable.
Enter Lady Hunsdon, followed by Farquhar the butler.
Jane, I was just saying what a pleasant party you have asked us to meet. You have a wonderful power of selection. It is quite a gift.
Dear Caroline, how kind of you. I think we all do fit in very nicely together. And I hope our charming American visitor will carry back pleasant recollections of our English country life. The cushion there, Farquhar, and my shawl, the Shetland. Get the Shetland.
Enter Gerald Arbuthnot.
Lady Hunsdon, I have such good news to tell you. Lord Illingworth has just offered to make me his secretary.
His secretary? That is good news indeed, Gerald. It means a very brilliant future in store for you. Your dear mother will be delighted. I really must try and induce her to come up here tonight. Do you think she would, Gerald? I know how difficult it is to get her to go anywhere.
Oh, I'm sure she would, Lady Hunsdon, if she knew Lord Illingworth had made me such an offer.
I will write and tell her about it and ask her to come up and meet him.
That is a very wonderful opening for so young a man as you are, Mr. Arbuthnot.
It is indeed, Lady Caroline. I trust I shall be able to show myself worthy of it.
I trust so.
You have not yet congratulated me, Miss Worsley.
Are you very pleased about it?
Of course I am. It means everything to me. Things that were out of the reach of hope before, may be within hope's reach now.
Nothing should be out of the reach of hope. Life is hope.
I fancy, Caroline, that diplomacy is what Lord Illingworth is aiming at. I heard that he was offered Vienna, but that may not be true.
I don't think that England should be represented abroad by an unmarried man, Jane. It might lead to complications.
You are too nervous, Caroline. Believe me, you are too nervous. Besides, Lord Illingworth may marry any day. I was in hopes he would have married Lady Kelso, but I believe he said her family was too large. Or was it her feet? I forget which. I regret it very much. She wasn't made to be an ambassador's wife.
Well, she certainly has a wonderful faculty of remembering people's names and forgetting their faces.
Well, that is very natural, Caroline, is it not? Farquhar, tell Henry to wait for an answer.
Yes, your ladyship.
I have written a line to your dear mother, Gerald, to tell her your good news and to say that she really must come to dinner.
That is awfully kind of you, Lady Hunston. Will you come for a stroll, Miss Worsley?
With pleasure.
Well, I am very much gratified at Gerald Arbuthnot's good fortune. He's quite a protege of mine, and I'm particularly pleased that Lord Illingworth should have made the offer of his own accord without my suggesting anything. Nobody likes to be asked favours. I remember poor Charlotte Pagden making herself quite unpopular one season because she had a French governess she wanted to recommend to everyone.
I saw the governess, Jane. Lady Pagden sent her to me. It was before Eleanor came out. She was far too good-looking to be in any respectable household. I don't wonder Lady Pagden was so anxious to get rid of her.
Ah, that explains it.
John, the grass is too damp for you. You had better go and put your overshoes on at once.
I am quite comfortable, Caroline, I assure you.
You must allow me to be the best judge of that, John. Pray do as I tell you.
So John gets up and goes off.
You spoil him, Caroline, you do indeed.
Enter Mrs. Allenby and Lady Stutfield.
Well, dear Mrs. Allenby, I hope you like the park. It is said to be well timbered.
The trees are wonderful, Lady Hunston. Quite wonderful. But somehow I feel sure that if I lived in the country for 6 months, I should become so unsophisticated that no one would take the slightest notice of me.
Oh, I assure you, dear, that the country has not that effect at all. Why, it was from Melthorpe, which is only 2 miles from here, that Lady Belton eloped with Lord Feathersdale. I remember the occurrence perfectly. Poor Lord Belton died 3 days afterwards of joy or gout, I forget which. We had a large party staying here at the time, so we were all very much interested in the whole affair.
I think to elope is cowardly. It's running away from danger, and danger has become so rare in modern life.
As far as I can make out, the young women of the present day seem to make it the sole object of their lives to be always playing with fire.
The one advantage of playing with fire, Lady Caroline, is that one never, ever gets singed. It is the people who don't know how to play with it who get burned up.
Yes, I see that. It is very, very helpful.
I don't know how the world would get on with such a theory as that, dear Mrs. Allenby.
Ah, the world was made for men, not for women.
Oh, don't say that, Lady Stutfield. We have a much better time than they have. There are far more forbidden things to us than there are forbidden to them.
Yes, that is quite true. I had not thought of that.
Enter Sir John and Mr. Kelvil, MP.
Well, Mr. Kelvil, have you got through your work?
I have finished my writing for the day, Lady Hunston. It's been an arduous task. The demands on the time of a public man are very heavy nowadays, very heavy indeed. And I don't think they meet with adequate recognition.
John, have you got your overshoes on?
Yes, my love.
I think you had better come over here, John. It is more sheltered.
I am quite comfortable, Caroline.
I think not, John. You had better sit beside me.
And what have you been writing about this morning, Mr. Kelville?
On the usual subject, Lady Stutfield, on purity.
That must be such a very, very interesting thing to write about.
Well, it's the one subject of really national importance nowadays, Lady Stutfield. I purpose addressing my constituents on the question before Parliament meets. I find that the poorer classes of this country display a marked desire for a higher ethical standard.
How quite nice of them.
Are you in favour of women taking part in politics, Mr. Kettle?
Kelville, my love, Kelville!
The growing influence of women is the one reassuring thing in our political life, Lady Caroline. Women are always on the side of morality, public and private.
It is so very, very gratifying to hear you say that.
Ah, yes, the moral qualities in women, that is the important thing. I'm afraid, Caroline, that dear Lord Illingworth doesn't value the moral qualities in women as much as he should.
Enter Lord Illingworth.
Oh. The world says that Lord Illingworth is very, very wicked.
But what world says that, Lady Stutfield? It must be the next world. This world and I are on excellent terms.
Everyone I know says you are very, very wicked.
It is perfectly monstrous the way people go about nowadays, saying things against one behind one's back that are absolutely and entirely true.
Dear Lord Illingworth is quite hopeless, Lady Stutfield. I have given up trying to reform him. It will take a public company with a board of directors and a paid secretary to do that. But you have the secretary already, Lord Illingworth, haven't you? Gerald Arbuthnot has told us of his good fortune. It is really most kind of you.
Oh, don't say that, Lady Hunston. Kind is a dreadful word. I took a great fancy to young Arbuthnot the moment I met him, and he'll be of considerable use to me in something I am foolish enough to think of doing.
He is an admirable young man, and his mother is one of my dearest friends. He's just gone for a walk with our pretty American. She is very pretty, is she not?
Far too pretty. These American girls carry off all the good matches. Why can't they stay in their own country? They are always telling us it is the paradise of women.
It is, Lady Caroline. That is why, like Eve, they are so extremely anxious to get out of it.
Well, who are Miss Worsley's parents?
American women are wonderfully clever, concealing their parents.
My dear Lord, what do you mean? Miss Worsley is important. Her father was a very wealthy millionaire or philanthropist, or both, I believe, who entertained my son quite hospitably when he visited Boston. I don't know how he made his money originally.
I fancy in dry goods.
What are American dry goods?
American novels.
How very singular. Well, from whatever source her large fortune came, I have a great esteem for Miss Worsley. She dresses exceedingly well. All Americans do dress well. They get their clothes in Paris.
They say, Lady Hunston, that when good Americans die, they go to Paris.
Indeed. And when bad Americans die, where do they go to?
Oh, they go to America.
I'm afraid you don't appreciate America, Lord Illingworth. It's a very remarkable country, especially considering its youth.
Youth of America is their oldest tradition. It has been going on now for 300 years. To hear them talk, one would imagine they were in their first childhood. As far as civilization goes, they are in their second.
There is undoubtedly a great deal of corruption in American politics. I suppose you allude to that?
I wonder.
Politics are in a sad way everywhere, I am told. They certainly are in England. Dear Mr. Cardew is ruining the country. I wonder Mrs. Cardew allows him. I'm sure, Lord Illingworth, you don't think that uneducated people should be allowed to have votes.
I think they are the only people who should.
Do you take no side, then, in modern politics, Lord Illingworth?
Oh, one should never take sides in anything, Mr. Kelvil. Taking sides is the beginning of sincerity, and earnestness follows shortly afterwards, and the human being becomes a bore. However, the House of Commons really does very little harm. You can't make people good by Act of Parliament. That is something.
You cannot deny that the House of Commons has always shown great sympathy with the sufferings of the poor.
That is its special vice. That is the special vice of the age. One should sympathise with the joy, the beauty, the colour of life. The less said about life's sores, the better, Mr. Kelvil.
Still, our East End is a very important problem.
Quite so. It is the problem of slavery, and we are trying to solve it by amusing the slaves.
Certainly a great deal may be done by means of cheap entertainments, as you say, Lord Illingworth. Dear Dr. Daubeny, our rector here, provides, with the assistance of his curates, really admirable recreations for the poor during the winter. And much good may be done by means of a magic lantern or a missionary or some popular amusement of that kind.
I am not at all in favour of amusements for the poor, Jane. Blankets and coals are sufficient. There's too much love of pleasure amongst the upper classes as it is. Health is what we want in modern life. The tone is not healthy at all.
You are quite right, Lady Caroline.
I believe I am usually right.
Horrid word, health.
Silliest word in our language, and one knows so well the popular idea of health. The English country gentleman galloping after a fox, the unspeakable in full pursuit of the uneatable.
May I ask, Lord Illingworth, if you regard the House of Lords as a better institution than the House of Commons?
Oh, a much better institution, of course. We in the House of Lords are never in touch with public opinion. That makes us a civilised body.
Are you serious in putting forward such a view?
Quite serious, Mr. Kelvil. Vulgar habit that is people have nowadays, Mrs. Allenby, of asking one, after one has given them an idea, whether one is serious or not. Nothing is serious except passion. The intellect is not a serious thing and never has been. It is an instrument on which one plays, that is all. The only serious form of intellect I know is the British intellect. And on the British intellect, the illiterates play the drum.
What are you saying, Lord Illingworth, about the drum?
I was merely talking to Mrs. Allenby about the leading articles in the London newspapers.
Are you going, Mrs. Allenby?
Just as far as the conservatory. Lord Illingworth told me this morning that there was an orchid there as beautiful as the 7 deadly sins.
Oh, my dear, I hope there's nothing of the kind. I will certainly speak to the gardener.
Remarkable type, Mrs. Allenby.
She lets her clever tongue run away with her sometimes.
Is that the only thing, Jane, Mrs. Allenby allows to run away with her?
I hope so, Caroline, I am sure.
Enter Lord Alfred Rufford.
Dear Lord Alfred, do join us.
Oh, you believe good of everyone, Jane. It is a great fault.
Do you really think, Lady Caroline, that one should believe evil of everyone?
I think it is much safer to do so, Lady Stutfield, until, of course, people are found out to be good. But that requires a great deal of investigation nowadays.
But there is so much unkind scandal in modern life.
Lord Illingworth remarked to me last night at dinner that the basis of every scandal is an absolute, immoral certainty.
Lord Illingworth is, of course, a very brilliant man, but he seems to me lacking in that fine faith in the nobility and purity of life, which is so important in this century.
Yes, quite important, is it not?
He gives me the impression of a man who does not appreciate the beauty of our English home life. I would say that he was tainted with foreign ideas on the subject.
There is nothing like the beauty of home life, is there?
It is the mainstay of our moral system in England, Lady Stutfield. Without it, we would become like our neighbours.
That would be so sad, would it not?
I'm afraid, too, that Lord Illingworth regards women simply as a toy. Now, I have never regarded women as a toy. Women, or woman, should I say, is the intellectual helpmeet of man in public as in private life. Without her, we should forget the true ideals.
I am so very, very glad to hear you say that.
You are a married man, Mr. Kettle?
Kelville, my dear, Kelville!
I am married, Lady Caroline.
Family?
Yes.
How many?
8.
Mrs. Kettle and the children are, I suppose, at the seaside.
My wife is at the seaside with the children, Lady Caroline.
And you will join them later on, no doubt.
If my public engagements permit me.
Well, your public life must be a great source of gratification to Mrs. Kettle.
Kelville, my love! Kelville!
How very, very charming those gold-tipped cigarettes of yours are, Lord Alfred.
Oh, they are awfully expensive. I can only afford them when I'm in debt.
It must be terribly, terribly distressing to be in debt.
Oh, one must have some occupation nowadays. If I hadn't my debts, I shouldn't have anything to think about. All the chaps I know are in debt.
But don't the people to whom you owe the money give you a great, great deal of annoyance?
Oh, no, they write. I don't.
How very, very strange.
Yes, Farquhar? Ah. Here is a letter, Caroline, from dear Mrs. Arbuthnot. She won't dine. Oh, I'm so sorry. But she will come in the evening. I'm very pleased indeed. She's one of the sweetest women. Writes a beautiful hand, too, so large, so firm.
A little lacking in femininity, Jane. Femininity is the quality I admire most in a woman.
Oh, she is very feminine, Caroline, and so good, too. You should hear what the Archdeacon says of her. He regards her as his right hand in the parish. In the yellow drawing room, Farquhar. Shall we all go in? Lady Stutfield, shall we go in to tea?
With pleasure, Lady Huntston.
May I carry your cloak, Lady Stutfield?
John, if you would allow your nephew to look after Lady Stutfield's cloak, you might help me with my work basket.
Certainly, my love.
Curious thing. Plain women are always jealous of their husbands. Beautiful women are never.
Beautiful women never have the time. They are always so occupied in being jealous of other people's husbands.
I should have thought Lady Caroline would have grown tired of conjugal anxiety by this time. Sir John is her fool.
So much marriage is certainly not becoming. 20 years of romance makes a woman look like a ruin, but 20 years of marriage make her something like a public building.
20 years of romance? Is there such a thing?
Not in our day. Women have become too brilliant. Nothing spoils a romance as much as a sense of humour in the woman.
Or the want of it in a man.
Oh, you are quite right. In a temple, everyone should be serious, except the thing that is being worshipped.
And that should be man?
Women kneel so gracefully, men don't.
You are thinking of Lady Stutfield.
I assure you, I have not thought of Lady Stutfield for the last quarter of an hour.
Is she such a mystery?
She is more than a mystery. She is a mood.
Moods don't last.
It is their chief charm.
Lord Illingworth, everyone has been congratulating me. Lady Huntston and Lady Caroline and everyone. I hope I shall make a good secretary.
You will be the patent secretary, Gerald.
You enjoy country life, Miss Worsley?
Very much indeed.
Don't find yourself longing for a London dinner party?
I dislike London dinner parties.
I adore them. The clever people never listen, and the stupid people never talk.
I think the stupid people talk a great deal.
Ah, I never listen.
My dear boy, if I didn't like you, I wouldn't have made you the offer. It is because I like you so much that I want to have you with me. Charming fellow, Gerald Arbuthnot.
He is very nice indeed. But I can't stand the American young lady.
Why?
She told me yesterday, and in quite a loud voice too, that she was only 18. It was most annoying.
One should never trust a woman who tells one her real age. A woman who would tell one that would tell one anything.
She is a Puritan, besides.
Ah, now that is inexcusable. I don't mind plain women being Puritans. It is the only excuse they have for being plain. But she is decidedly pretty. I admire her immensely.
What a thoroughly bad man you must be.
Why do you call me a bad man?
The sort of man who admires innocence.
And a bad woman?
Oh, the sort of women a man never gets tired of.
You are severe on yourself.
Define us as a sex.
Sphinxes without secrets.
Does that include the Puritan woman?
Do you know, I don't believe in the existence of Puritan women. I don't think there is a woman in the world who would not be a little flattered if one made love to her. It is that which makes women so irresistibly adorable.
You think there is no woman in the world who would object to being kissed?
Very few.
Miss Worsley would not let you kiss her?
Are you sure?
Quite.
What do you think she'd do if I kissed her?
Either marry you or strike you across the face with her glove. What would you do if she struck you across the face with her glove?
Fall in love with her, probably.
Then it is lucky you are not going to kiss her.
Oh, is that a challenge?
It is an arrow shot into the air.
Don't you know that I always succeed in whatever I try?
I'm sorry to hear it. We women adore failures. They lean on us.
You worship successes. You cling to them.
We are the laurels to hide their boldness.
And they need you, always, except at the moment of triumph.
They are uninteresting then.
How tantalizing you are.
Lord Illingworth, there is one thing I shall always like you for.
Only one thing? And I have so many bad qualities.
Ah, don't be too conceited about them. You may lose them as you grow old.
I never intend to grow old. The soul is born old, but grows young. That is the comedy of life.
And the body is born young and grows old. That is life's tragedy.
It's comedy also, sometimes. But what is the mysterious reason why you will always like me?
It is that you have never made love to me.
I have never done anything else.
Really? I've not noticed it.
How fortunate. It might have been a tragedy for both of us.
We should have each survived.
One can survive everything nowadays except death, and live down anything except a good reputation.
Have you tried a good reputation?
It is one of the many annoyances to which I have never been subjected.
It may come.
Why do you threaten me?
I will tell you when you have kissed the Puritan.
Tea is served in the yellow drawing room, my lord.
Tell her ladyship we are coming in.
Yes, my lord.
Shall we go in to tea?
Do you like such simple pleasures?
I adore simple pleasures. They are the last refuge of the complex. But if you wish, let us stay here. Yes, let us stay here. The book of life begins with a man and a woman in a garden.
It ends with revelations.
You fence divinely, but the button has come off your foil.
I still have the mask.
It makes your eyes lovelier.
Thank you. Come.
What curious handwriting. It reminds me of the handwriting of a woman I used to know years ago.
Who?
Oh, no one. No one in particular. A woman of no importance.
It is after dinner. The lamps are lit. The ladies are seated on sofas. Farquhar is pouring coffee.
What a comfort it is to have got rid of the men for a little.
Yes, men persecute us dreadfully, don't they?
Persecute us? I wish they did.
My dear.
The annoying thing is that it is the wretches that can be perfectly happy without us. That is why I think it is every woman's duty never to leave them alone for a single moment, except during this short breathing space after dinner, without which I believe we poor women would be absolutely worn to shadows.
What shadows, dear?
Yes, Lady Hunston. It is such a strain keeping men up to the mark. They are always trying to escape from us.
It seems to me that it is we who are always trying to escape from them. Men are so very, very heartless. They know their power and use it.
What stuff and nonsense all this about men is. The thing to do is to keep men in their proper place.
But what is their proper place, Lady Caroline?
Looking after their wives, Mrs. Allonby.
Really? And if they're not married?
If they are not married, they should be looking for a wife. It's perfectly scandalous, the amount of bachelors who are going about society. There should be a law passed to compel them all to marry within 12 months.
But if they're in love with someone who perhaps is tied to another?
In that case, Lady Stutfield, they should be married off in a week to some plain, respectable girl in order to teach them not to meddle with other people's property.
I don't think we should ever be spoken of as other people's property. All men are married women's property. That is the only true definition of what married women's property really is. We don't belong to anyone.
Oh, I am so very, very glad to hear you say so.
But do you really think, dear Caroline, that legislation would improve matters in any way? I am told that nowadays all the married men live like bachelors and all the bachelors like married men.
I certainly never know one from the other.
Oh, I think one can always know at once whether a man has home claims upon his life or not. I have noticed a very, very sad expression in the eyes of so many married men.
All that I have noticed is that they are all horribly tedious when they are good husbands and abominably conceited when they are not.
Well, I suppose the type of husband has completely changed since my young days, but I'm bound to state that poor dear Hunston was the most delightful of creatures and as good as gold.
My husband is the sort of promissory note. I'm tired of meeting him.
Oh, but you renew him from time to time, don't you?
Oh no, Lady Caroline. I have only ever had one husband as yet. I suppose you look upon me as quite an amateur.
Oh, with your views on life, I wonder you married at all.
So do I.
My dear child, I believe you are really very happy in your married life, but that you'd like to hide your happiness from others.
I assure you, I was horribly deceived in Earnest.
Oh, I hope not, dear. I knew his mother quite well. She was a Stratton, Caroline, one of Lord Crowland's daughters.
Victoria Stratton. Yes, I remember her perfectly. A silly, fair-haired woman with no chin.
Earnest has a chin. He has a very strong chin, a square chin. Ernest's chin is far too square.
But do you really think a man's chin can be too square? I think a man should look very, very strong, and that his chin should be quite square.
Then you should certainly know Earnest, Lady Stutfield. It is the only fair to tell you beforehand. He has got no conversation at all.
I adore silent men.
Oh, Earnest isn't silent. He talks the whole time, but he has got no conversation. What he talks about, I don't know. I haven't listened to him for years.
Have you never forgiven him then? How sad that seems. But then life is very, very sad, is it not?
Life, Lady Stutfield, is simply a mauvais quart d'heure made up of exquisite moments.
Yes, there are moments, certainly. But was it something very, very wrong that Mr. Allonby did? Did he become angry with you and say anything that was unkind or true?
I don't know. Ernest is invariably calm. That is one of the reasons he always gets on my nerves. Nothing is so aggravating as calmness. There is something positively brutal about the good temper of most modern men. I wonder we women stand it as well as we do.
Yes, men's good temper shows they are not so sensitive as we are, nor so finely strung. It makes a great barrier often between husband and wife, does it not? But I would so much like to know, what was the wrong thing Mr. Allenby did?
Well, I will tell you, if you solemnly promise to tell everybody else.
Thank you, thank you. I will make a point of repeating it.
When Ernest and I were engaged, he swore to me positively on his knees that he had never loved anyone before in the whole course of his life. I was very young at the time, so I didn't believe him. I needn't tell you. Unfortunately, however, I made no inquiries of any kind until after I had actually married 4 or 5 months. I found out then that what he had told me was perfectly true, and that the sort of thing that makes a man so absolutely uninteresting.
Yeah.
Men always want to be a woman's first love. That is their clumsy vanity. We women have more subtle instincts about it. What we like to be is a man's last romance.
I see what you mean. It's very, very beautiful.
My dear child, you don't mean to tell me that you won't forgive your husband because he never loved anyone else? Did you ever hear such a thing, Caroline? I'm quite surprised.
Well, women have become so highly educated, Jane, that nothing should surprise us nowadays, except happy marriages. They are apparently getting remarkably rare.
Oh, they're quite out of date.
Except amongst the middle classes, I have been told.
How like the middle classes?
Yes, is it not? Very, very like them.
If what you tell us about the middle classes is true, Lady Stutfield, it redounds greatly to their credit. It is much to be regretted that in our rank of life, the wife should be so persistently frivolous under the impression, apparently, that it is the proper thing to do. It is to that I attribute the unhappiness of so many marriages we all know of in society.
Do you know, Lady Caroline, I don't think the frivolity of the wife has ever anything to do with it. More marriages are ruined nowadays by the common sense of the husband than by anything else. How can a woman be expected to be happy with a man who insists on treating her as if she were a perfectly rational being?
My dear.
Man, poor, awkward, reliable, necessary man belongs to a sex that has been rational for millions and millions of years. He can't help himself. It is in his race. The history of woman is very different. We have always been picturesque protests against the mere existence of common sense. We saw its dangers from the first.
Yes, the common sense of husbands is certainly most trying. Do tell me your conception of the ideal husband. I think it should be so very, very helpful.
The ideal husband? There couldn't be such a thing. The institution is wrong.
The ideal man, then, in his relations to us.
He would probably be extremely realistic.
The ideal man. Oh, the ideal man should talk to us as if we were goddesses and treat us as if we were children. He should refuse all our serious requests and gratify every one of our whims. He should encourage us to have caprices and forbid us to have missions. He should always say much more than he means and always mean much more than he says.
But how could he do both, dear?
He should never run down either other pretty women. What would show he has no taste or make one suspect he had too much? No, he should be nice about them, all of them, and say that somehow they don't attract him.
Yes, that is always very, very pleasant to hear about other women.
If we ask him a question about anything, he should give us an answer all about ourselves. He should invariably praise us for whatever qualities he knows we haven't got. He should shower us everything we don't want.
Well, as far as I can see, he is to do nothing but pay bills and compliments.
He should persistently compromise us in public and treat us with absolute respect when we are alone. And yet he should always be ready to have a terrible, terrible, perfect scene whenever we want one, and to become miserable, absolutely miserable at a moment's notice, and to overwhelm us with just reproaches in less than 20 minutes, and to be positively violent at the end of half an hour, and to leave us forever at 7:45 when we have to go to dress for dinner. And when after that one has seen him for really the last time, and he refused to take back the little things he has given one, and promised never to communicate with one again, or to write one any foolish letters, he should be perfectly broken-hearted and telegraph one all day long, and send us little notes every half an hour by a private hansom, and dine quite alone at the club, so that everyone should know how unhappy he was. And after a whole dreadful week, everyone should know how unhappy he was. And after that dreadful week, during which no one has gone about everywhere with one's husband, just to show how absolutely lonely he was, he may be given the third last parting in the evening, and then, if his conduct has been quite irreproachable, and one has behaved quite badly to him, he shall be allowed to admit that he's been entirely in the wrong. And when he has admitted that, it becomes a woman's duty to forgive. And one can do it all over again in the beginning with variations.
How clever you are, my dear. You never mean a single word you say.
Thank you, thank you. It has been quite entrancing. I must try and remember it all. There are such a number of details that are so very important.
But you have not told us yet what the reward of the ideal man is to be.
His reward? Oh, infinite expectation. That is quite enough for him.
But men are so terribly exacting, are they not?
That makes no matter. One should never surrender.
Not even to the ideal man?
Certainly not to him, unless, of course, one wants to grow tired of him.
Oh, yes, I see that. It is very helpful. Do you think, Mrs. Allenby, I shall ever meet the ideal man, or are there more than one?
There are just 4 in London, Lady Stutfield.
Oh, my dear!
What has happened? Do tell me.
I had completely forgotten that the American young lady has been in the room all the time. I'm afraid some of this clever talk may have shocked her a little.
That will do her so much good.
Let us hope she didn't understand much. Well, dear Miss Worsley, how quiet you have been in your nice little corner all this time. I suppose you have been reading a book? There are so many books here in the library.
No, I've been listening to conversation.
Oh, you mustn't believe everything that was said, you know, dear.
I didn't believe any of it.
But that is quite right, dear.
I couldn't believe that any women could really hold such views on as I have heard tonight from some of your guests.
I hear you have such pleasant society in America, quite like our own in places. My son wrote to me.
Well, there are cliques in America as elsewhere, but true American society consists simply of all the good women and men we have in our country.
Well, what a sensible system, and I dare say quite pleasant too. I'm afraid in England we have too many artificial social barriers. We don't see as much as we should of the middle and lower classes.
In America, we have no lower classes.
Really? What a very strange arrangement.
What is that dreadful girl talking about?
She is painfully natural, is she not?
There are a great many things you haven't got in America, I am told, Miss Worsley. They say you have no ruins and no curiosities.
What nonsense! They have their mothers and their manners.
The English aristocracy supply us all our curiosities, Lady Caroline. They are sent over to us every summer, regularly in the steamers, and proposed to us the day after they land. As for ruins, we're trying to build up something that will last longer than brick or stone.
What is that, dear? Ah, yes, an iron exhibition, is it not? At that place that has a curious name.
We're trying to build up life, Lady Huntington, on a better, truer, and purer basis than life rests on here. This sounds strange to you all, no doubt. How could it sound other than strange? You rich people in England, you don't know how you're living. How could you? You shut out from society the gentle and the good. You laugh at the simple and pure, living as you do by others, and you sneer at self-sacrifice. Living as you do by others, and if you throw bread to the poor, merely to keep them quiet for one season, with all your pomp and your wealth and art, you don't know how to live. You don't even know that. You love the beauty that you can see and touch and handle, the beauty that you can destroy. And you do destroy it. But of the unseen beauty of life, of the unseen beauty of higher life, you know nothing. You have lost life's secret. Oh, your English society seems to me shallow, selfish, foolish. It has blinded its eyes and stopped its ears. It lies like a leper in purple. It sits like a dead thing smeared with gold. It's all wrong, all wrong.
I don't think one should know of these things. It is not very, very nice, is it?
Dear Miss Worsley, I thought you liked English society so much. You were such a success in it. And you were so much admired by the best people. I quite forget what Lord Henry Weston said of you, but it was most complimentary, and you know what an authority he is on beauty.
Lord Henry Weston, I remember him. A man with a hideous smile and a hideous past. He's asked everywhere. No dinner party is complete without him. What of those ruins is due to him? They are outcasts, they are nameless. If you met them in the street, you wouldn't turn your head away. I don't complain of their punishment. Let all women who have sinned be punished.
Mrs. Rachel Arbuthnot enters from the terrace. She hears the last words and starts.
My dear young lady.
It is right that they should punish, but don't let them be the only ones to suffer. If a man and a woman have sinned, let them both go forth in the desert and love or loathe each other there. Let them both be branded. Set a mark, if you wish, on each, but don't punish the one and let the other go free. Don't have one law for men and the other for women. You are unjust to women in England. Until you found that is a shame in a woman to be an infamy in a man, you will always be unjust. Right that pillar of fire and wrong that pillar of cloud will be made dim to your eyes if not being seen at all, or if seen, not regarded.
Might I, dear Miss Worsley, as you are standing up, ask you for my cotton that is just behind you? Thank you.
My dear Mrs. Arbuthnot, I am so pleased you have come up. But I didn't hear you announced.
Oh, I came straight from the terrace, Lady Huntston, just as I was. You didn't tell me you had a party.
Oh, not a party. Only a few guests who are staying in the house and whom you must know. Allow me, Caroline. This is Mrs. Arbuthnot, one of my sweetest friends. Lady Caroline Pontefract, Lady Stutfield, Mrs. Allenby, and my young American friend, Miss Worsley, who has just been telling us all how wicked we are.
I'm afraid you think I spoke too strongly, Lady Huntington, but there are some things in England.
My dear young lady, there was a great deal of truth, I dare say, in what you said. And you looked very pretty while you said it, which is much more important, Lord Illingworth would tell us. The only point where I thought you were a little hard was about Lady Caroline's brother, about poor Lord Henry. He's really such good company.
Lady Caroline, I had no idea it was your brother. I'm sorry for the pain I must have caused you.
My dear Miss Worsley, the only part of your little speech, if I may so term it, with which I thoroughly agreed, was the part about my brother. Nothing that you could possibly say could be too bad for him. I regard Henry as infamous, absolutely infamous. But I am bound to state, as you were remarking, Jane, that he is excellent company, and he has one of the best cooks in London, and after a good dinner one can forgive anyone, even one's own relations.
Now, Miss Worsley, do come here and make friends with Mrs. Arbuthnot. She is one of the good, sweet, simple people you told us we never admitted into society. I'm sorry to say Mrs. Arbuthnot comes very rarely to me, but that is not my fault.
What a bore it is with the men staying so long after dinner. I expect they are saying the most dreadful things about us.
Do you really think so?
I was sure of it.
How very, very horrid of them. Shall we go onto the terrace?
Oh, anything to get away from the dowagers and the dowdies. We're only going to look at the stairs, Lady Huntston.
Oh, you will find a great many, dear. A great many. But don't catch cold. We shall all miss Gerald so much, dear Mrs. Arbuthnot.
But has Lord Illingworth really offered to make Gerald his secretary?
Oh, yes. He has been most charming about it. He has the highest possible opinion of your boy. You don't know Lord Illingworth, I believe, dear.
No, I have never met him.
We know him by name, no doubt.
I'm afraid I don't. I live so much out of the world and see so few people. I remember hearing years ago of an old Lord Illingworth who lived in Yorkshire, I think.
Ah, yes. That would be the last Earl but one. He was a very curious man. He wanted to marry beneath him, or wouldn't, I believe. There was some scandal about it. The present Lord Illingworth is quite different. He is very distinguished. He does nothing, which I'm afraid our pretty American visitor here thinks very wrong of anybody. And I don't know that he cares much for the subjects in which you are so interested, dear Mrs. Arbuthnot. Do you think, Caroline, that Lord Illingworth is interested in the housing of the poor?
I should fancy not at all, Jane.
No, we all have our different tastes, have we not? But Lord Illingworth has a very high position, and there is nothing he couldn't get if he chose to ask for it. Of course, he is comparatively a young man still, and he has only come to his title within... How long exactly is it, Caroline, since Lord Illingworth succeeded?
Oh, about 4 years, I think, Jane. I know it was the same year in which my brother had his last exposure in the evening newspapers.
Ah, I remember. Yeah, that would be about 4 years ago. Of course, there are a great many people between the present Lord Illingworth and the title, Mrs. Arbuthnot. There was... Who was there, Caroline?
Well, there was poor Margaret's baby. You remember how anxious she was to have a boy, and it was a boy, but it died. And her husband died shortly afterwards. And she married almost immediately one of Lord Ascot's sons, who I am told beats her.
Ah, that is in the family, dear. That is in the family. And there was also, I remember, a clergyman who wanted to be a lunatic, or a lunatic who wanted to be a clergyman. I forget which. But I know the Court of Chancery investigated the matter and decided he was quite sane. And I saw him afterwards at poor Lord Plumpstead's with straws in his hair, or something very odd about him. I can't recall what. I often regret, Lady Caroline, that dear Lady Cecilia never lived to see her son get the title.
Lady Cecilia?
Yes, Lord Illingworth's mother, dear Mrs. Arbuthnot, was one of the Duchess of Germingham's pretty daughters, and she married Sir Thomas Harford, who wasn't considered a very good match for her at the time, though he was said to be the handsomest man in London. I knew them all quite intimately, and both the sons, Arthur and George.
And it was the eldest son who succeeded, of course, Lady Huntston.
No, dear. He was killed in the hunting field. Or was it fishing, Caroline? I forget. But George came in for everything. I always tell him that no younger son has ever had such good luck as he has had.
Lady Huntston, I want to speak to Gerald at once. Might I see him? Can he be sent for?
Certainly, dear. I will send one of the servants into the dining room to fetch him. I don't know what keeps the gentleman so long. When I knew Lord Illingworth first as plain George Harford, he was simply a very brilliant young man about town, with not a penny of money, except what poor dear Lady Cecilia gave him. She was quite devoted to him, chiefly, I fancy, because he was on bad terms with his father.
Enter Sir John and the venerable Archdeacon, Dr. Daubeny. Sir John goes over to Lady Stutfield, Dr. Daubeny to Lady Hunsdon.
Oh, here is the dear Archdeacon. It doesn't matter.
Lord Illingworth has been most entertaining. I have never enjoyed myself more. Mrs. Arbuthnot.
You see, I have got Mrs. Arbuthnot to come to me at last.
Oh, that is a great honour, Lady Hunsdon. Mrs. Daubeny will be quite jealous of you.
I'm so sorry Mrs. Daubeny could not come with you tonight. Headache as usual, I suppose?
Yes, Lady Hunsdon, a perfect martyr, but she is happiest alone. She is happiest alone.
John?
Sir John goes to his wife. Dr. Daubeny talks to Lady Hunsdon and Mrs. Arbuthnot. Mrs. Arbuthnot watches Lord Illingworth the whole time. He has passed across the room without noticing her, and approaches Mrs. Allenby, who, with Lady Stutfield, is standing by the door looking onto the terrace.
How is the most charming woman in the world?
We are both quite well, thank you, Lord Illingworth. But what a short time you have been in the drawing room, in the dining room. It seems as if we had only just left.
Oh, I was bored to death. Never opened my lips the whole time. Absolutely longing to come in to you.
You should have. The American girl has been giving us a lecture.
Really? All Americans lecture, I believe. I suppose it is something in their climate. What did she lecture about?
Oh, Puritanism, of course.
I am going to convert her, am I not? How long do you give me?
A week.
A week is more than enough.
Dear mother.
Gerald, I don't feel at all well. See me home, Gerald. I shouldn't have come.
Oh, I'm so sorry, mother. Certainly. You must know Lord Illingworth first.
Not tonight, Gerald.
Lord Illingworth, I want you so much to know my mother.
Oh, with the greatest pleasure. I'll be back in a moment, Mrs. Allenby. People's mothers always bore me to death. All women become like their mothers. That is their tragedy.
No man does. That is his.
What a delightful mood you are in tonight.
He turns round and goes across with Gerald to Mrs. Arbuthnot. When he sees her, he starts back in wonder.
Mother, this is Lord Illingworth, who's offered to take me as his private secretary. It's a wonderful opening for me, isn't it? I hope he won't be disappointed in me, that is all. You'll thank Lord Illingworth, mother, won't you?
Lord Illingworth is very good, I am sure, to interest himself in you for the moment.
Oh, Gerald and I are great friends already, Mrs. Arbuthnot.
There can be nothing in common between you and my son, Lord Illingworth.
Dear mother, how can you say so? Of course, Lord Illingworth is awfully clever and that sort of thing. There is nothing Lord Illingworth doesn't know.
My dear boy.
He knows more about life than anyone I've ever met. I feel an awful duffer when I'm with you, Lord Illingworth. Of course, I have had so few advantages. I've not been to Eton or Oxford like other chaps. Yes. Lord Illingworth doesn't seem to mind that. He's been awfully good to me, mother.
Lord Illingworth may change his mind. He may not really want you as his secretary.
Mother!
You must remember, as you said yourself, you have had so few advantages.
Lord Illingworth, I want to speak to you for a moment. Do come over.
Will you excuse me, Mrs. Arbuthnot? Now, don't let your charming mother make any more difficulties, Gerald. The thing is quite settled, isn't it?
I hope so.
I thought you were never going to leave the lady in black velvet.
She is excessively handsome.
Caroline, shall we all make a move to the music room? Miss Worsley is going to play. You'll come too, dear Mrs. Arbuthnot, won't you? You don't know what a treat is in store for you. Oh, I must really take Miss Worsley down some afternoon to the rectory, Doctor. I should so much like dear Mrs. Daubeny to hear her on the violin. I forgot. Dear Mrs. Daubeny's hearing is a little defective, is it not?
Her deafness is a great privation to her. She can't even hear my sermons now. She reads them at home, but she has many resources in herself, many resources.
She reads a good deal, I suppose?
Oh, just the very largest print. The eyesight is rapidly going, but she's never morbid, never morbid.
Do speak to my mother, Lord Illingworth, before you go into the music room. She seems to think somehow you don't mean what you said to me.
Aren't you coming?
In a few moments. Lady Hunston, if Mrs. Arbuthnot would allow me, I would like to say a few words to her, and we will join you later on.
Ah, of course. You will have a great deal to say to her, and she will have a great deal to thank you for. It is not every son who gets such an offer, Mrs. Arbuthnot, but I know you appreciate that, dear.
John?
Now, don't keep Mrs. Arbuthnot too long, Lord Illingworth. We can't spare her.
So, that is our son, Rachel. Well, I am very proud of him. He is a Harford, every inch of him. By the way, why Arbuthnot, Rachel?
Well, one name is as good as another when one has no right to any name.
I suppose so, but why Gerald?
After a man whose heart I broke. After my father.
Ah, well, Rachel, what is over is over. All I have got to say now is that I am very, very much pleased with our boy. The world will know him merely as my private secretary, but to me he will be something very near and very dear. It is a curious thing, Rachel. My life seemed to be quite complete. It was not so. It lacked something. It lacked a son. I have found my son now. I am glad I have found him.
You have no right to claim him, or the smallest part of him. The boy is entirely mine and shall remain mine.
My dear Rachel, you've had him to yourself for over 20 years. Why not let me have him for a little now? He is quite as much mine as yours.
Oh, are you talking of the child you abandoned? Of the child who, as far as you are concerned, might have died of hunger and of want?
You forget, Rachel, it was you who left me. It was not I who left you.
I left you because you refused to give the child a name. Before my son was born, I implored you to marry me.
I had no expectations then. And besides, Rachel, I wasn't much older than you were. I was only 22. I was 21, I believe, when the whole thing began in your father's garden.
Well, when a man is old enough to do wrong, he should be old enough to do right also.
My dear Rachel, intellectual generalities are always interesting, but generalities in morals mean absolutely nothing. As for saying I left our child to starve, that, of course, is untrue and silly. My mother offered you 600 a year, but you wouldn't take anything. You simply disappeared and carried the child away with you.
I wouldn't have accepted a penny from her. Your father was different. He told you in my presence when we were in Paris that it was your duty to marry me.
Oh, duty is what one expects from others. It is not what one does oneself. Of course I was influenced by my mother. Every man is when he is young.
Oh, I am glad to hear you say so. Gerald shall certainly not go away with you.
What nonsense, Rachel.
But do you think I would allow my son?
Our son.
My son. To go away with a man who spoiled my youth, who ruined my life, who has tainted every moment of my days. You don't realise what my past has been in suffering and in shame.
My dear Rachel, I must candidly say that I think Gerald's future considerably more important than your past.
Gerald cannot separate his future from my past.
That is exactly what he should do. That is exactly what you should help him to do. What a typical woman you are. You talk sentimentally and you are thoroughly selfish the whole time. But don't let us have a scene. Rachel, I want you to look at this matter from the common sense point of view, from the point of view of what is best for our son, leaving you and me out of the question. What is our son at present? An underpaid clerk in a small provincial town in a third-rate English town. If you imagine he is quite happy in such a position, you are mistaken. He is thoroughly discontented.
He was not discontented till he met you. You have made him so.
Of course I made him so. Discontent is the first step in the progress of a man or a nation. But I did not leave him with a mere longing for things he could not get. No, I made him a charming offer. He jumped at it, I need hardly say. Any man would, any young man would. And now, simply because it turns out that I am the boy's own father and he my own son, you propose practically to ruin his career. That is to say, if I were a perfect stranger, you would allow Gerald to go away with me. But as he is my own flesh and blood, you won't. How utterly illogical you are.
I will not allow him to go.
How can you prevent it? What excuse can you give to him for making him decline such an offer as mine? I won't tell him in what relations I stand to him, I need hardly say. But you daren't tell him, you know that. Look how you have brought him up.
I have brought him up to be a good man.
Quite so, and what is the result? You have educated him to be your judge if he ever finds you out. And a bitter, unjust judge he will be to you. Don't be deceived, Rachel. Children begin by loving their parents. After a time they judge them. Rarely, if ever, do they forgive them.
George, don't take my son away from me. I've had 20 years of sorrow and I've only had one thing to love me. Only one thing to love. You have had a lifetime of joy and pleasure and success. You've been quite happy and you have never thought of us. There was no reason, according to your views of life, why you should have remembered us at all. Your meeting was a mere accident, a horrible accident. Forget it. Don't come now and rob me of all I have in the world. You are so rich in other things, George. Don't take Gerald away from me.
Rachel, at the present moment you are not necessary to Gerald's career. I am. There is nothing more to be said on the subject.
I will not let him go.
Here is Gerald. He has a right to decide for himself.
Well, dear mother, I hope you have settled it all with Lord Illingworth.
I have not, Gerald.
Your mother seems not to like your coming with me for some reason.
Why, mother?
I thought you were quite happy here with me, Gerald. I didn't know you were quite so anxious to leave me.
Mother, how can you talk like that? Of course, I've been quite happy with you. The man can't stay always with his mother. No chap does. I want to make myself a position, to do something. I thought you had been proud to see me Lord Illingworth's secretary.
Do you not think you would be suitable as a private secretary to Lord Illingworth? You have no qualifications.
I don't wish to seem to interfere for a moment, Mrs. Arbuthnot, but as far as your last objection is concerned, I surely am the best judge. And I can only tell you that your son has all the qualifications I had hoped for. He has more, in fact, than I had even thought of, far more. Have you any other reason, Mrs. Arbuthnot, why you don't wish your son to accept this post?
Have you, mother? Do answer.
If you have, Mrs. Arbuthnot, pray, say it. We are quite by ourselves here. Whatever it is, I need not say. I will not repeat it.
Mother?
If you would like to be alone with your son, I will leave you. You may have some other reason you don't wish me to hear.
I have no other reason.
And my dear boy, we may look on the thing as settled. Come, you and I will smoke a cigarette on the terrace together, and Mrs. Arbuthnot, pray, let me tell you that I think you have acted very, very wisely.
He exits with Gerald. Mrs. Arbuthnot is left alone.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now indulge in a brief 5-minute intermission, during which the gentlemen might care both to relieve and refresh themselves, and meantime the ladies can take their chances that their order will be remembered at the bar while they queue to powder their pretty noses patiently and no doubt pointlessly. Teddington Theatre Club would also like to take this golden opportunity to salute one of our most loyal of local business supporters. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, I refer to Bert's Cycles, an independent bicycle shop in Hampton Hill, which offers a plethora of both services and repairs, together with a commodious selection of bicycles for purchase by both adults and bairns. Berts have kindly informed us that they are currently open Tuesday through to Saturday, as our American cousins would so amusingly put it, from 10 in the morn to 2 in the afternoon, just in time to cycle home for some much-deserved tiffin. So why not pop down and check out their wonderful wheelie-related wares, or even get that uncomfortable puncture repaired, Lady Caroline. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your kind attention. We will now play out the final few minutes of the intermission with music in honor of Miss Hester, composed by their very own Mr. Scott Joplin.
Lord Illingworth is lolling on a sofa. Gerald is seated in a chair.
Thoroughly sensible woman, your mother, Gerald. I knew she would come round in the end.
My mother is awfully conscientious, Lord Illingworth, and I know she doesn't think I'm educated enough to be your secretary. She's perfectly right, too. I was fearfully idle when I was at school, and I couldn't pass an examination now to save my life.
My dear Gerald, examinations are of no value whatsoever. If a man is a gentleman, he knows quite enough, and if he is not a gentleman, whatever he knows is bad for him.
But I am so ignorant of the world, Lord Illingworth.
Don't be afraid, Gerald. Remember that you've got on your side the most wonderful thing in the world, youth. There is nothing like youth. The middle-aged are mortgaged to life. The old are in life's lumber room. But youth is the lord of life. Youth has a kingdom waiting for it. Everyone is born a king, and most people die in exile, like most kings. To win back my youth, Gerald, there is nothing I wouldn't do. Except take exercise, get up early, or be a useful member of the community.
But you don't call yourself old, Lord Illingworth.
I am old enough to be your father, Gerald.
I don't remember my father. He died years ago.
So Lady Hunstanton told me.
Very curious. My mother never talks to me about my father. I sometimes think she must have married beneath her.
Really? You have missed not having a father, I suppose, Gerald?
Oh, no. My mother has been so good to me. No one ever had such a mother as I have.
I am quite sure of that. Still, I should imagine that most mothers don't quite understand their sons. Don't realise, I mean, that a son has ambitions, a desire to see life, to make himself a name. And after all, Gerald, you couldn't be expected to pass all your life in such a hole as Rockley, could you?
Oh, no, it'd be dreadful.
A mother's love is very touching, of course, but it is often curiously selfish. I mean, there is a good deal of selfishness in it.
I suppose there is.
Your mother is a thoroughly good woman, but good women have such limited views of life. Their horizon is so small, their interests are so petty, aren't they?
They are awfully interested, certainly, in things we don't care much about.
I suppose your mother is very religious and that sort of thing?
Oh, yes, she's always going to church.
Ah, she is not modern, and to be modern is the only thing worth being nowadays. You want to be modern, don't you, Gerald? You want to know life as it really is, not to be put off with any old-fashioned theories about life. Well, what you have to do at present is simply to fit yourself for the best society. A man who can dominate a London dinner table can dominate the world, and the future belongs to the dandy. It is the exquisites who are going to rule.
I should like to wear nice things awfully. But I've always been told that a man should not think too much of his clothes.
And people nowadays are so absolutely superficial that they don't understand the philosophy of the superficial. By the way, Gerald, you should learn how to tie your tie better. Sentiment is all very well for the buttonhole, but the essential thing for a necktie is style. A well-tied tie is the first serious step in life.
I might be able to learn how to tie a tie, Lord Illingworth, but I should never be able to talk as you do. But how to talk?
Oh, talk to every woman as if you loved her, and to every man as if he bored you. And at the end of your first season, you will have the reputation of possessing the most perfect social tact.
But it is very difficult to get into society, isn't it?
And to get into the best society, nowadays one has either to feed people, amuse people, or shock people. That is all.
I suppose society is wonderfully delightful.
To be in it is merely a bore, but to be out of it simply a tragedy. Society is a necessary thing. No man has any real success in this world unless he has got women to back him, and women rule society. If you've not got women on your side, you are quite over. You might as well just be a barrister or a stockbroker or a journalist at once.
It is very difficult to understand women, is it not?
You should never try to understand them. Women are pictures, men are problems. If you want to know what a woman really means, which, by the way, is always a dangerous thing to do, look at her, don't listen to her.
But women are awfully clever, aren't they?
Ah, one should always tell them so. But to the philosopher, my dear Gerald, women represent the triumph of matter over mind, just as men represent the triumph of mind over morals.
How, then, can women have as much power as you say they have?
The history of women is the history of the worst form of tyranny the world has ever known, the tyranny of the weak over the strong. It is the only tyranny that lasts.
But haven't women got a refining influence?
Nothing refines but the intellect.
Still, there are so many types of women, aren't there?
Only two kinds in society, the plain and the colourful.
But there are good women in society too, aren't there?
Far too many.
But do you think women shouldn't be good?
Oh, one should never tell them so. They'd all become good at once. Women are fascinatingly willful sex. I mean, every woman is a rebel and usually in a wild revolt against herself.
You've never been married, Lord Illingworth, have you?
Men marry because they are tired. Women because they are curious. And both are disappointed.
But you don't think that one can be happy when one is married?
Perfectly happy. But the happiness of a married man, my dear Gerald, depends on the people he has not married.
But if one is in love?
One should always be in love. That is the reason one should never marry.
Love is a very wonderful thing, isn't it?
When one is in love, one begins by deceiving oneself, and one ends by deceiving others. That is what the world calls a romance. But a really grande passion is comparatively rare nowadays. It is the privilege of people who have nothing to do. That is the one use of the idle classes in a country, and the only possible explanation of us Harfords.
Harfords, Lord Illingworth?
That is my family name. You should study the peerage, Gerald. It is the one book a young man about town should know thoroughly, and it is the best thing in fiction the English have ever done. And now, Gerald, you are going into a perfectly new life with me, and I want you to know how to live.
Mrs. Arbuthnot appears on the terrace behind.
For the world has been made by fools that wise men should live in it.
Here you are, dear Lord Illingworth. Well, I suppose you have been telling our young friend Gerald what his new duties are to be, and giving him a great deal of good advice over a pleasant cigarette.
I have been giving him the best advice, Lady Hunston, and the best of cigarettes.
Oh, I'm so sorry I was not here to listen to you. But I suppose I'm too old now to learn. Oh, except from you, dear Archdeacon, when you are in your nice pulpit. Then I always know what you're going to say, so I don't feel alarmed. Ah, dear Mrs. Arbuthnot, do come and join us. Come, dear. Gerald has been having such a long talk with Lord Illingworth. I'm sure you must feel very much flattered at the pleasant way in which everything has turned out for him. And how is your beautiful embroidery going on?
I am always at work, Lady Hunston.
Mrs. Daubeny embroiders a little too, doesn't she?
Yes, indeed. She was very deft with her needle once, quite a Dorcas, but the gout has crippled her fingers a good deal. She has not touched the tambour frame for 9 or 10 years, but she has many other amusements. She is very much interested in her own health.
Ah, that is always a nice distraction, is it not? Now, what are you talking about, Lord Illingworth? Do tell us.
I was on the point of explaining to Gerald that the world has always laughed at its own tragedies, that being the only way in which it has been able to bear them, and that, consequently, whatever the world has treated seriously belongs to the comedy side of things.
Oh, now I am quite out of my depth. I usually am when Lord Illingworth says anything. And the Humane Society is most careless. They never rescue me. I'm left to think. I have a dim idea, dear Lord Illingworth, that you are always on the side of the sinners.
Oh.
And I know I always try to be on the side of the saints, but that is as far as I get. And after all, it may be merely the fancy of a drowning person.
The only difference between the saint and the sinner is that every saint has a past and every sinner has a future.
That quite does for me. I haven't a word to say. You and I, dear Mrs. Arbuthnot, are behind the age. We can't follow Lord Illingworth. Too much care was taken with our education, I'm afraid. To have been well brought up is a great drawback nowadays. It shuts one out from so much.
Well, I should be sorry to follow Lord Illingworth in any of his opinions.
Oh, you are quite right, dear.
Jane, have you seen John anywhere?
Oh, you needn't be anxious about him, dear. He's with Lady Stutfield. I saw them some time ago in the yellow drawing room. They seem quite happy together. Oh, you're not going, Caroline. Pray sit down.
I think I had better look after John.
It doesn't pay. It doesn't do to pay men so much attention. And Caroline has really nothing to be anxious about. Lady Stutfield is very sympathetic. She is just as sympathetic about one thing as she is about another. A beautiful nature. Ah, here is Sir John. And with Mrs. Allenby, too. I suppose it was Mrs. Allenby I saw him with. Sir John, Caroline has been looking everywhere for you.
We've been waiting for her in the music room, dear Lady Hunston.
Ah, the music room. Of course. I thought it was the yellow drawing room. My memory is getting so defective. Mrs. Daubeny has a wonderful memory, hasn't she?
She used to be quite remarkable for her memory, but since her last attack, she recalls chiefly the events of her early childhood, but she finds great pleasure in such retrospections. Great pleasure.
Ah, dear Lady Stutfield, what has Mr. Kelville been talking to you about?
About bimetallism, as well as I remember.
Bimetallism. Is that quite a nice subject? However, I know people discuss everything very freely nowadays. What did Sir John talk to you about, dear Mrs. Allenby?
About Patagonia.
Really? What a remote topic. But very improving, I have no doubt.
He has been most interesting on the subject of Patagonia. Savages seem to have quite the same views as cultured people on almost all subjects. They are excessively advanced.
What do they do?
Apparently everything.
Well, it is very gratifying, dear Archdeacon, is it not, to find that human nature is permanently one? Oh, on the whole, the world is the same world, is it not?
The world is simply divided into two classes. Those who believe the incredible, like the public, and those who do the improbable.
Like yourself?
Ah, yes, I am always astonishing myself. It is the only thing that makes life worth living.
And what have you been doing lately that astonishes you?
I have been discovering all kinds of beautiful qualities in my own nature.
Don't become quite perfect all at once. Do it gradually.
I don't intend to grow perfect at all. At least, I hope I shan't. It would be most inconvenient. Women love us for our defects. If we have enough of them, they will forgive us everything, even our gigantic intellects.
It is premature to ask us to forgive analysis. We forgive adoration. That is quite as much as should be expected from us.
Ah, we women should forgive everything, shouldn't we, dear Mrs. Arbuthnot? I am sure you agree with me in that.
I do not, Lady Hunston. I think there are many things women should never forgive.
What sort of things?
The ruin of another woman's life.
Ah, those things are very sad, no doubt. But I believe there are admirable homes where people of that kind are looked after and reformed. And I think, on the whole, that the secret of life is to take things very, very easily.
The secret of life is never to have an emotion that is unbecoming.
The secret of life is to appreciate the pleasure of being terribly, terribly deceived.
There is no secret of life. Life's aim, if it has one, is simply to be always looking for temptations. There are not nearly enough. I sometimes pass a whole day without coming across a single one. It is quite dreadful. It makes one so nervous about the future.
I don't know how it is, dear Lord Illingworth, but everything you have said today seems to me excessively immoral. It has been most interesting listening to you.
All thought is immoral. Its very essence is destruction. If you think of anything, you kill it. Nothing survives being thought of.
I don't understand a word, Lord Illingworth, but I have no doubt it is all quite true. Personally, I have very little to reproach myself with on the score of thinking. I don't believe in women thinking too much. Women should think in moderation, as they should do all things, in moderation.
Moderation is a fatal thing, Lady Hunston. Nothing succeeds like excess.
Oh, I hope I shall remember that. It sounds an admirable maxim, but I'm beginning to forget everything. It is a great misfortune.
It is one of your most fascinating qualities, Lady Hunston. No woman should have a memory. Memory in a woman is the beginning of dowdiness. One can always tell from a woman's bonnet whether she's got any memory or not.
How charming you are, dear Lord Illingworth. You always find out that one's most glaring fault is one's most important virtue. You have the most comforting views of life.
Dr. Daubeney's carriage, my lady.
Oh, my dear Archdeacon, it is only 10:30.
I'm afraid I must go, Lady Hunston. Tuesday is always one of Mrs. Daubeney's bad nights.
Well, I won't keep you from her. I have told Farquhar to put a brace of partridge into the carriage. Mrs. Daubeny may fancy them.
It is very kind of you, but Mrs. Daubeny never touches solids now, lives entirely on jellies. But she is wonderfully cheerful, wonderfully cheerful. She has nothing to complain of.
The Archdeacon exits with Lady Hunston, and soon Sir John, Lady Stutfield and Lord Alfred drift off too.
There is a beautiful moon tonight.
Let us go and look at it. To look at anything that is inconstant is charming nowadays.
You have your looking glass?
It is unkind. It merely shows me my wrinkles.
Mine is better behaved. Never tells me the truth.
Then it is in love with you.
May I come too?
Do, my dear boy.
Enter Lady Caroline, who looks rapidly around and then goes off in the opposite direction to that taken by Sir John and Lady Stutfield.
Gerald?
What, mother?
Lord Illingworth exits with Mrs. Allenby.
It's getting late. Let us go home.
My dear mother, do let us wait a little longer. Lord Illingworth is so delightful. And by the way, mother, I have a great surprise for you. We are starting for India at the end of this month.
Let us go home.
If you really want to, of course, mother. But I must bid goodbye to Lord Illingworth first. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Oh, let him leave with me if he chooses, but not with him. Oh, not with him. I couldn't bear it.
What a lovely night it is, Mrs. Arbuthnot.
Is it?
Mrs. Arbuthnot, I wish you would let us be friends. You are so different from the other women here. When you came into the drawing room this evening, somehow you brought with you a sense of what is good, pure in life. I have been foolish. There are things that are right to say, but that may be said at the wrong time and to the wrong people.
I heard what you said. I agree with it, Miss Worsley.
I didn't know you heard it, but I knew you would agree with me. A woman who has sinned should be punished, shouldn't she?
Yes.
She shouldn't be allowed to come into society and in the society of good men and women.
She should not.
And the men should be punished in the same way.
In the same way. And the children, if there are children, in the same way also.
Yes, it's right that the sins of the past should be visited on the children. It is just law. It is God's law.
It is one of God's terrible laws.
You are distressed about your son leaving you, Mrs. Arbuthnot?
Yes.
Do you like him going away with Lord Illingworth? Of course, there is position, no doubt, and money, but position and money are not everything, are they?
They are nothing. They bring misery.
Then why do you let your son go with him?
He wishes it himself.
But if you ask him, he would stay, would he not?
He has his heart set on going.
He couldn't refuse you anything. He loves you too much. Ask him to stay. Let me send him to you. He's on the terrace at the moment with Lord Illingworth. I heard them laughing together as I passed through the music room.
Don't trouble Mrs. Worsley. I can wait. It is of no consequence.
No, I'll tell him you want him. Do ask him to stay.
He won't come. I know he won't come.
Oh, Mr. Arbuthnot, may I ask you, is Sir John anywhere on the terrace?
No, Lady Caroline, he's not on the terrace.
It is very curious. It is time for him to retire.
Dear Mother, I'm afraid I kept you waiting. I forgot all about it. I'm so happy tonight, Mother. I've never been so happy.
But the prospect of going away?
Don't put it like that, Mother. Of course, I am sorry to leave you. Why, you are the best mother in the whole world. But after all, as Lord Illingworth says, it's impossible to live in such a place as Rockley. You don't mind it, but I'm ambitious. I want something more than that. I want to have a career. I want to do something that will make you proud of me. And Lord Illingworth is going to help me. He's going to do everything for me.
Gerald, don't go with Lord Illingworth. I implore you not to. Gerald, I beg you.
Mother, how changeable you are. You don't seem to know your own mind for a single moment. An hour and a half ago in the drawing room, you agreed to the whole thing. Now you turn around and make objections and try to force me to give up my one chance in life. Yes, my one chance. You don't suppose that men like Lord Illingworth are to be found every day, do you, Mother? It's very strange that when I've had such a wonderful piece of good luck, the one person to put difficulties in my way should be my own mother. Besides, you know, Mother, I love Hester Worsley. Who could help loving her? I love her more than I have ever told you, far more. And if I had a position, if I had prospects, I could ask her to. Don't you understand now, Mother, what it means to me to be Lord Illingworth's secretary? To start like that is to find a career, ready for one, before one, waiting for one. If I were Lord Illingworth's secretary, I could ask Hester to be my wife. As a wretched bank clerk with 100 a year, it would be an impertinence.
I fear you have no hopes of Miss Worsley. I know her views on life. She has just told me them.
Then I have ambition left at any rate. That is something. I'm glad I have that. You have always tried to crush my ambitions, Mother, haven't you? You have told me that the world is a wicked place, that success is not worth having, that society is shallow, and all that sort of thing. Well, I don't believe it, Mother. I think the world must be delightful. I think that society must be exquisite. I think success is a thing worth having. You have been wrong in all that you taught me, Mother, quite wrong. Lord Illingworth is a successful man. He is a fashionable man. He is a man who lives in the world and for it. Well, I would give anything to be just like Lord Illingworth.
And I would rather see you dead.
Mother, what is your objection to Lord Illingworth? Tell me right out. What is it?
He is a bad man.
In what way bad? I don't understand what you mean.
I will tell you.
I suppose you think him bad because he doesn't believe the same things as you do. Well, men are different from women, Mother. It is natural they should have different views.
It is not what Lord Illingworth believes or what he does not believe that makes him bad. It is what he is.
Mother, is it something you know of him? Something you actually know?
It is something I know.
Something you are quite sure of?
Quite sure of.
How long have you known it?
For 20 years.
Is it fair to go back 20 years in any man's career? And what have you or I to do with Lord Illingworth's early life? What business is it of ours?
What a man has been, he is now and will always be.
Mother, tell me what Lord Illingworth did. If he did anything shameful, I will not go away with him. Surely you know me well enough for that.
Gerald, come near to me, quite close to me as you used to do when you were a little boy, when you were your mother's own boy. Gerald, there was a girl once. She was very young. She was a little over 18 at the time. George Harford, that was Lord Illingworth's name then. George Harford met her. She knew nothing about life, and he knew everything. He made this girl love him. He made her love him so much that she left her father's house with him one morning. She loved him so much, and he had promised to marry her. He had solemnly promised to marry her, and she had believed him. She was very young and very ignorant of what life really is. But he put the marriage off from week to week and month to month. She trusted him all the while. She loved him. Before her child was born, for she had a child, she implored him for the child's sake to marry her, that that child might have a name, that her sin might not be visited on the child who was innocent. He refused. After the child was born, she left him, taking the child away, and her life was ruined. Her soul ruined, and all that was sweet and good and pure in her ruined also. She suffered terribly. She suffers now. She will always suffer. For her, there is no joy, no peace, no atonement. She is a woman who drags a chain like a guilty thing. She is a woman who wears a mask like a thing that is a leper. She is a lost soul. That is why I call Lord Illingworth a bad man. That is why I don't want my boy to be near him.
My dear mother, it all sounds very tragic, of course, but I dare say the girl was just as much to blame as Lord Illingworth was. After all, would a really nice girl go away from her home with a man to whom she was not married and live with him as his wife? No nice girl would.
Gerald, I withdraw all my objections. You are at liberty to go away with Lord Illingworth when and where you choose.
Dear mother, I knew you wouldn't stand in my way. You are the best woman God ever made. And as for Lord Illingworth, I don't believe he's capable of anything infamous or base. I can't believe it of him. I can't.
Let me go! Let me go! Save me from him!
Whom?
He has insulted me, horribly insulted me.
Who? Who has dared?
Lord Illingworth enters.
Lord Illingworth, you have insulted the woman I love most in the world with my own mother. As there is a God in heaven, I will kill you.
No.
Don't hold me, mother. I'll kill him.
Gerald.
Let me go, I say.
Stop, Gerald. Stop. He is your own father.
Gerald clutches his mother's hands and looks into her face. She sinks slowly onto the ground in shame. Hester steals towards the door. Lord Illingworth frowns and bites his lip. After a time, Gerald raises his mother up, puts his arm around her, and leads her from the room. Large French open window looking onto a garden. Gerald Arbuthnot is writing at a table. Enter Alice, followed by Lady Hunsdon and Mrs. Allenby.
Lady Hunsdon and Mrs. Allenby.
Good morning, Gerald.
Good morning, Lady Hunsdon. Good morning, Mrs. Allenby.
We came to inquire for your dear mother, Gerald. I hope she is better.
My mother has not come down yet, Lady Hunsdon.
I'm afraid the heat was too much for her last night. I think there must have been thunder in the air. Or perhaps it was the music. Music makes one feel so romantic. At least it always gets on one's nerves.
It's the same thing nowadays.
I'm so glad I don't know what you mean, dear. I'm afraid you mean something wrong. Ah, I see you're examining Mrs. Arbuthnot's pretty room. Isn't it nice and old-fashioned?
It looks quite the happy English home.
That's just the word, dear. That just describes it. One feels your mother's good influence in everything she has about her, Gerald.
Lord Illingworth says that all influence is bad, but that a good influence is the worst in the world.
When Lord Illingworth knows Mrs. Arbuthnot better, he will change his mind. I must certainly bring him here.
I should like to see Lord Illingworth in a happy English home.
Oh, it would do him a great deal of good, dear. Most women in London nowadays seem to furnish their rooms with nothing but orchids, foreigners, and French novels. But here we have the room of a sweet saint. Fresh natural flowers, books that don't shock one, pictures that one can look at without blushing.
But I like blushing.
Well, there is a good deal to be said for blushing if one can do it at the proper moment. Poor dear Hunston used to tell me I didn't blush nearly often enough, but then he was so very particular. He wouldn't let me know any of his men friends except those who were over 70, like poor Lord Ashton, who afterwards, by the way, was brought into the divorce court, a most unfortunate case.
I delight in men over 70. They always offer one the devotion of a lifetime. I think 70 is an ideal age for a man.
She's quite incorrigible, Gerald, isn't she? Oh, by the way, Gerald, I hope your dear mother will come and see me more often now. You and Lord Illingworth start almost immediately, don't you?
I've given up my intention of being Lord Illingworth's secretary.
Surely not, Gerald. It would be most unwise of you. What reason can you have?
I don't think I should be suitable for the post.
I wish Lord Illingworth would ask me to be his secretary. He always says I'm not serious enough.
My dear, you really mustn't talk like that in this house. Mrs. Arbuthnot doesn't know anything about the wicked society in which we all live. She won't go into it. She's far too good. I consider it was a great honour her coming to me last night. It gave quite an atmosphere of respectability to the party.
Ah, that must have been what you thought was the thunder in the air.
My dear, how can you say that? There is no resemblance between the two things at all. But really, Gerald, what do you mean by not being suitable?
Lord Illingworth's views of life and mine are too different.
But my dear Gerald, at your age, you shouldn't have any views of life. They're quite out of place. You must be guided by others in this matter. Lord Illingworth has made you the most flattering offer, and travelling with him, you would see the world, well, as much of it at least as one should look at, under the best possible auspices, and stay with all the right people, which is so important at this solemn moment in your career.
I don't want to see the world. I've seen enough of it.
I do hope you don't think you've exhausted life, Mr. Arbuthnot. When a man says that, one knows that life has exhausted him.
I don't wish to leave my mother.
Now, Gerald, that is pure laziness on your part. Not leave your mother? If I were your mother, I would insist on your going.
Mrs. Arbuthnot's compliments, my lady, but she has a bad headache and cannot see anyone this morning.
Bad headache? I'm so sorry. Perhaps you will bring her up to Hunston this afternoon, if she is better, Gerald.
I'm afraid not this afternoon, Lady Hunston.
Well, tomorrow, then? Ah, if you had a father, Gerald, he wouldn't let you waste your life here. He would send you off with Lord Illingworth at once. But mothers so weak. They give up to their sons in everything. We are all heart, all heart. Come, dear, I must call at the rectory and inquire for Mrs. Daubeny, who I'm afraid is far from well. It is wonderful how the Archdeacon bears up, quite wonderful. He is the most sympathetic of husbands, quite a model. Goodbye, Gerald. Give my fondest love to your mother.
Goodbye, Mr. Arbuthnot.
Goodbye.
Lady Hunsdon and Mrs. Allenby exit.
What name can I sign? I who have no right to any name.
Lady Hunsdon and Mrs. Allenby reappear at the French window.
Goodbye again, Gerald. We're taking the shortcut across your pretty garden. Now remember my advice to you. Start at once with Lord Illingworth.
Au revoir, Mr. Arbuthnot. Mind you bring me back something nice from your travels. Not an Indian shawl, on no account an Indian shawl.
Mrs. Allenby and Lady Hunsdon exit. Enter Mrs. Arbuthnot.
Mother, I've just written to him.
To whom?
My father. I've written to him to tell him to come here at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
He shall not come here. He shall not cross the threshold of my house.
He must come.
Oh, Gerald, if you are going away with Lord Illingworth, go at once. Go before it kills me, but don't ask me to meet him.
Mother, you don't understand. Nothing in the world would induce me to go away with Lord Illingworth or to leave you. Surely you know me well enough for that. No, I've written to Lord Illingworth to tell him that he must marry you.
Marry me?
Mother, I will force him to do it. The wrong that has been done, you must be repaired. Atonement must be made. Justice may be slow, Mother, but it comes in the end. In a few days, you shall be Lord Illingworth's lawful wife.
But Gerald...
I will insist upon him doing it. He will not dare refuse.
But Gerald, it is I who refuse. I will not marry Lord Illingworth.
Not marry him? Mother!
I will not marry him.
But you don't understand. It is for your sake I'm talking, not for mine. This marriage, this necessary marriage, which for obvious reasons must inevitably take place, will not help me, will not give me a name that will be really, rightfully mine to bear. But surely it will be something for you, that you, however late, become the wife of the man who is my father. Will not that be something?
I will not marry him.
Mother, you must.
I will not. You talk of atonement for a wrong done. What atonement can be made to me? There is no atonement possible. I am disgraced. He is not. That is all. It is the usual history of a man and a woman, as it usually happens, as it always happens. And the ending is an ordinary ending. The woman suffers, the man goes free.
I don't know if that's the ordinary ending, Mother. I hope it is not. But your life, at any rate, shall not end like that. The man shall make whatever reparation is possible. It is not enough. It does not wipe out the past, I know that, but at least it makes the future better. Better for you, Mother.
I refuse to marry Lord Illingworth.
If he came to you himself and asked you to be his wife, you would give him a different answer. Remember, he is my father.
If he came himself, which he will not do, my answer would be the same. Remember, I am your mother.
Mother, you make it terribly difficult for me by talking like that. And I can't understand why you won't look at this matter from the only proper standpoint. It is to take away the bitterness out of your life, to take away the shadow that lies on your name, that this marriage must take place. There is no alternative. And after the marriage, you and I can go away together. But the marriage must take place first. It is a duty that you owe, not merely to yourself, but to all other women. Yes, to all other women in the world, lest he betray more.
I owe nothing to other women. There is not one woman in the world to whom I could go for pity, if I would take it, or sympathy, if I could win it. Women are hard on each other. That girl, last night, good though she is, fled from the room as though I were a tainted thing. She's right. I am a tainted thing. But my wrongs are my own, and I will bear them alone. I must bear them alone. What have women who have not sinned to do with me, or I with them? We do not understand each other.
I implore you to do what I ask you.
What son has ever asked of his mother to make so hideous a sacrifice? None.
What mother has ever refused to marry the father of her own child? None.
Well, let me be the first then. I will not.
Mother, you believe in religion, and you brought me up to believe in it also. Well, surely your religion, the religion that you taught me when I was a boy, must tell you that I am right. You know it. You feel it.
I do not know it. I do not feel it. Nor will I ever stand before God's altar and ask God's blessing on so hideous a mockery as the marriage between me and George Harford. I will not say the words the church bids us to say. I will not say them. I dare not. How could I swear to love the man I loathe, to honour him who wrought you dishonour, to obey him who, in his mastery, made me sin? No, marriage is a sacrament for those who love each other. It is not for such as him or such as me. Gerald, to save you from the world's sneers and taunts, I have lied to the world. For 20 years, I have lied to the world, but not for my own sake will I lie to God and in God's presence. No, Gerald, no ceremony, church hallowed or state made, shall ever bind me to George Harford. It may be that I am too bound to him already, who, robbing me, yet left me richer.
I don't understand you now.
Men don't understand what mothers are. I am no different from other women, except in the wrong done me and the wrong I did, and yet my very heavy punishments and great disgrace. And yet to bear you, I had to look on death. To nurture you, I had to wrestle with it. Death fought me for you. All women have to fight with death to keep their children. Death being childless wants our children from us. Gerald, when you were naked, I clothed you. When you were hungry, I gave you food night and day. All that long winter, I tended you. No office is too mean, no care too lowly for the thing we women love. And oh, how I loved you. And you needed love, for you were weakly, but only love could keep you alive. Only love can keep anyone alive. And boys are careless often and without thinking give pain. And we always fancy that when they come to man's estate, they will know us better and they will repay us. But it is not so. The world draws them from our side and they make friends with whom they are happier than they are with us, and have amusements from which we are barred and interests that are not ours. And they are unjust to us often. When they find life bitter, they blame us for it. And when they find it sweet, we do not taste its sweetness with them. You made many friends and went to their houses and were glad with them, and I, knowing my secret, did not dare follow, but stayed at home and closed the door, shut out the sun and sat in my darkness. What would I have done in honest households? My past was ever with me. And you thought I didn't care for the pleasant things of life. I tell you, I longed for them, but I did not dare to touch them, feeling I had no right. You thought I was happier working amongst the poor, but that was my mission, you imagined. It was not. But where else was I to go? The sick do not ask if the hand that smooths their pillow is pure, or the dying care of the lips that touch their brow have known the kiss of sin. And it was you, oh, it was you I thought of all the time. I gave them the love you did not need, lavished on them the love that was not theirs. I gave to them the love you did not need. And you thought I spent too much of my time going to church and in church duties, but where else could I turn? God's house is the only house where sinners are made welcome. You were always in my heart, Gerald, too much in my heart. For, though day after day, at morn or evensong, I have knelt in God's house, I have never repented of my sin. How could I repent of my sin when you, my love, were its fruit? Even now that you are bitter to me, I cannot repent. I do not. You are more to me than innocence. I would rather have been your mother than always been pure. Don't you see? Don't you understand? It is my dishonour that has made you so dear to me. It is my disgrace that has bound you so closely to me. It is the price I paid for you, the price of soul and body that makes me love you as I do.
Mother, I didn't know you loved me so much as that. And I will be a better son to you than I have been. And you and I must never leave each other, but I can't help it. You must become my father's wife. You must marry him.
No, you shall not. That will be real dishonor, the first you've ever known. That will be real disgrace, the first to touch you. Leave him and come with me. There are other countries than England, other countries overseas, better, wiser, and less unjust laws. The world is very big and wide. We shall go somewhere, find green valleys and fresh waters, and if we weep, we shall weep together. We've both loved him.
Hester.
Don't. You cannot love me at all unless you love her too. You cannot honor me unless she's holier to you. In her, all womanhood is martyred.
Hester, what shall I do?
Do you respect the man who is your father?
Respect him? I despise him. He is infamous.
I thank you for saving me from him last night.
Oh, that is nothing. I would die to save you. But you don't tell me what to do now.
Have I not thanked you for saving me?
But what should I do?
Ask your own heart, not mine. I never had a mother to save me, or shame.
Oh, he is hard. He is hard. Let me go away.
Mother, forgive me. I have been to blame.
Oh, don't kiss my hands. They are cold. My heart is cold. Something has broken it.
Don't say that. Hearts live by being wounded. Pleasure may turn heart to stone. Riches may make it callous, but sorrow cannot break it. Besides, what sorrows have you now? Why at this moment you are more dear to him than ever? Be kind to him.
You are my mother and my father all in one. I need no second parent. It was for you I spoke, for you alone. Oh, say something, mother. Have I but found one love to lose another? Do not tell me that.
But has he found indeed another love?
You know, I've always loved him.
But we are very poor.
Who being loved is poor? I hate my riches. They're a burden. Let him share it with me.
But we are disgraced. The sins of the parent should be visited on the children. It is God's law.
I was wrong. God's law is only love.
Gerald, oh Gerald, I cannot give you a father, but I have brought you a wife.
Mother, I am not worthy of either of you.
So she comes first. You are worthy. And when you are away, Gerald, with her, think of me sometimes. Don't forget me. Oh, and when you pray, pray for me. We should pray when we are happiest, as you will be happy, Gerald.
Oh, you don't think of leaving us?
Mother, you won't leave us.
I might bring shame upon you.
Mother.
For a little then, and, if you'd let me, near you always.
Come out with us in the garden.
Later on, later on.
Gentleman to see you, ma'am.
Say I am not at home. Show me the card. Oh, say I will not see him.
Lord Illingworth enters. Alice exits.
Oh, what can you have to say to me today, George Harford? You must leave this house.
Rachel, Gerald knows everything about you and me now, so some arrangement must be come to that will suit us all three. I assure you, you will find in me the most charming and generous of fathers.
My son may come in at any moment. I saved you last night. I may not be able to save you again. My son feels my dishonour strongly, terribly strongly. I beg you to go.
Last night was excessively unfortunate. That silly Puritan girl making a scene merely because I wanted to kiss her. What harm is there in a kiss?
Oh, a kiss may ruin a human life, George Harford. I know it. I know that too well.
We won't discuss that at present. What is of importance today, as yesterday, is still our son. I am extremely fond of him, as you know, and odd though it may seem to you, I admired his conduct last night immensely. He took up the cudgels for that pretty prude with wonderful promptitude. He is just what I should have liked a son of mine to be, except that no son of mine should ever take the side of the Puritans. That is always an error. Now, what I propose is this.
Lord Illingworth, no proposition of yours interests me.
According to our ridiculous English laws, I can't legitimise Gerald, but I can leave him my property. Illingworth is entailed, of course, but it is a tedious barrack of a place. He can have Ashby, which is much prettier, Harborough, which has the best shooting in the north of England, and the house in St. James Square. What more can a gentleman require in this world?
Oh, nothing more, I am quite sure.
As for a title is really rather a nuisance in these democratic days. As George Harford, I had everything I wanted. Now, I have merely everything that other people want, which isn't nearly so pleasant. Well, my proposal is this.
I told you I was not interested, and I beg you to go.
The boy is to be with you for 6 months in the year, and with me for the other 6. That is perfectly fair, is it not? You can have whatever allowance you like and live where you choose. As for your past, no one knows anything about it except myself and Gerald. There is the Puritan, of course, the Puritan in white muslin, but she doesn't count. She couldn't tell the story without explaining that she objected to being kissed, could she? And all the women would think her a fool, and the men think her a bore. And you need not be afraid that Gerald won't be my heir. I needn't tell you I have not the slightest intention of marrying.
You came too late. My son has no need of you. You are not necessary.
What do you mean, Rachel?
Well, that you are not necessary to Gerald's career. He does not require you.
I do not understand you.
Look into the garden. You had better not let them see you. You bring unpleasant memories. They love each other. We are safe from you, and we are going away.
Where?
But we will not tell you. And if you find us, we will not know you. Oh, you seem surprised. What welcome would you get from a girl whose lips you tried to soil, from a boy whose life you have shamed, and from the mother whose dishonour comes from you?
You have grown hard, Rachel.
I was too weak once. It is well for me that I have changed.
I was very young at the time. We men know life too early.
And we women know life too late. That is the difference between men and women.
Rachel, I want my son. My money may be of no use to him now. I may be of no use to him now, but I want my son. Bring us together, Rachel. You can do it if you choose.
There is no room in my boy's life for you. He is not interested in you.
Then why does he write to me?
What do you mean?
What letter is this?
That is nothing. Give it to me.
It is addressed to me.
You are not to open it. I forbid you to open it.
And in Gerald's handwriting.
It was not to have been sent. It is a letter he wrote to you this morning before he saw me. But he is sorry he wrote it. Very sorry. You are not to open it. Give it to me.
It belongs to me. You have read this letter, I suppose, Rachel?
No.
You know what is in it?
Yes.
I don't admit for a moment that the boy is right in what he says. I don't admit that it is any duty of mine to marry you. I deny it entirely. But to get my son back, I am ready. Yes, I am ready to marry you, Rachel, and to treat you always with the deference and respect due to my wife. I will marry you as soon as you choose. I give you my word of honour.
You made that promise to me once before and broke it.
I will keep it now, and that will show you that I love my son at least as much as you love him. For when I marry you, Rachel, there are some ambitions I shall have to surrender. High ambitions, too, if any ambition is high.
I decline to marry you, Lord Illingworth.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Do tell me your reasons. They would interest me enormously.
I have already explained them to my son.
I suppose they were intensely sentimental, weren't they? You women live by your emotions and for them. You have no philosophy of life.
Well, you're right. We women live by our emotions and for them, by our passions and for them, if you will. I have two passions, Lord Illingworth. My love of him, my hate of you. You cannot kill those. They feed each other.
What sort of love is it that needs to have hate as its brother?
It is the sort of love I have for Gerald. Do you think it terrible? Well, it is terrible. All love is terrible. All love is a tragedy. I loved you once, Lord Illingworth. Oh, what a tragedy it is for a woman to have loved you.
So you really refuse to marry me?
Yes.
Because you hate me?
Yes.
And does my son hate me as you do?
No.
I'm glad of that, Rachel.
He merely despises you.
What a pity. What a pity for him, I mean.
Don't be deceived, George. Children begin by loving their parents. After a while, they judge them. Rarely, if ever, do they forgive them.
May I ask by what arguments you made the boy who wrote this letter, this beautiful, passionate letter, believe that you should not marry his father, the father of your own child?
It was not I who made him see it. It was another.
What fin de siècle person?
The Puritan, Lord Illingworth.
There is not much then for me to do here, Rachel.
Nothing.
It is goodbye then, is it?
Forever, I hope, this time, Lord Illingworth.
How curious. At this moment you look exactly as you looked the night you left me 20 years ago. You have just the same expression in your mouth. Upon my word, Rachel, no woman ever loved me as you did. Why, you gave yourself to me like a flower, to do anything I liked with. You were the prettiest of playthings, the most fascinating of small romances. Oh, 1:45. Must be strolling back to Hunston. Don't suppose I shall see you there again? I'm sorry. I am, really. It's been an amusing experience to have met amongst people of one's own rank, and treated quite seriously, too. One's mistress and one's...
Mrs. Arbuthnot strikes Lord Illingworth across the face. He is dazed by the insult, then controls himself, goes to the window and looks out at his son. Then he leaves the room.
He would have said it. He would have said it.
Well, dear mother, you came out after all. So you never came out after all. We have come into you to fetch you. Mother, you've not been crying.
Oh, my boy. My boy, my boy.
But you have 2 children now. You let me be your daughter?
Would you choose me as a mother?
You of all women I have ever known.
They move towards the door leading into the garden with their arms around each other.
Hello, Mother. Whose glove is this? You have had a visitor. Who was it?
Oh, no one. No one in particular. A man of no importance.
was a woman of no importance. And now we're going to do something a little bit different. Oscar Wilde's fairy tales all have a strong moral message, so we're showcasing most of those early tomorrow morning so that the children have something to entertain them. This evening, though, we're giving you a sneaky preview of just one from the collection of The House of Pomegranates, which are 4 semi-Spanish stories, really. This one is The Young King, and welcome Sue and Juanita.
Okay, good evening. As Lottie says, this is a story from The House of Pomegranates, which is a collection of fairy tales published in 1891 as a second collection for The Happy Prince, etc. Wilde once said that this collection was intended neither for the British child nor the British public. This story is called The Young King and is read by Sue Bell and Juanita Dahan. The Young King. It was the night before the day fixed for his coronation, and the young king was sitting alone in his beautiful chamber. His courtiers had all taken their leave of him, bowing their heads to the ground, according to the ceremonious usage of the day, and had retired to the great hall of the palace to receive a few last lessons from the professor of etiquette, there being some of them who had still quite natural manners, which in a courtier is, I need hardly say, a very grave offence.
Sorry.
No, you're still on.
Now, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. The lad, for he was only a lad, being but 16 years of age, was not sorry at their departure, and had flung himself back with a deep sigh of relief on the soft cushions of his embroidered couch, lying there, wild-eyed and open-mouthed, like a brown woodland fawn or some young animal of the forest newly snared by the hunters.
And indeed it was the hunters who had found him, coming upon him almost by chance, as bare-limbed and pipe in hand, he was following the flock of the poor goatherd who had brought him up, and whose son he had always fancied himself to be. The child of the old king's only daughter, by a secret marriage with one much beneath her in station, a stranger, some said, who by the wonderful magic of his lute playing had made the young princess love him, while others spoke of an artist from Rimini to whom the princess had shown much, perhaps too much honour, and who had suddenly disappeared from the city, leaving his work in the cathedral unfinished. He had been, when but a week old, stolen away from his mother's side as she slept, and given into the charge of a common peasant and his wife, who were without children of their own, and lived in a remote part of the forest, more than a day's ride from the town. Grief, or the plague, as the court physician stated, or, as some suggested, a swift Italian poison administered in a cup of spiced wine, slew within an hour of her awakening the white girl who had given him birth. And as the trusty messenger who bare the child across his saddle bow stooped from his weary horse and knocked at the rude door of the goatherd's hut, the body of the princess was being lowered into an open grave that had been dug in a deserted churchyard beyond the city gates, a grave where it was said that another body was also lying, that of a young man of marvellous and foreign beauty, whose hands were tied behind him with a knotted cord, and whose breast was stabbed with many wounds.
Such at least was the story that men whispered to each other. Certain it was that the old king, when on his deathbed, whether moved by remorse for his great sin, or merely desiring that the kingdom should not pass away from his line, had had the lad sent for, and in the presence of the council had acknowledged him as his heir.
Sorry, I've lost it. And it seems that from the very first moment of his recognition, he had shown signs of that strange passion for beauty that was destined to have so great an influence over his life. Those who accompanied him to the suite of rooms set apart for his service often spoke of the cry of pleasure that broke from his lips when he saw the delicate raiment and rich jewels that had been prepared for him, and of the almost fierce joy with which he flung aside his rough leathern tunic and coarse sheepskin cloak. He missed indeed at times the fine freedom of his forest life, and was always apt to chafe at the tedious court ceremonies that occupied so much of each day. But the wonderful palace, joyeuse as they called it, of which he now found himself lord, seemed to him to be the new world, fresh fashioned for his delight, and as soon as he could escape from the council board or audience chamber, he would run down the great staircase with its lions of gilt bronze and its steps of bright porphyry, and wander from room to room and from corridor to corridor, like one who was seeking to find in beauty an anodyne from pain, a sort of restoration from sickness.
Upon these journeys of discovery, as he would call them, and indeed they were to him real voyages through marvellous lands, he would sometimes be accompanied by the slim, fair-haired court pages, with their floating mantles and gay, fluttering ribbons, but more often he would be alone, feeling through a certain quick instinct, which was almost a divination, that the secrets of art are best learned in secret, and that beauty, like wisdom, loves the lonely worshipper.
Many curious stories were related about him at this period. It was said that a stout burgomaster, who had come to deliver a florid oratorical address on behalf of the citizens of the town, had caught sight of him kneeling in real adoration before a great picture that had just been brought from Venice, and that seemed to herald the worship of some new gods. On another occasion he had been missed for several hours, and after a lengthened search had been discovered in a little chamber in one of the northern turrets of the palace, gazing as one in a trance at a Greek gem carved with the figure of Adonis. He had been seen, so the tale ran, pressing his warm lips to the marble brow of an antique statue that had been discovered in the bed of the river on the occasion of the building of the stone bridge, and was inscribed with the name of the Bithynian slave of Hadrian. He had passed a whole night in noting the effect of the moonlight on a silver image of Endymion.
All rare and costly materials had certainly a great fascination for him, and in his eagerness to procure them, he had sent away many merchants, some to traffic for amber with the rough fisher folk of the North Seas, some to Egypt to look for that curious green turquoise which is found only in the tombs of kings, and is said to possess magical properties, some to Persia for silken carpets and painted pottery, and others to India to buy gauze and stained ivory, moonstones and bracelets of jade, sandalwood and blue enamel, and shawls of fine wool.
But what had occupied him most was the robe he was to wear at his coronation, the robe of tissued gold, and the ruby-studded crown, and a sceptre with its rows and rings of pearls. Indeed, it was of this that he was thinking tonight, as he lay back on his luxurious couch, watching the great pinewood log that was burning itself out on the open hearth. The designs, which were from the hands of the most famous artists of the time, had been submitted to him many months before, and he had given orders that the artificers were to toil night and day to carry them out, and that the whole world was to be searched for jewels that would be worthy of their work. He saw himself in fancy standing at the high altar of the cathedral in the fair raiment of a king, and a smile played and lingered upon his boyish lips, and lit up with the bright lustre his dark woodland eyes.
After some time he rose from his seat, and leaning against the carved penthouse of the chimney, looked round at the dimly lit room. The walls were hung with rich tapestries representing the triumph of beauty. A large press inlaid with agate and lapis lazuli filled one corner, and facing the window stood a curiously wrought cabinet with a lacquer panels of powdered and mosaiced gold, on which were placed some delicate goblets of Venetian glass, and a cup of dark-veined onyx. Pale poppies were broidered on the silk coverlet of the bed, as though they had fallen from the tired hands of sleep, and tall reeds of fluted ivory bear up the velvet canopy, from which great tufts of ostrich plumes sprang, like white foam, to the pallid silver of the fretted ceiling. A laughing Narcissus in green bronze held a polished mirror above its head, and on the table stood a flat bowl of amethyst.
Outside he could see the huge dome of the cathedral looming like a bubble over the shadowy houses, and the weary sentinels pacing up and down on the misty terrace by the river. Far away in an orchard, a nightingale was singing. A faint perfume of jasmine came through the open window. He brushed his brown curls back from his forehead, and taking up a lute, let its fingers stray across the chords. His heavy eyelids drooped, and a strange languor came over him. Never before had he felt so keenly or with such exquisite joy the magic and the mystery of beautiful things.
When midnight sounded from the clock tower, he touched a bell, and his pages entered and disrobed him with much ceremony, pouring rosewater over his hands and strewing flowers on his pillow. A few moments after that, they had left the room, and he fell asleep.
And as he slept, he dreamed a dream, and this was his dream.
He thought that he was standing in a long, low attic, amidst the whir and clatter of many looms. The meagre daylight peered in through the grated windows and showed him the gaunt figures of the weavers bending over their cases. Pale, sickly-looking children were crouched on the huge crossbeams. As the shuttles dashed through the warp, they lifted up the heavy battens, and when the shuttles stopped, they let the battens fall and pressed the threads together. Their faces were pinched with famine, and their thin hands shook and trembled. Some haggard women were seated at a table sewing. A horrible odour filled the place. The air was foul and heavy, and the walls dripped and streamed with damp.
The young king went over to one of the weavers and stood by him and watched him.
And the weaver looked at him angrily and said, "Why art thou watching me? Art thou a spy set on us by our master?"
"Who is thy master?" asked the young king.
"Our master," cried the weaver bitterly. "He is a man like myself, indeed. There is but this difference between us, that he wears fine clothes while I go in rags, and that while I am weak from hunger, he suffers not a little from overfeeding."
"The land is free," said the young king, "and thou art no man's slave."
"In war," answered the weaver, "the strong make slaves of the weak, and in peace the rich make slaves of the poor. We must work to live, and they give us such mean wages that we die. We toil for them all day long, and they heap up gold in their coffers, and our children fade away before their time, and the faces of those we love become hard and evil. We tread out the grapes, and another drinks the wine. We sow the corn, and our own board is empty. We have no chains, though no eye beholds them, and are slaves, though men call us free."
"Is it so with all?" he asked.
"Is it so with all?" answered the weaver. "With the young as well as with the old, with the women as well as with the men, with the little children as well as with those who are stricken in years. The merchants grind us down, and we must needs do their bidding. The priest rides by and tells his beads, and no man has care for us. Through our sunless lanes creeps poverty with her hungry eyes, and sin with his sodden face follows close behind her. Misery wakes us in the morning, and shame sits with us at night. But what are these things to thee? Thou art not one of us. Thy face is too happy." And he turned away scowling, and threw the shuttle across the loom. And the young king saw that it was threaded with a thread of gold.
"I'm sorry, Juanita, you're going to have to carry on. My iPad's gone down."
And a great terror seized upon him, and he said to the weaver, "What robe is this that thou art weaving?" "It is the robe for the coronation of the young king," he answered. "What is that to thee?" And the young king gave a loud cry and woke, and lo, he was in his own chamber, and through the window he saw the great honey-coloured moon hanging in the dusky air. And he fell asleep again and dreamed, and this was his dream. He thought that he was lying on the deck of a huge galley, that was being rowed by 100 slaves. On a carpet by his side, the master of the galley was seated. He was black as ebony, and his turban was of crimson silk. Great earrings of silver dragged down the thick lobes of his ears, and in his hands he had a pair of ivory scales. The slaves were naked, but for a ragged loincloth, and each man was chained to his neighbour. The hot sun beat brightly upon them, and the men ran up and down the gangway and lashed them with whips of hide. They stretched out their lean arms and pulled the heavy oars through the water. The salt spray flew from the blades. At last they reached a little bay and began to take soundings. A light wind blew from the shore and covered the deck and the great lateen sail with a fine red dust. 3 Arabs mounted on wild asses rode out and threw spears at them. The master of the galley took a painted bow in his hand and shot one of them in the throat. He fell heavily into the surf, and his companions galloped away. A woman wrapped in a yellow veil followed slowly on a camel, looking back now and then at the dead body. As soon as they had cast anchor and hauled down the sail, the men went into the hold and brought up a long rope ladder, heavily weighted with lead. The master of the galley threw it over the side, making the ends fast to the 2 iron stanchions. Then the men seized the youngest of the slaves and knocked his gyves off, and filled his nostrils and his ears with wax, and tied a big stone round his waist. He crept wearily down the ladder and disappeared into the sea. A few bubbles rose where he sank. Some of the other slaves peered curiously over the side. At the prow of the galley sat a shark charmer, beating monotonously upon a drum. After some time, the diver rose up and out of the water and clung panting to the ladder with a pearl in his right hand. The men seized it from him and thrust him back. The slaves fell asleep over their oars. Again and again he came up, and each time that he did, so he brought with him a beautiful pearl. The master of the galley weighed them and put them into a little bag of green leather. The young king tried to speak, but his tongue seemed to cleave to the roof of his mouth, and his lips refused to move. The men chattered to each other and began to quarrel over a string of bright beads. 2 cranes flew round and round the vessel.
Then the diver came up for the last time, and the pearl that he brought with him was fairer than all the pearls of Ormuz, for it was shaped like the full moon and whiter than the morning star. But his face was strangely pale, and as he fell upon the deck, the blood gushed from his ears and nostrils. He quivered for a little, and then he was still. The slavers shrugged their shoulders and threw the body overboard.
And the master of the galley laughed, and reaching out, he took the pearl, and when he saw it, he pressed it to his forehead and bowed. "It shall be," he said, "for the sceptre of the young king." And he made a sign to the men to draw up the anchor.
And when the young king heard this, he gave a great cry and woke. And through the window he saw the long grey fingers of the dawn clutching at the fading stars.
And he fell asleep again and dreamed, and this was his dream.
He thought that he was wandering through a dim wood, hung with strange fruits and with beautiful poisonous flowers. The adders hissed at him as he went by, and the bright parrots flew screaming from branch to branch. Huge tortoises lay asleep upon the hot mud. The trees were full of apes and peacocks.
On and on he went, till he reached the outskirts of the wood, and there he saw an immense multitude of men toiling in the bed of a dried-up river. They swarmed up the crag like ants. They dug deep pits in the ground and went down into them. Some of them cleft the rocks with great axes, others grabbled in the sand.
They tore up the cactus by its roots and trampled on the scarlet blossoms. They hurried about, calling to each other, and no man was idle.
From the darkness of a cavern, Death and Avarice watched them, and Death said, "I am weary. Give me a third of them and let me go." But Avarice shook her head. They are my servants, she answered.
And Death said to her, What hast thou in thy hand?
I have 3 grains of corn, she answered. What is that to thee?
Give me one of them, cried Death, to plant in my garden. Only one of them, and I will go away.
I will not give thee anything, said Avarice. And she hid her hand in the fold of her raiment.
And Death laughed, and took a cup, and dipped it into a pool of water, and out of the cup rose ague. She passed through the great multitude, and 1/3 of them lay dead. A cold mist followed her, and the water snakes ran by her side.
And when Avarice saw that 1/3 of the multitude was dead, she beat her breast and wept. She beat her barren bosom and cried aloud, Thou hast slain 1/3 of my servants. She cried, Get thee gone! There is a war in the mountains of Tartary, and the kings of each side are calling to thee. The Afghans have slain the black ox and are marching to battle. They have beaten upon their shields with their spears and have put on their helmets of iron. What is my valley to thee, that thou shouldst tarry in it? Get thee gone and come here no more.
Nay, answered Death, but till thou hast given me a grain of corn, I will not go.
But Avarice shut her hand and clenched her teeth. I will not give thee anything, she muttered.
And Death laughed and took up a black stone and threw it into the forest. And out of a thicket of wild hemlock came Fever in a robe of flame. She passed through the multitude and touched them, and each man that she touched died. The grass withered beneath her feet as she walked.
And Avarice shuddered and put ashes on her head. Thou art cruel, she cried. Thou art cruel. There is famine in the walled cities of India, and the cisterns of Samarcand have run dry. There is famine in the walled cities of Egypt, and the locusts have come up from the desert. The Nile has not overflowed its banks, and the priests have cursed Isis and Osiris. Get thee gone to those who need thee, and leave me to my servants.
Nay, answered Death, but till thou hast given me a grain of corn, I will not go.
I will not give thee anything, said
And
Avarice.
Death laughed again, and whistled through his fingers, and a woman came flying through the air. Plague was written upon her forehead, and a crowd of lean vultures wheeled round her. She covered the valley with her wings, and no man was left alive.
And Avarice fled shrieking through the forest, and Death leaped upon his red horse and galloped away, and his galloping was faster than the wind.
And out of the slime at the bottom of the valley crept dragons and horrible things with scales, and the jackals came trotting along the sand, sniffing up the air with their nostrils.
And the young king wept and said, Who were these men, and for what were they seeking?
For rubies for a king's crown, answered one who stood behind him.
And the young king started, and turning round, he saw a man habited as a pilgrim, and holding in his hand a mirror of silver.
And he grew pale and said, For what king?
And the pilgrim answered, Look in this mirror, and thou shalt see.
And he looked in the mirror, and seeing his own face, he gave a great cry and woke. And the bright sunlight was streaming into the room, and from the trees of the garden and pleasance the birds were singing.
And the chamberlain and the high officers of state came in and made obeisance to him, and the pages brought him the robe of tissued gold and set the crown and the sceptre before him.
And the young king looked at them, and they were beautiful. More beautiful were they than aught that he had ever seen. But he remembered his dreams, and he said to his lords, Take these things away, for I will not wear them.
And the courtiers were amazed, and some of them laughed, for they thought that he was jesting.
But he spake sternly to them again and said, Take these things away and hide them from me. Though it be the day of my coronation, I will not wear them. For on the loom of sorrow and by the white hands of pain has this my robe been woven. There is blood in the heart of the ruby, and death in the heart of the pearl. And he told them his 3 dreams.
And when the courtiers heard them, they looked at each other and whispered, saying, Surely he is mad, for what is a dream but a dream, and a vision but a vision? They are not real things that one should heed them. And what have we to do with the lives of those who toil for us? Shall a man not eat bread till he has seen the sower, nor drink wine till he has talked with the vine-dresser?
And the chamberlain spake to the young king and said, My lord, I pray thee set aside these black thoughts of thine, and put on this fair robe, and set this crown upon thy head. For how shall the people know that thou art a king, if thou hast not a king's raiment?
And the young king looked at him. Is it so indeed? He questioned. Will they not know me for a king if I have not a king's raiment?
They will not know thee, my lord, cried the chamberlain.
I had thought that there had been men who were king-like, he answered. But it may be as thou sayest, and yet I will not wear this robe, nor will I be crowned with this crown. But even as I came to the palace, so will I go forth from it.
And he bade them all leave him, save one page whom he kept at his companion, a lad a year younger than himself. Him he kept for his service, and when he had bathed himself in clear water, he opened a great painted chest, and from it he took the leathern tunic and rough sheepskin cloak that he had worn when he had watched on the hillside the shaggy goats of the goatherd. These he put on, and in his hand he took his rude shepherd's staff.
And the little page opened his big blue eyes in wonder, and said, smiling to him, My lord, I see thy robe and thy sceptre, but where is thy crown?
And the young king plucked a spray of wild briar that was climbing over the balcony, and bent it, and made a circlet of it, and set it on his own head.
This shall be my crown, he answered.
And thus attired, he passed out of his chamber into the great hall, where the nobles were waiting for him.
And the nobles made merry, and some of them cried out to him, My lord, the people wait for their king, and thou showest them a beggar? And others were wroth and said, He brings shame upon us, our state, and is unworthy to be our master. But he answered them not a word, but passed on, and went down the bright porphyry staircase, and out through the gates of bronze, and mounted upon his horse, and rode towards the cathedral, the little page running beside him.
And the people laughed and said, It is the king's foal he is riding by, and they mocked him.
And he drew rein and said, Nay, but I am the king. And he told them his 3 dreams.
And a man came out of the crowd and spake bitterly to him and said, Sir, knowest thou not that out of the luxury of the rich cometh the life of the poor? By your pomp we are nurtured, and your vices give us bread. To toil for a hard master is bitter, but to have no master to toil for is more bitter still. Thinkest thou that the ravens will feed us? And what cure hast thou for these things? Wilt thou say to the buyer, Thou shalt buy for so much, and to the seller, Thou shalt sell at this price? I trow not. Therefore go back to thy palace, and put on thy purple and fine linen. What hast thou to do with us, and what we suffer?
Are not the rich and the poor brothers? Asked the young king.
I answered the man, and the name of the rich brother is Cain.
And the young king's eyes filled with tears, and he rode on through the murmurs of the people. And the little page grew afraid and left him.
And when he reached the great portal of the cathedral, the soldiers thrust their halberts out and said, What dost thou seek here? None enters by this door but the king.
And his face flushed with anger, and he said to them, I am the king, and waved their halberts aside and passed in.
And when the old bishop saw him coming in his goatherd's dress, he rose up in wonder from his throne and went to meet him and said to him, My son, is this a king's apparel? And with what crown shall I crown thee, and what sceptre shall I place in thy hand? Surely this should be to thee a day of joy, and not a day of abasement.
Shall joy wear what grief has fashioned? Said the young king. And he told him of his 3 dreams.
And when the bishop had heard them, he knit his brows and said, My son, I am an old man and in the winter of my days, and I know that many evil things are done in the wide world. The fierce robbers come down from the mountains and carry off the little children and sell them to the Moors. The lions lie in wait for the caravans and leap upon the camels. The wild boar roots up the corn in the valley, and the foxes gnaw the vines upon the hill. The pirates lay waste the sea-coast and burn the ships of the fishermen and take their nets from them. In the salt marshes live the lepers. They have houses of wattled reeds, and none may come nigh them. The beggars wander through the cities and eat their food with the dogs. Canst thou make these things not to be? Wilt thou take the leper for thy bedfellow and set the beggar at thy board? Shall the lion do thy bidding and the wild boar obey thee? Is not he who made misery wiser than thou art? Wherefore I praise thee not for this that thou hast done, but I bid thee ride back to the palace and make thy face glad, and put on the raiment that beseemeth a king. And with the crown of gold I will crown thee, and the sceptre of pearl will I place in thy hand. And as for thy dreams, think no more of them. The burden of this world is too great for one man to bear, and the world's sorrow too heavy for one heart to suffer.
Sayest thou that in this house? Said the young king, and he strode past the bishop, and climbed up the steps of the altar, and stood before the image of Christ.
He stood before the image of Christ, and on his right hand and on his left were the marvellous vessels of gold, the chalice with the yellow wine, and the vial with the holy oil. He knelt before the image of Christ, and the great candles burned brightly by the jewelled shrine, and the smoke of the incense curled in thin blue wreaths through the dome. He bowed his head in prayer, and the priests in their stiff coats crept away from the altar.
And suddenly a wild tumult came from the street outside, and in entered the nobles with drawn swords and nodding plumes, and shields of polished steel. Where is this dreamer of dreams? They cried. Where is this king who is apparelled like a beggar, this boy who brings shame upon our state? Surely we'll slay him, for he is unworthy to rule over us.
And the young king bowed his head again and prayed. And when he had finished his prayer, he rose up, and turning round, he looked at them sadly.
And lo, through the painted windows came the sunlight streaming upon him, and the sunbeams wove round him a tissued robe that was fairer than the robe that had been fashioned for his pleasure. The dead staff blossomed and bare lilies that were whiter than pearls. The dry thorn blossomed and bare roses that were redder than rubies. Whiter than fine pearls were the lilies, and their stems were of bright silver. Redder than male rubies were the roses, and their leaves were of beaten gold.
He stood there in the raiment of a king, and the gates of the jewelled shrine flew open, and from the crystal of the many-rayed monstrance shone a marvellous and mystical light. He stood there in a king's raiment, and the glory of God filled the place, and the saints in their cavern niches seemed to move. In the fair raiment of a king he stood before them, and the organ pealed out its music, and the trumpeters blew upon their trumpets, and the singing boys sang.
And the people fell upon their knees in awe, and the nobles sheathed their swords and did homage, and the bishop's face grew pale, and his hands trembled. A greater than I hath crowned thee, he cried, and he knelt before him.
And the young king came down from the high altar, and passed home through the midst of the people, but no man dared look upon his face, for it was like the face of an angel.
Thank you, ladies. And now we're going to have another little moralistic tale. This one from Oscar Wilde's Short Stories for Grown-Ups. And Mandy and John are going to read for us The Model Millionaire.
Unless one is wealthy, there is no use in being a charming fellow. Romance is the privilege of the rich, not the profession of the unemployed. The poor should be practical and prosaic. It is better to have a permanent income than it is to be fascinating. These are the great truths of modern life which Hughie Erskine never realised. Oh, poor Hughie. Intellectually, we must admit he was not of much importance. He never said a brilliant or even an ill-natured thing in his life. But then he was wonderfully good-looking, with his crisp brown hair, his clear-cut profile, and his grey eyes. He was as popular with men as he was with women, and he had every accomplishment except that of making money.
His father had bequeathed him his cavalry sword and the history of the Peninsular War in 15 volumes. Hughie hung the Looking Glass, put the second on a shelf between Ruff's Guide and Bailey's Magazine, and lived on 200 a year that an old aunt allowed him. He had tried everything. He'd gone on the stock exchange for 6 months, but what was a butterfly to do among bulls and bears? He had been a tea merchant for a little longer, but had soon tired of Picot and Souchon. Then he tried selling dry sherry. That did not answer. The sherry was a little too dry. Ultimately, he became nothing. A delightful, ineffectual young man with a perfect profile and no profession.
To make matters worse, he was in love. The girl he loved was Laura Merton, the daughter of a retired colonel who had lost his temper and his digestion in India and never found either of them again. Laura adored him, and he was ready to kiss her shoestrings. They were the handsomest couple in London and had not a penny piece between them. The colonel was very fond of Hughie, but would not hear of any engagement.
Come to me, my boy, when you have got £10,000 of your own, and we will see about it, he used to say. And Hughie looked very glum in those days and had to go to Laura for consolation.
One morning, as he was on his way to Holland Park, where the Mertons lived, he dropped in to see a great friend of his, Alan Trevor. Alan was a painter. Indeed, few people escape that nowadays, but he was also an artist, and artists are rather rare. Personally, he was a strange, rough fellow with a freckled face and red, ragged beard. However, when he took up a paintbrush, he was a real master, and his pictures were eagerly sought after. He had been very much attracted by Hughie at first, it must be acknowledged, entirely on account of his personal charm.
The only people a painter should know, he used to say, are people who are bete and beautiful, people who are an artistic pleasure to look at and an intellectual repose to talk to. Men who are dandies and women who are darlings rule the world. At least they should do so. However, after he got to know Hughie better, he liked him quite as much for his bright, buoyant spirits and his generous, reckless nature, and had given him the permanent entree to his studio.
When Hughie came in, he found Trevor putting the finishing touches to a wonderful life-size picture of a beggar man. The beggar himself was standing on a raised platform in a corner of the studio. He was a wizened old man with a face like wrinkled parchment and a most piteous expression. Over his shoulders was flung a coarse brown cloak, all tears and tatters. His thick boots were patched and cobbled, and with one hand he leant on a rough stick, while the other he held out his battered hat for arms. "What an amazing model," whispered Hughie as he shook hands with his friend.
An amazing model? Shouted Trevor at the top of his voice. I should think so. Such beggars as he are not to be met with every day. A travail, monsieur, a living Velasquez. My stars, what an etching Rembrandt would have made of him.
"Poor old chap," said Hughie. "How miserable he looks. But I suppose to you painters, his face is his fortune."
Certainly, replied Trevor. You don't want a beggar to look happy, do you?
"How much does a model get for sitting?" asked Hughie, as he found himself a comfortable seat on a divan.
A shilling an hour.
"And how much do you get for your picture, Alan?"
Oh, for this I get 2,000.
Pounds?
Guineas. Painters, poets and physicians always get guineas.
"Well, I think the model should have a percentage," said Louis, laughing. "You look They work quite as hard as you do.
Nonsense, nonsense. Why, look at the trouble of laying on the paint alone and standing all day long at one's easel. It's all very well, Hughie, for you to talk, but I assure you that there are moments when art almost attains to the dignity of manual labour. But you mustn't chatter. I'm very busy. Smoke a cigarette and keep quiet. After some time, the servant came in and told Trevor that the frame maker wanted to speak to him. Don't run away, Hughie, he said as he went out. I'll be back in a moment.
The old beggar man took advantage of Trevor's absence to rest for a moment on a wooden bench that was behind him. He looked so forlorn and wretched that Hughie could not help pitying him and felt in his pocket to see what money he had. All he could find was a sovereign and some coppers. Poor old fellow, he thought to himself. He wants more than I do, but it means no hansoms for a fortnight. He walked across the studio and slipped the sovereign into the beggar's hand.
The old man started, and a faint smile flitted across his withered lips. Thank you, sir, he said. Thank you. Then Trevor arrived, and Hughie took his leave, blushing a little at what he had done. He spent the day with Laura, got a charming scolding for his extravagance, and had to walk home.
That night he strolled into the Palette Club about 11 o'clock and found Trevor sitting by himself in the smoking room drinking hock and seltzer. Well, Alan, did you get the picture finished all right? He said as he lit his cigarette.
Finished and framed, my boy, answered Trevor. And, by the by, you've made a conquest. That old model you saw is quite devoted to you. I had to tell him all about you, who you are, where you live, what your income is, what prospects you have.
My dear Alan, cried Hughie, I shall probably find him waiting for me when I go home. Oh, but of course you're joking. Poor old wretch. I wish I could do something for him. I think it's dreadful that anyone should be so miserable. I've got heaps of old clothes at home. Do you think he would care for any of them? Why, his rags were falling to bits.
Ah, but he looks splendid in them, said Trevor. I wouldn't paint him in a frock coat for anything. What you call rags, I call romance. What seems poverty to you is picturesqueness to me. However, I'll tell him of your offer.
Alan, said Hughie seriously, you painters are a heartless lot.
An artist's head, an artist's heart is his head, replied Trevor. And besides, our business is to realise the world as we see it, not to reform it as we know it. Chacun son métier. And now tell me, how Laura is. The old model was quite interested in her.
You don't mean to say that you talked to him about her, said Hughie.
Certainly I did. He knows all about the rentless colonel, the lovely Laura and the £10,000.
You told that old beggar all my private affairs? Cried Hughie, looking very red and angry.
My dear boy, said Trevor, smiling, that old beggar, as you call him, is one of the richest men in Europe. He could buy all London tomorrow without overdrawing his account. He has a house in every capital, dines off gold plate, and can prevent Russia going to war when he chooses.
What on earth do you mean? Exclaimed Hughie.
What I say, said Trevor. The old man you saw today in the studio was Baron Horsburgh. He's a great friend of mine, buys all my pictures and that sort of thing, and gave me a commission a month ago to paint him as a beggar. Que voulez-vous la fantaisie to a millionaire? And I must say he made a magnificent figure in his rags. Or perhaps I should say in my rags. They're an old suit I got in Spain.
Baron Horsburgh? Cried Hughie. Oh, good heavens! I gave him a sovereign! And he sank down in an armchair in a picture of misery.
Gave him a sovereign? Shouted Trevor. And he burst into a roar of laughter. My dear boy, you'll never see it again. Son affaire, c'est l'argent aux autres.
Do you think you might have told me, Alan, said Hughie sulkily, and not have let me make such a fool of myself?
Well, To begin with, Hughie, said Trevor, it never entered my mind that you went about distributing alms in that reckless way. I can understanding you're kissing a pretty model, but you're giving a sovereign to an ugly one. By Jove, no. Besides, the fact is that I really was not at home today to anyone when you came in. I didn't know whether Hosberg would like his name mentioned. You know, he wasn't in full dress.
What a duffer he must think me, said Hughie.
Not at all. He was in the highest spirits after you left. Kept chuckling to himself and rubbing his old wrinkled hands together. I couldn't make out why he was so interested to know all about you. But I see it all now. He'll invest your sovereign for you, Hughie, pay you the interest every 6 months, and have a capital story to tell after dinner.
I'm an unlucky devil, growled Hughie. The best thing I can do is go to bed. And, my dear Alan, you mustn't tell anyone. I shouldn't dare show my face in the Row.
Oh, nonsense. It reflects the highest credit to your philanthropic spirit, Hughie. And don't run away. Have another cigarette, and you can talk about Laura as much as you like.
However, Hughie wouldn't stop, but walked home feeling very unhappy and leaving Alan Trevor in fits of laughter. The next morning, as he was at breakfast, the servant brought up a card on which was written Monsieur Gustave Naudin de la part de Monsieur le Baron Hosberg. Oh, I suppose he's come for an apology, said Hughie to himself, and told the servant to show the visitor up.
An old gentleman with gold spectacles and grey hair came into the room and said, Have I the honour of addressing Monsieur Erskine?
Hughie bowed.
I have come from Baron Hosberg, he continued. The Baron...
I beg you, sir, that you will offer him my sincerest apologies, stammered Hughie.
The Baron, said the old gentleman with a smile, has commissioned me to bring you this letter. And he extended a sealed envelope.
On the outside was written, a wedding present to Hugh Erskine and Laura Merton from an old beggar. And inside was a cheque for £10,000. When they were married, Alan Trevor was the best man, and the Baron made a speech at the wedding breakfast.
Millionaire models, remarked Alan, are rare enough. But by Jove, model millionaires are rarer still.
Thank you, Mandy and John, for that lovely story. I'm just going to introduce you now to Jane and Simon and Susie. And we're going back to some of Oscar Wilde's reviews. And this is where he has been critiquing some theatre from both a performance and a design perspective. So Jane, followed by Simon, followed by Susie.
This is Twelfth Night at Oxford, in the Dramatic Review of February the 20th, 1886. On Saturday last, the new theatre at Oxford was opened by the University Dramatic Society. The play selected was Shakespeare's delightful comedy of Twelfth Night, a play eminently suitable for performance by a club, as it contains so many good acting parts. Shakespeare's tragedies may be made for a single star, but his comedies are made for a galaxy of constellations. In the first, he deals with the pathos of the individual. In the second, he gives us a picture of life. The Oxford undergraduates, then, are to be congratulated on the selection of the play, and the result fully justified their choice. Mr. Bourchier, as Hester the Clown, was easy, graceful, and joyous, as fanciful as his dress and as funny as his bauble. The beautiful songs which Shakespeare has assigned to this character were rendered by him as charmingly as they were dramatically. To act singing is quite as great an art as to sing. Mr. Lechmere Stewart was a delightful Sir Andrew and gave much pleasure to the audience. One may hate the villains of Shakespeare, but one cannot help loving his fools. Macpherson was perhaps hardly equal to such an immortal part of that of Sir Toby Belch, though there was much that was clever in his performance. Mr. Lindsay threw new and unexpected light on the character of Fabian, and Mr. Clarke's Malvolio was a most remarkable piece of acting. What a difficult part Malvolio is. Shakespeare undoubtedly meant us to laugh all through at the pompous steward and to join in the practical joke upon him, and yet how impossible not to feel a good deal of sympathy with him. Perhaps in this century we are too altruistic to be really artistic. Hazlitt says somewhere that poetical justice is done him in the uneasiness which Olivia suffers on account of her mistaken attachment to Orsino, as her insensibility to the violence of the Duke's passion is atoned for by the discovery of unnecessary harsh. By the discovery of Viola's concealed love for him. But it is difficult not to feel Malvolio's treatment is unnecessarily harsh. Mr. Clarke, however, gave a very clever rendering, full of subtle touches. If I ventured a bit of advice, which I feel most reluctant to do, it would be to the effect that while one should always study the method of a great artist, one should never imitate his manner. The manner of an artist is essentially individual. The method of an artist is absolutely universal. The first is personality, which no one should copy. The second is perfection, which we should all aim for. Miss Arnold was a most sprightly Maria, and Miss Farmer a dignified Olivia. But as Viola, Miss Buick was hardly successful. Her manner was too boisterous and her method too modern. Where there is violence, there is no Viola. Where there is no illusion, there is no Illyria. And where there is no style, there is no Shakespeare. Mr. Higgins looked the part of Sebastian to perfection, and some of the minor characters were excellently played by Mr. Adderley, Mr. King Harmon, Mr. Coningsby Disraeli, and Lord Albert Osborne. On the whole, the performance reflected much credit on the Dramatic Society. Indeed, its excellence was such that I am led to hope that the University will some day have a theatre of its own, and that proficiency in scene painting will be regarded as a necessary qualification for the Slade Professorship. On the stage, literature returns to life and archaeology becomes art. A fine theatre is a temple where all the muses may meet, a second Parnassus, and the dramatic spirit, though she has long tarried at Cambridge, seems now to be migrating to Oxford. Thebes did her green, unknowing youth engage. She chooses Athens in her riper age.
I have been told that the ambition of every dramatic club is to act Henry IV. I'm not surprised. The spirit of comedy is as fervent in this play as is the spirit of chivalry. It is an heroic pageant as well as an heroic poem. And like most of Shakespeare's historical dramas, it contains an extraordinary number of thoroughly good acting parts, each of which is absolutely individual in character, and each of which contributes to the evolution of the plot. To Oxford belongs the honour of having been the first to present on stage this noble play. And the production which I saw last week was in every way worthy of that lovely town, that mother of sweetness and of light. For, in spite of the roaring of the young lions at the Union and the screaming of the rabbits in the home of the vivisector, in spite of Keble College and the tramways and the sporting prints, Oxford still remains the most beautiful thing in England. And nowhere else are life and art so exquisitely blended, so perfectly made one. Indeed, in most other towns, art has often to present herself in the form of a reaction against the sordid ugliness of ignoble lives. But at Oxford, she comes to us as an exquisite flower born of the beauty of life and expressive of life's joy. She finds her home by the Isis as once she did by the Ilissus. The Magdalen walks and the Magdalen cloisters are as dear to her as were ever the silver olives of Colonus and the golden gateway of the House of Pallas. She covers with fan-like tracery the vaulted entrance to Christ Church Hall and looks out from the windows of Merton. Her feet have stirred the Cumnor cowslips, and she gathers fritillaries in the river fields. To her, the clamour of the schools and the dullness of the lecture theatre are a weariness and a vexation of spirit. She seeks not to define virtue and cares little for the categories. She smiles on the swift athlete whose plastic grace has pleased her, and rejoices in the young barbarians at their games. She watches the rowers from the reedy bank and gives myrtle to her lovers, and laurels to her poets, and rue to those who talk wisely in the street. She makes the earth lovely to all who dream with Keats. She opens high heaven to all who soar with Shelley. And turning away her head from pedant, proctor, and Philistine, she has welcomed to her shrine a band of youthful actors, knowing that they have sought with much ardour for the stern secret of Melpomene, and caught with much gladness the sweet laughter of Talia. And to me, this ardour and this gladness were the two most fascinating qualities of this Oxford performance, as indeed they are qualities which are necessary to any fine dramatic production. For without quick and imaginative observation of life, the most beautiful play becomes dull in presentation, and what is not conceived in delight by the actor can give no delight at all to others. I know there are many who consider that Shakespeare is more for study than for the stage. With this view, I do not for a moment agree. Shakespeare wrote the plays to be acted, and we have no right to alter the form which he himself selected for the full expression of his work. Indeed, many of the beauties of that work can be adequately conveyed to us only through the actor's art. As I sat in the town hall of Oxford the other night, the majesty of those mighty lines of the play seemed to me to gain new music from clear young voices that uttered them, and the ideal grandeur of the heroism to be made more real to the spectators by the chivalrous bearing, the noble gesture and the fine passion of its exponents. Even the dresses had their dramatic value. Their archaeological accuracy gave us, immediately on the rise of the curtain, a perfect picture of the time. As the knights and nobles moved across the stage in the flowing robes of peace and in the burnished steel of battle, we needed no dreary chorus to tell us in what age or land the play's action was passing. For the 15th century, in all the dignity and grace of its apparel, was living actually before us, and the delicate harmonies of colour struck from the first dominant note of beauty, which added to the intellectual realism of archaeology the sensuous charm of art. I have rarely seen a production better stage managed. Indeed, I hope that the university will take some official notice of this delightful work of art. Why should not degrees be granted for good acting? Are they not given to those who misunderstand Plato and who mistranslate Aristotle? And should the artist be passed over? No. To Prince Hal, Hotspur, and Falstaff, DCL should be gracefully offered. I feel sure they would be gracefully accepted. To the rest of the company, the crimson or the sheepskin hood might be assigned, honoris causa to the eternal confusion of the Philistine and the rage of the industrious and the dull. Thus would Oxford confer honour on herself, and the artist be placed in his proper position. However, whether or not Convocation recognises the claims of culture, I hope that the Oxford Dramatic Society will produce every summer for us some noble play like Henry IV. For in plays of this kind, plays which deal with bygone times, there is always this peculiar charm, that they combine in one exquisite presentation the passions that are living with the picturesqueness that is dead. And when we have the modern spirit given to us in an antique form, the very remoteness of that form can be made a method of increased realism. This was Shakespeare's own attitude towards the ancient world. This is the attitude we in this century should adapt towards his plays. And with a feeling akin to this, it seemed to me that these brilliant young Oxonians were working. If it was so, their aim is the right one. For while we look to the dramatist to give romance to realism, we ask of the actor to give realism to romance.
Costume. Are we not all weary of him? That venerable impostor, fresh from the steps of the Piazza di Spagna, who, in the leisure moments that he can spare from his customary organ, makes the round of the studios and is waited for in Holland Park. Do we not all recognise him when, with the gay insouciance of his nation, he reappears on the wall of our summer exhibitions as everything he is not, and as nothing that he is, glaring at us, here as a patriarch of Canaan, here beaming as a brigand from the Abruzzi? Popular is he, this poor peripatetic professor of posing, with those whose joy it is to paint with the posthumous portrait of the last philanthropist, who in his lifetime had neglected to be photographed, and yet he is the sign of the decadence, the symbol of decay. For all costumes are caricatures. The basis of art is not the fancy ball. Where there is loveliness of dress, there is no dressing up. And so were our national attire, delightful in colour and in construction, simple and sincere. Were dress the expression of loveliness that it shields and of the swiftness of motion that it does not impede? Did its lines break from the shoulder instead of bulging from the waist? Did the inverted wineglass cease to be the ideal of form? Were these things brought about, as brought about they will be, then would painting be no longer an artificial reaction against the ugliness of life, but become, as it should be, the natural expression of life's beauty. Oh, nor would painting merely, but all the other arts also, be the gainers by a change such as that which I propose. The gainers, I mean, through the increased atmosphere of beauty, by which the artists would be
surrounded, and which they would grow up. For art is not to be taught in the academies. It is what one looks at, not what one listens to, that makes the artist. The real schools should be the streets. There is not, for instance, a single delicate line or delightful proportion in the dress of the Greeks which is not echoed exquisitely in their architecture. A nation arrayed in stovepipe hats and dress improvers might have built the Pantheon, possibly, but the Parthenon, never. And finally, there is this to be said. Art, it is true, can never have any other claim but her own perfection. And it may be that the artist, desiring merely to contemplate and to create, is wise in not busying himself about change in others. Yet wisdom is not always the best. There are times when she sinks to the level of desire that beauty shall be confined no longer to the bric-a-brac of the collector and the dust of the museum, but shall be, as it should be, the natural and national inheritance of all. From this noble unwisdom, I say, who knows what new loveliness shall be given to life? And under these more exquisite conditions, what perfect artist born? L'homme et l'art se renouvelant, l'art se renouvelle.
And thank you, Susie. We're moving on to something a little more serious now, and I'm going to introduce you, and I found them all, to some people who are going to reenact the parts of the trial of Oscar Wilde. I'm also going to say farewell for a moment. I'm going off to get some beauty sleep. Actually, I'm going to try and watch the rest of the evening because it's a really good programme. And I'll be back on at about 1 o'clock this morning, tomorrow morning even. So I will see all you night birds and insomniacs there. So do enjoy the rest of the evening. And I am now going to hand you over to our director, Laurie Cooper.
Good evening, everyone. So now we have some excerpts from the trials, with Ian Kinane as Oscar Wilde and Danny Rain as Sir Edward Clarke and Edward Carson. Oscar Wilde's 3 trials are a notable cause célèbre and take an important part in legal history. In 1895, Lord Queensberry, the father of Wilde's lover, Lord Alfred Douglas, publicly accused Wilde of being a sodomite. Wilde sued Queensberry for libel. However, the trial unearthed evidence that caused Wilde to drop his charges and led to his own arrest and trial for gross indecency with men. Wilde's duel of wits with Carson, the greatest cross-examiner of his day, showed the brilliance of Wilde's epigrammatic repartee. He more than held his own on literary grounds, but when faced with the irrefutable truth of the allegations against him, he was stunned and collapsed under the remorseless questioning of Carson. Whilst in prison, Wilde wrote that all trials are trials for one's life, just as all sentences are sentences of death. Wilde was advised to go abroad to avoid the trial. His reply, "Everyone wants me to go abroad. I have just been abroad and now I have come home again." One can't keep going abroad unless one is a missionary, or, what comes to the same thing, a commercial traveller. When Wilde was told that he would be cross-examined by Edward Carson, who had been a fellow student at Trinity College Dublin, he replied,
No doubt he will perform his task with all the added bitterness of an old friend.
The first trial, 3rd of April, 1895. Wilde was questioned by his barrister, Sir Edward Clarke, concerning a blackmailer who had called at Wilde's house about a letter which Wilde had written to Lord Alfred Douglas.
What happened at that interview?
I felt that this man, Allen, who wanted money from me, I said, I suppose you have come about my beautiful letter to Lord Alfred Douglas. If you had not been so foolish as to send a copy of it to Mr. Beerbohm Tree, I would gladly have paid you a very large sum of money for the letter, as I consider it to be a work of art. He said, a very curious construction can be placed upon that letter. I said in reply, art is rarely intelligible to the criminal classes. He said, a man offered me £60 for it. I said to him, if you take my advice, you will go to that man and sell him my letter for that £60. I myself have never received so large a sum of money for any prose work of that length. But I'm glad to find that someone in England who considers a letter of mine worth £60. He was somewhat taken aback by my manner, perhaps, and said, the man is out of town. I replied, he is sure to come back. And I advised him to go and get the £60. He then changed his manner a little, saying that he had not a single penny, and that he had been on many occasions trying to find me. I said that I could not guarantee his cab expenses, but that I would gladly give him half a sovereign. He took the money, and then he went away.
Was anything said about a sonnet?
Yes. I said, the letter, which is a prose poem, will shortly be published in sonnet form in a delightful magazine, and I will send you a copy of it.
As a matter of fact, the letter was the basis of a French poem that was published in The Spirit Lamp.
Yes.
It is signed Pierre Louis. Is that the nom de plume of a friend of yours?
Yes, a young French poet of great distinction, a friend of mine. He lives in England.
Did Alan then go away?
Yes, and in about 5 minutes his associate Clybourne came to my house. I went out to him and said, I cannot bother any more about this matter. He produced the letter out of his pocket, saying, Alan has asked me to give it back to you. I did not take it immediately, but asked, why does Alan give it back to me? He said, well, he says that you are very kind to him, and there is no use trying to blackmail you, as you will only laugh at us. I took the letter and said, I will accept it back, and you can thank Alan for me for all the anxiety he has shown about it. I looked at the letter and saw that it was extremely soiled. I said to him, I think it quite unpardonable that better care was not taken of this original manuscript of mine. He said he was very sorry, but it had been in many, many hands. I gave him half a sovereign for his trouble and then said, I'm afraid you're leading a wonderfully wicked life. He said, there is good and bad in every one of us. I told him he was born a philosopher and sent him on his way.
Later in the examination, Wilde was asked what took place when Lord Queensberry visited his house, accompanied by another man who was a pugilist.
At the end of June 1894, there was an interview between myself and Lord Queensberry. He called upon me, not by appointment, at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, accompanied by a gentleman with whom I was not acquainted. The interview took place in my library. Lord Queensberry was standing by the window. I walked over to the fireplace, and he said to me, sit down. I said to him, I do not allow anyone to talk to me like that in my house or anywhere else. I suppose you have come to apologize for the statement you made about my wife and myself in letters you wrote to your son. I should have the right any day I chose to prosecute you for writing such a letter. He said, the letter was privileged as it was written to my son. I said, how dare you say such things about me and your son? He said, you were both kicked out of the Savoy Hotel at a moment's notice for your disgusting conduct. I said, that is a lie. He said, you have taken furnished rooms for him in Piccadilly. I said, somebody has been telling you an absurd set of lies about your son and me. I've done nothing of the kind. He said, I hear you were thoroughly blackmailed for writing a disgusting letter to my son. I said, the letter was a beautiful letter, and I never write except for publication. Then I asked, Lord Queensberry, do you seriously accuse your son and me of improper conduct? He said, I do not say you are it, but you look it, and you pose as it, which is just as bad. If I catch you and my son together in any public restaurant, I will thrash you. I said, I do not know what the Queensberry rules are, but the Oscar Wilde rule is to shoot on sight. I then told Lord Queensberry to leave my house.
Cross-examined by Edward Carson.
You are of opinion, I believe, that there is no such thing as an immoral book.
Yes.
May I take it that you think The Priest and the Acolyte was not immoral?
It was worse. It was badly written.
Later in this cross-examination, Wilde was questioned about an article which appeared in The Chameleon.
I strongly objected to the whole story. I took no steps, though, to express disapproval of The Chameleon, because I think it would have been beneath my dignity as a man of letters to associate myself with an Oxford undergraduate's publication. I am aware that the magazine may have been circulated among the undergraduates at Oxford. I do not believe that any book or work of art has ever had any effect whatsoever on morality.
Am I right in saying that you do not consider the effect in creating morality or immorality?
Certainly I do not.
So far as your works are concerned, you pose as not being concerned about morality or immorality.
I do not know whether you use this word in any particular sense.
It is a favorite word of your own.
Is it? I have no pose in this matter. In writing a play or a book, I am concerned entirely with literature, that is, with art. I aim not at doing good or evil, but in trying to make a thing that will have some quality of beauty.
Now, listen, sir. Here is one of the phrases and philosophies for the use of the young, which you contributed. Wickedness is a myth invented by good people to account for the curious attractiveness of others. You think that true?
I think anything I write is true.
Did you say rarely?
I said rarely. I might have said never. Not true in the actual sense of the word.
Religions die when they are proved to be true. Is that true?
Yes. Yes, I hold that. It is a suggestion towards a philosophy of the absorption of religions by science, but it is too big a question to go into now.
Do you think that there was a safe axiom to put forward for the philosophy of the young?
Most stimulating.
If one tells the truth, one is sure sooner or later to be found out.
That is a pleasing paradox, but I do not set very high store on it as an axiom.
Is it good for the young?
Anything is good that stimulates thought in whatever age.
Whether moral or immoral.
There is no such thing as morality or immorality in thought. There is immoral emotion.
Pleasure is the only thing one should live for.
I think the realization of oneself is the prime aim of life, and to realize oneself through pleasure is far finer to do so than through pain. I am on that point entirely on the side of the ancients, the Greeks. It is a pagan idea.
A truth ceases to be true when more than one person believes in it.
Perfectly. That would be my metaphysical definition of truth. Something so personal, the same truth could never be appreciated by two minds.
The condition of perfection is idleness. The aim of perfection is youth.
Yes, I think so. Half of it is true. The life of contemplation is the highest life, and so recognized by the philosopher.
There is something tragic about the enormous number of young men there are in England at the present moment who start life with perfect profiles and end by adopting some useful profession.
I should think that the youth have enough of a sense of humour.
You think that is humorous?
I think it is an amusing paradox, an amusing play on words.
What would anybody say would be the effect of phrases and philosophies taken in connection with such an article as The Priest and the Acolyte?
Undoubtedly, it was the idea that might be formed that made me so strongly object to the story. I saw at once that maxims that were perfectly nonsensical, paradoxical, or anything you like, might be read in conjunction with it.
This is in your introduction to Dorian Gray. There is no such thing as a moral or an immoral book. Books are well written or badly written. That expresses your view?
My view on art, yes.
Then I take it that no matter how immoral a book may be, if it is well written, it is, in your opinion, a good book.
Yes, if it were well written, so as to produce a sense of beauty, which is the highest sense of which a human being can be capable. If it were badly written, it would produce a sense of disgust.
Then a well-written book putting forward perverted moral views may be a good book.
No work of art ever puts forward views. Views belong to people who are not artists.
A perverted novel might be a good book.
I don't know what you mean by a perverted novel.
Then I suggest Dorian Gray is open to the interpretation of being such a novel.
That could only be to brutes and illiterates. The views of Philistines on art are incalculably stupid.
An illiterate person reading Dorian Gray might consider it such a novel.
The views of illiterates on art are unaccountable. I am concerned only with my view of art. I don't care tuppence for what other people think.
The majority of persons would come under your definition of Philistines and illiterates.
I have found some wonderful exceptions.
Do you think that the majority of people live up to the position you are giving us?
I'm afraid they are not cultivated enough.
Not cultivated enough to draw the distinction between a good book and a bad book?
Certainly not.
The affection and love of the artist of Dorian Gray might lead an ordinary individual to believe that it might have a certain tendency.
I have no knowledge of the views of ordinary individuals.
You did not prevent the ordinary individual from buying your book.
I have never discouraged him.
Mr. Carson read passages from Dorian Gray.
Do you mean to say that that passage describes the natural feeling of one man towards another?
It would be the influence produced by a beautiful personality.
A beautiful person?
I said a beautiful personality. You can describe it as you like. Dorian Gray's was, however, a most remarkable personality.
May I take it that you, as an artist, have never known the feeling described here?
I have never allowed any personality to dominate my art.
Well, let us not go over it phrase by phrase. I quite admit that I adored you madly. What do you say to that? Have you ever adored a young man madly?
No, not madly. I prefer love. That is the higher form.
Never mind about that. Let us keep down to the level we're at now.
I have never given adoration to anybody except myself.
I think that's a very smart thing.
Not at all.
Then you have never had that feeling?
No. The idea was borrowed from Shakespeare, I regret to say. Yes, from Shakespeare's sonnets.
I believe you've written an article to show that Shakespeare's sonnets were suggestive of unnatural vice.
On the contrary, I have written an article to show that they are not.
I have adored you extravagantly. Do you mean financially?
Yeah, financially.
Do you think we're talking about finance?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't you? Well, I hope I shall make myself very plain before I've done. I was jealous of everyone to whom you spoke. Have you ever been jealous of a young man?
Never in my life.
I wanted to have you all to myself. Now, did you ever have that feeling?
No. I should consider it an intense nuisance, an intense bore.
I grew afraid that the world would know of my idolatry. Why should he grow afraid that the world would know of it?
Because there are people in the world who cannot understand the intense devotion, affection, and admiration that an artist can feel for a wonderful and beautiful personality. These are the conditions under which we live. I regret them.
In another passage, Dorian Gray receives a book. Was the book to which you refer a moral book?
Not well written, but it gave me an idea.
Was not the book in mind of a certain tendency?
I decline to be cross-examined upon the work of other artists. It is an impertinence and a vulgarity.
These unfortunate people that have not the high understanding that you have might put it down to something wrong.
Undoubtedly, to any point they chose. I am not concerned with the ignorance of others.
Mr. Carson read an extract from The Picture of Dorian Gray concerning the conversation between the artist Basil Hallward and Dorian Gray.
Does not this passage suggest a charge of unnatural vice?
It describes Dorian Gray as a man of very corrupt influence, though there is no statement as to the nature of that influence. But as a matter of fact, I do not think that one person influences another, nor do I think there is any bad influence in the world.
A man never corrupts a youth.
I think not.
Nothing will corrupt him.
If you are talking of separate ages...
No, sir, I am talking common sense.
Then I do not think one person influences another.
You don't think that flattering a young man, making love to him, in fact, would be likely to corrupt him?
No.
Mr. Carson then referred to a letter written by Wilde to Lord Alfred Douglas.
Where was Lord Alfred Douglas staying when you wrote that letter to him?
At the Savoy, and I was at Babbacombe, near Torquay.
It was a letter in answer to something he'd sent you?
Yes, a poem.
Why should a man of your age address a boy nearly 20 years younger as my own boy?
I was fond of him. I've always been fond of him.
Do you adore him?
No, but I've always liked him. I think it is a beautiful letter. It is a poem. I was not writing an ordinary letter. You might as well cross-examine me as to whether King Lear or a sonnet of Shakespeare was proper.
Apart from art, Mr. Wilde.
I cannot answer apart from art, Mr. Carson.
Suppose a man who was not an artist had written this letter. Would you say it was a proper letter?
A man who was not an artist could not have written that letter.
Why?
Because nobody but an artist could write it. He certainly could not write the language unless he were a man of letters.
I can suggest, for the sake of your reputation, that there is nothing very wonderful in this red rose leaf lips of yours.
A great deal depends upon the way it is read.
Your slim gilt soul walks between passion and poetry. Is that a beautiful phrase?
Not as you read it, Mr. Carson. You read it very badly.
Later, in the cross-examination.
Did you become intimate with a young lad named Alphonse Conway at Worthing?
Yes.
He sold newspapers at the kiosk on the pier.
No. I never heard that up to that time his only occupation was selling newspapers. It's the first I've heard of his connection to literature.
Mr. Carson questioned Wilde concerning his friendship with Charles Parker.
What was there in common between this young man and yourself? What attraction had he for you?
I delight in the society of people much younger than myself. I like those who may be called idle or careless. I recognize no social distinctions at all, of any kind. To me, youth, the mere fact of youth, is so wonderful that I would sooner talk to a young man for half an hour than to be cross-examined.
Do I understand that even a young boy you might pick up in the street would be a pleasing companion?
I would talk to a street Arab with pleasure.
You would talk to a street Arab?
If he would talk to me, yes, with pleasure.
How much money did you give Parker?
During the time I have known him, I should think about £4 or £5.
Why? For what reason?
Because he was poor, and I liked him. What better reason could I have?
Did you ask what his previous occupation was?
I never inquire about people's pasts.
Nor their future.
That is problematical.
Did you know that one Parker was a gentleman's valet and the other a groom?
I did not know it. But if I had, I should not have cared. I didn't care tuppence for what they were. I liked them. I have a passion to civilize the community.
What enjoyment was it to you to entertain grooms and coachmen?
The pleasure to me was being with those who are young, bright, happy, careless, and free.
Mm-hmm.
I do not like the sensible, and I do not like the old.
Did Charles Parker call you Oscar?
Yes, I liked to be called Oscar or Mr. Wilde.
You had wine?
Of course.
Was there plenty of champagne?
Well, I did not press wine upon them.
You did not stint them?
What gentleman would stint his guests?
Do you drink champagne yourself?
Yes, iced champagne is a favourite drink of mine. Strongly against my doctor's orders.
Never mind your doctor's orders, sir.
I never do.
In March or April of last year, did you go one night to visit Parker at 50 Park Walk, about 12:30 at night?
No.
Is Park Walk about 10 minutes from Tite Street?
I don't know. I never walk.
I suppose when you pay visits, you always take a cab.
Always.
And if you visited, you would leave the cab outside.
If it were a good cab.
Mr. Carson questioned Wilde about his acquaintance with the young man Fred Atkins.
Did Atkins call you Oscar?
Yes, I called him Fred, because I always call by their Christian names people whom I like. People I dislike, I call something else entirely.
Was he intellectual? What was he an educated man?
Alas, no, culture was not his strong point. He was not an artist. Education depends upon one's standards.
You dined with him?
Yes.
Gave him an excellent dinner?
I never had anything else. I do everything excellently.
Did you give him plenty of wine at dinner?
As I have said before, anyone who dines at my table is not stinted in wine. If you mean did I ply him with wine, then I say no. It is monstrous, and I won't have it.
I have not suggested it.
But you have suggested it before.
You know a man named Earnest Scarf?
Yes. He was introduced to me by Taylor. He's a young man of about 20, of no occupation. He had been in Australia at the gold diggings.
Did you know he was a valet and is a valet still?
No. I've never met him in society, though he has been in my society, which is more important.
Why did you ask him to dinner?
Because I am so good-natured. It is a good action to ask to dinner those beneath one in social status.
The second trial, 26th of April, 1895.
You are acquainted with a publication entitled The Chameleon?
Very well indeed.
Contributors to that journal are friends of yours?
That is so.
I believe that Lord Alfred Douglas was a frequent contributor.
Hardly, I think. He wrote verses occasionally for The Chameleon and indeed for other papers.
The poem in question was somewhat peculiar.
They were certainly not mere commonplaces like so much that is labelled poetry.
The tone of them met with critical approval?
It was not for me to approve or disapprove. I left that to the reviewers.
I wish to call your attention to the style of your correspondence with Lord Alfred Douglas.
I'm ready. I'm never ashamed of the style of my writings.
I think an ordinarily constituted being would address such expressions to a younger man.
I am not happily, I think, an ordinarily constituted being.
Not the sort of street you would usually visit in. You had not other friends there?
No, this was merely a bachelor's place.
Rather a rough neighbourhood?
That I don't know. I do know it was near the Houses of Parliament.
You made handsome presents to all these young fellas.
Pardon me, I differ. I gave 2 or 3 of them a cigarette case. Boys of that class smoke a great deal of cigarettes. I have a weakness for presenting my acquaintances with cigarette cases.
Rather an expensive habit if indulged in indiscriminately, isn't it?
Less extravagant than giving jewelled garters to ladies.
What is the love that dare not speak its name?
Love that dare not speak its name. In this century is such a great affection of an elder for a younger man as there was between David and Jonathan, such as Plato made the very basis of his philosophy, and such as you find in the sonnets of Shakespeare and Michelangelo, and in those 2 letters of mine, such as they are. It is in this century misunderstood, so much misunderstood that it may be described as the love that dare not speak its name, and on account of it, I am placed where I am now. It is beautiful. It is fine. It is the noblest form of affection. There is nothing unnatural about it. It is intellectual. And it repeatedly exists between an elder and a younger man, where the elder man has intellect, and the younger man has all the joy, hope, and glamour of life before him. That it should be so, the world does not understand. The world mocks at it, and sometimes puts one in the pillory for it.
The jury did not reach a verdict, and there was a 3rd trial, conducted by Mr. Justice Wills a few weeks later. Wilde was found guilty and sentenced to 2 years hard labour.
Oscar Wilde suffered in full the barbarities and indignities of prison life, the solitary confinement, the plank bed, and the squalor. He picked oakum, turned the crank, and cleaned out his cell with the rest of them. In 18 months at Wandsworth and then at Reading Gaol, he endured the horrors and harsh treatment until, during the last 6 months of his sentence, the governor of Reading Gaol was changed and the punishment of the prisoners relaxed. Wilde was allowed to write, and during these last few months, De Profundis was written in the form of a letter to Lord Alfred Douglas. In Wilde's own words, "I know that when plays last too long, spectators tire. My tragedy has lasted far too long. Its climax far too long. It's over. Its end is mean. And I am quite conscious of the fact that when the end does come, I shall return as an unwelcome visitant to a world that does not want me."
Thank you for watching. Thank you to my cast and the production team who've pulled all of this together. The Ballad of Reading Gaol follows this, read by Brendan, Jim and David, and Steve Taylor will be reading De Profundis at approximately 11:15, possibly a little later. I think we're running a bit late now. Thank you very much indeed for watching, and enjoy the rest of the evening.
So 5 days after the 3rd trial in May 1895, Oscar Wilde was sentenced to 5 years hard labour. On the 13th of November, he was transferred from Wandsworth Prison to Reading Gaol. And during his incarceration, he wrote De Profundis, a long, dark letter to Bosie, Lord Alfred Douglas, recounting their relationship and Wilde's subsequent spiritual journey. And we'll hear that, as Laurie said, a little later this evening. It was after Wilde's release that, self-exiled to France, he composed what was to be his last piece, a 109 stanza long poem entitled The Ballad of Reading Gaol. And this will now be read under the direction of Deb McDowell by Brendan Leddy, David Robbins, and Jim Trimmer.
He did not wear his scarlet coat, for blood and wine are red, and blood and wine were on his hands when they found him with the poor dead woman whom he loved and murdered in her bed. He walked among the trial men in a suit of shabby grey. A cricket cap was on his head, and his step seemed light and gay, but I never saw a man who looked so wistfully at the day. I never saw a man who looked with such a wistful eye upon that little tent of blue which prisoners call the sky, and at every drifting cloud that went with sails of silver by.
I walked with other souls in pain within another ring, and was wondering if the man had done a great or little thing, when a voice behind me whispered low, "That fellow's got to swing." Dear Christ, the very prison walls suddenly seemed to reel, and the sky above my head became like a casque of scorching steel. And though I was a soul in pain, my pain I could not feel. I only knew what haunted thought quickened his step, and why he looked upon the garish day with such a wistful eye. The man had killed the thing he loved, and so he had to die.
Yet each man kills the thing he loves, let each by this be heard. Some do it with a bitter look, some with a flattering word. The coward does it with a kiss, the brave man with a sword. Some kill their love when they are young, and some when they are old. Some strangle with the hands of lust, some with the hands of gold. The kindest use a knife because the dead so soon grow cold. Some love too little, some too long. Some sell and others buy. Some do the deed with many tears and some without a sigh. For each man kills the thing he loves.
Yet each man does not die. He does not die a death of shame on a day of dark disgrace, nor have a noose about his neck, nor a cloth upon his face, nor drop feet foremost through the floor into an empty place. He does not sit with silent men who watch him night and day, who watch him when he tries to weep and when he tries to pray, who watch him lest himself should rob the prison of his prey. He does not wake at dawn to see dread figures throng his room, the shivering chaplain robed in white, the sheriff stern in gloom, and the governor all in shiny black with the yellow face of doom. He does not rise in piteous haste to put on convict clothes, while some coarse-mouthed doctor gloats and notes each new and nerve-twitched pose, fingering a watch whose little ticks are like horrible hammer blows. He does not know that sickening thirst that sands one's throat before the hangman with his gardener's glove slips through the padded door and binds one with 3 leathern thongs that the throat may thirst no more. He does not bend his head to hear the burial office read, nor while the terror of his soul tells him he is not dead, cross his own coffin as he moves into the hideous shed. He does not stare upon the air through the little roof of glass. He does not pray with lips of clay for his agony to pass, nor feel upon his shuddering cheek the kiss of Caiaphas.
6 weeks our guardsman walked the yard in a suit of shabby grey. His cricket cap was on his head and his step seemed light and gay, but I never saw a man who looked so wistfully at the day. I never saw a man who looked with such a wistful eye upon that little tent of blue which prisoners call the sky, and at every wandering cloud that trailed its ravelled fleeces by. He did not wring his hands as do those witless men who dare to try to rear the changeling hope in the cave of black despair. He only looked upon the sun and drank the morning air. He did not wring his hands nor weep, nor did he peak or pine.
He drank the air as though it held some healthful anodyne. With open mouth he drank the sun as though it had been wine.
And I and all the souls in pain who tramped the other ring forgot if we ourselves had done a great or little thing, and watched with gaze of dull amaze the man who had to swing. And strange it was to see him pass with the step so light and gay, and strange it was to see him look so wistfully at the day, and strange it was to think that he had such a debt to pay. For oak and elm have pleasant leaves that in the springtime shoot, but grim to see is the gallows tree with its adder-bitten root, and green or dry a man must die before it bears its fruit. The loftiest place is that seat of grace for which all worldlings try, but who would stand in hempen band upon a scaffold high, and through a murderer's collar take his last look at the sky? It is sweet to dance to violins when love and life are fair. To dance to flutes, to dance to lutes is delicate and rare. But it is not sweet with nimble feet to dance upon the air.
So with curious eyes and sick surmise we watched him day by day, and wondered if each one of us would end the self-same way, for none can tell to what red hell his sightless soul may stray.
At last the dead man walked no more amongst the trial men, and we knew that he was standing up in the black dock's dreadful pen, and that never would we see his face in God's sweet world again.
Like two doomed ships that pass in storm, we had crossed each other's way. But we made no sign, we said no word, we had no word to say. For we did not meet in the holy night, but in the shameful day. A prison wall was round us all, the outcast men were we. The world had thrust us from its heart, and God from out his care. And the iron gin that waits for sin had caught us in its snare.
In debtor's yard, the stones are hard and the dripping wall is high. So it was there he took the air beneath the leaden sky. And by each side a warder walked for fear the man might die, or else he sat with those who watched his anguish night and day, who watched him when he rose to weep and when he crouched to pray, who watched him lest himself should rob their scaffold of its prey. The governor was strong upon the Regulations Act. The doctor said that death was but a scientific fact, and twice a day the chaplain called and left a little tract.
And twice a day he smoked his pipe and drank his quart of beer. His soul was resolute and held no hiding place for fear. He often said that he was glad the hangman's hands were near.
But why he said so strange a thing, no warder dared to ask. For he to whom a watcher's doom is given as his task must set a lock upon his lips and make his face a mask. Or else he might be moved and try to comfort or console. And what should human pity do pent up in murderer's hole? What word of grace in such a place could help a brother's soul?
With slouch and swing around the ring we trod the fool's parade. We did not care. We knew we were the devil's own brigade. Shaven heat and feet of lead make a merry masquerade. We tore the tarry rope to shreds with blunt and bleeding nails. We rubbed the doors and scrubbed the floors and cleaned the shining rails. And rank by rank we soaked the plank and clattered with the pails. We sewed the sacks, we broke the stones, we turned the dusty drill. We banged the tins and bawled the hymns and sweated on the mill.
But in the heart of every man, terror was lying still. So still it lay that every day crawled like a wheeled, clogged wave. And we forgot the bitter lot that waits for fool and knave, till once as we tramped in from work, we passed an open grave. With yawning mouth, the yellow hole gaped for a living thing. The very mud cried out for blood to the thirsty asphalt ring. And we knew that ere one dawn grew fair, some prisoner had to swing. Right in we went, with soul intent on death and dread and doom. The hangman, with his little bag, went shuffling through the gloom, and each man trembled as he crept into his numbered tomb. That night the empty corridors were full of forms of fear, and up and down the iron town stole feet we could not hear, and through the bars that hide the stars white faces seemed to peer. He lay as one who lies in dreams in a pleasant meadowland. The watcher watched him as he slept and could not understand how one could sleep so sweet a sleep with a hangman close at hand. But there is no sleep when men must weep who never yet have wept. So we, the fool, the fraud, the knave, that endless vigil kept, and through each brain on hands of pain, another's terror crept.
Alas, it is a fearful thing to feel another's guilt, for right within the sword of sin, pierced to its poisoned hilt, and as molten lead were the tears we shed for the blood we had not spilt.
The warders with their shoes of felt crept by each padlocked door and peeped and saw with lies of awe grey figures on the floor, and wondered why men knelt to pray who never prayed before.
All through the night we knelt and prayed, mad mourners of a corpse. The troubled plumes of midnight were the plumes upon a hearse, and bitter wine upon a sponge was the savour of remorse. The cock crew, the red cock crew, but never came the day, and crooked shape of terror crouched in the corners where we lay.
And each evil sprite that walks by night before us seemed to play. They glided past, they glided fast, like travellers through a mist. They mocked the moon in a rigadoon of delicate turn and twist, and with formal pace and loathsome grace, the phantoms kept their tryst. With mop and mow we saw them go, slim shadows hand in hand. About, in ghostly rout they trod a saraband, and the damned grotesques made arabesques like the wind upon the sand. With the pirouettes of marionettes they tripped on pointed tread.
But with flutes of fear they filled the ear as their grisly mask they led, and loud they sang, and loud they sang, for they sang to wake the dead. Ahoy, they cried, the world is wide, but fettered limb goes lame, and once or twice to throw the dice is a gentlemanly game. But he does not win who plays with sin in the secret house of shame. No things of air these antics were that frolicked with such glee. To men whose lives were held in gyves and whose feet might not go free. Ah, wounds of Christ, they were living things most terrible to see. Around they waltzed and wound. Some wheeled in smirking pairs with the mincing step of Deremet. Some sidled up the stairs, and with subtle sneer and frowning leer, each helped us at our prayers.
The morning wind began to moan, but still the night went on. Through its giant loom, the web of gloom crept till each thread was spun, and as we prayed, we grew afraid of the justice of the sun.
The moaning wind went wandering round the weeping prison wall. Till like a wheel of turning steel, we felt the minutes crawl. Oh, moaning wind, what had we done to have such a seneschal?
At last I saw the shadowed bars, like a lattice wrought in lead, move right across the whitewashed wall that faced my three-planked bed. And I knew that somewhere in the world God's dreadful dawn was red.
At 6 o'clock we cleaned ourselves. 7 all was still.
But the sough and swing of a mighty wing the prison seemed to fill, for the Lord of Death with icy breath had entered in to kill.
He did not pass in purple pomp, nor ride a moon-white steed. 3 yards of cord and a sliding board are all the gallows need. So with rope of shame, the herald came to do the secret deed.
We were as men who through a fen of filthy darkness grope. We did not dare to breathe a prayer or give our anguish scope. Something was dead in each of us, and what was dead was hope. For man's grim justice goes its way, and it will not swerve aside. It slays the weak, it slays the strong, it has a deadly stride. With iron heel it slays the strong, the monstrous parricide.
We waited for the stroke of 8. Each tongue was thick with thirst, for the stroke of 8 is the stroke of fate that makes a man accursed, and fate will use a running noose for the best man and the worst.
We had no other thing to do save to wait for the sign to come. So like things of stone in a valley lone, quiet we sat and dumb, but each man's heart beat thick and quick like a madman on a drum.
With sudden shock, the prison clock smote on the shivering air, and from all the jail rose up a wail of impotent despair, like the sound that frightened marshes hear from a leper in his lair. And as one sees most fearful things in the crystal of a dream, we saw the greasy hempen rope hooked to the blackened beam, and heard the prayer the hangman's snare strangled into a scream. And all the woe that moved him so that he gave that bitter cry, and the wild regrets and the bloody sweats, none knew so well as I. For he who lives more lives than one, more deaths than one must die.
There is no chapel on the day on which they hang a man. The chaplain's heart is far too sick, or his face is far too wan, or there is that written in his eyes which none should look upon. So they kept us close till nigh on noon, and then they rang the bell, and the warders with their jingling keys opened each listening cell, and down the iron stair we tramped, each from his separate hell.
Out into God's sweet air we went, but not in wonted way. But this man's face was white with fear, and that man's face was grey. And I never saw sad men who looked so wistfully at the day. I never saw sad men who looked with such a wistful eye upon that little tent of blue we prisoners call the sky, and at every careless cloud that passed in happy freedom by.
But there were those amongst us all who walked with downcast head, and knew that, had each got his due, they should have died instead. He had but killed a thing that lived whilst they had killed the dead. For he who sins a second time wakes a dead soul to pain, and draws it from its spotted shroud and makes it bleed again, and makes it bleed great gouts of blood, and makes it bleed in vain.
Like ape or clown, in monstrous garb with crooked arrows starred, silently we went round and round the slippery asphalt yard. Silently we went round, and no man spoke a word.
Silently we went round, and through each hollow mind, the memory of dreadful things rushed like a dreadful wind, and horror stalked before each man, and terror crept behind.
The warders strutted up and down and kept their herd of brutes. Their uniforms were spick and span, and they wore their Sunday suits, but we knew the work they had been at by the quicklime on their boots.
For where a grave had opened wide, there was no grave at all, only a stretch of mud and sand by the hideous prison wall, and a little heap of burning lime that the man should have his pall. For he has a pall, this wretched man, such as few men can claim. Deep below, a prison yard, naked for greater shame, he lies with fetters on each foot, wrapped in a sheet of flame. And all the while the burning lime eats flesh and bone away. It eats the brittle bone by night and the soft flesh by the day. It eats the flesh and bones by turns, but it eats the heart alway.
For 3 long years they will not sow, or root or seedling there. For 3 long years the unblessed spot will sterile be and bare, and look upon the wondering sky with unreproachful stare.
They think a murderer's heart would taint each simple seed they sow. 'Tis not true. God's kindly earth is kindlier than men know, and the red rose would but blow more red, and the white rose whiter blow. Out of his mouth the red rose, out of his heart a white, for who can say by what strange way Christ brings his will to light? Since the barren staff the pilgrim bore bloomed in the great Pope's sight.
But neither milk white rose nor red may bloom in prison air. The shard, the pebble, and the flint are what they give us there. For flowers have been known to heal a common man's despair. So never will wine-red rose or white petal by petal fall on that stretch of mud and sand that lies by the hideous prison wall, to tell the men who tramp the yard that God's Son died for all.
Yet, though the hideous prison wall still hems him round and round, and a spirit man not walk by night that is with fetters bound, and a spirit may not weep that lies in such unholy ground. He is at peace, this wretched man, at peace or will soon be. There is no thing to make him mad, nor does terror walk at noon, for the lampless earth in which he lies has neither sun nor moon. They hanged him as a beast is hanged. They did not even toll a requiem that might have brought rest to his startled soul, but hurriedly they took him out and hid him in a hole. They stripped him of his canvas clothes and gave him to the flies. They mocked the swollen purple throat and the stark and staring eyes, and with laughter loud they heaped the shroud in which their convict lies. The chaplain would not kneel to pray by his dishonored grave, nor mark it with that blessed cross that Christ for sinners gave, because the man was one of those whom Christ came down to save.
Yet all is well. He has but passed to life's appointed bourne, and alien tears will fill for him pity's long broken urn. For his mourners will be outcast men, and outcasts always mourn.
I know not whether laws be right, or whether laws be wrong. All that we know who lie in jail is that the wall is strong, and that each day is like a year whose days are long.
And this I know, that every law that men have made for man, since first man took his brother's life and the sad world began, but straws the wheat and saves the chaff with the most evil fan.
This too I know, and wise it were if each could know the same, that every prison that men build is built with bricks of shame, and bound with bars lest Christ should see how men their brothers maim. With burrs they blur the gracious moon and blind the goodly sun. They do well to hide their hell, for in it things are done that son of God nor son of man ever should look upon. Vilest deeds like poison weeds bloom well in prison air, and it only what is good in man that wastes and withers there.
Pale anguish keeps the heavy gate, and the warder is despair. For they starve the little frightened child till it weeps both night and day, and they scourge the weak, and flog the fool, and gibe the old and grey, and some grow mad, and all grow bad, and none a word may say. Each narrow cell in which we dwell is foul and dark latrine, and the fetid breath of living death chokes up each grated screen, and all but lust is turned to dust in humanity's machine.
The brackish water that we drink creeps with a loathsome slime, and the bitter bread they weigh in scales is full of chalk and lime, and sleep will not lie down, but walks wild-eyed and cries in time. But though lean hunger and green thirst like us with adder fight, we have little care of prison fare, for what chills and kills outright is that every stone one lifts by day becomes one's heart by night. With midnight always in one's heart and twilight in one's cell, we turn the crank or tear the rope, each in his separate hell, and the silence is more awful far than the sound of a brazen bell.
And never a human voice comes near to speak a gentle word, and the eye that watches through the door is pitiless and hard, and by all forgot we rot and rot with soul and body marred. And thus we rust life's iron chain, degraded and alone. And some men curse, and some men weep, and some men make no moan. But God's eternal laws are kind and break the heart of stone.
And every human heart that breaks in prison cell or yard is as that broken box that gave its treasure to the Lord and filled the unclean leper's house with the scent of costliest nard.
Ah, happy they whose hearts can break and peace of pardon win. How else may man make straight his plan and cleanse his soul from sin? How else but through a broken heart may Lord Christ enter in?
And he of the swollen purple throat and the stark and staring eyes waits for the holy hands that took the thief to paradise, and a broken and a contrite heart the Lord will not despise.
The man in red who reads the law gave him 3 weeks of life, 3 little weeks in which to seal his soul of his soul's strife and cleanse from every blot of blood the hand that held the knife.
And with tears of blood he cleansed the hand that held the steel. For only blood can wipe out blood, and only tears can heal. And the crimson stain that was of Cain became Christ's snow-white seal.
In Reading Gaol, by Reading town, there is a pit of shame, and in it lies a wretched man eaten by teeth of flame. In burning winding sheet he lies, and his grave has got no name.
There till Christ call forth the dead, in silence let him lie. No need to waste the foolish tear or heave the windy sigh. The man had killed the thing he loved, and so he had to die.
And all men kill the thing they love. By all let this be heard. Some do it with a bitter look, some with a flattering word. The coward does it with a kiss, the brave man with the sword.
Thank you very, very much indeed, guys. That was Brenda Leddy, David Robbins and Jim Trimmer reading The Ballad of Reading Gaol, directed by Deb McDowell. So just a reminder, Lottie is having a few hours well-deserved kip and probably a bit of gin as well. So I'm going to be taking over for the next few hours as your sort of continuity host. A reminder, you are watching Teddington Theatre Club's Wilde Weekend, a 25-hour Oscar-a-thon showcasing the wit and wisdom of Oscar Fingal O'Flaherty Wills Wilde. In total, we're going to be performing 48 pieces of work, so the well-known plays, the lesser-known ones, even an as yet unperformed one until now, stories, poems, articles, and various miscellanea. These are going to be performed by 62 different actors, assuming they all turn up, who will be playing 127 parts in total, including 86 roles in the plays alone. At a rough estimate, There are over 7,000 lines in the plays and at least as many again in the stories and poems that we're going to be sharing. So in total, over 15,000 lines are going to be spoken. And believe it or not, I only get about 200 of those. So we've just heard Brendan, David and Jim performing Wilde's last work, The Ballad of Reading Gaol. Before we move on, and while the performers take a short break, I've got a few anecdotes here that I think are rather apt. So while in prison, Oscar Wilde wrote that everything about his tragedy had been hideous and mean, and described how on the 13th of November 1895 he was transferred from Wandsworth to Reading Gaol. On that day, during the afternoon, he had to stand on the centre platform of Clapham Junction in convict dress, handcuffed for all the world to see. He was the object of ridicule and laughter, and with each train load the jeering audience grew. That was before they knew who he was. When they learned that the grotesque figure in prison garb was Oscar Wilde, they laughed even louder. Now, efforts were made to have Wilde's sentence reduced, but the appeal failed, and he served the full sentence. Later, he was able to say that society's sending him to prison ranked with his father's sending him to Oxford as a turning point in his life. Just a few extracts from poems, letters, that Wilde wrote to Robert Ross, his most loyal friend and one of his few friends towards the end. In one letter, undated, Wilde says, "The refusal to commute my sentence has been like a blow from a leaden sword. I am dazed with a dull sense of pain. I had fed on hope, and now anguish, grown hungry, feeds her fill on me, as though she had been starved of her proper appetite. There are, however, kinder elements in this evil prison air than were before. Sympathies have been shown to me, and I longer feel entirely isolated from humane influences which were before a source of terror and trouble to me. And I read Dante and make excerpts and notes for the pleasure of using a pen and ink. And I'm going to take up the study of German. Indeed, this seems to be the proper place for such a study." In another letter to Robert Ross, again from Reading Prison, "Prison life makes one see people and things as they really are, and that is why it turns one to stone." In another letter, this one dated March the 10th, 1896, so this was about 10 months after his trial and conviction, "I have the horror of death, with the still greater horror of living." And a final quotation from a letter to Robert Ross, this one undated. "Even if I get out of this loathsome place, I know there is nothing for me but a life of a pariah, of disgrace and penury and contempt." What is interesting, though, in a letter to the Daily Chronicle, Wilde said, "Prisoners are, as a class, extremely kind and sympathetic to each other. Suffering and the community of suffering makes people kind. In this, as in all other things, philanthropists and people of that kind are astray. It is not the prisoners who need reformation, it is the prisons." And maybe one final letter. This one from Paris in August 1898, after Wilde had left Reading Gaol and self-exiled to France. "I don't think I shall ever write again. Something is killed in me. I feel no desire to write. I am unconscious of power. Of course, my first year in prison destroyed me, body and soul. It could not be otherwise." So, not necessarily too witty, but certainly wise. And now we're going to move on to a shorter, quite spooky poem written by Wilde in 1892, before his literal trials and tribulations. and it's going to be read by Shana de Carcinac, who you hopefully saw earlier as Hester in my production of A Woman of No Importance.
We caught the thread. We lowered her down the street and stopped beneath its house. Inside, the din and fray, we heard a musician play the Strauss Liebe of Strauss. Strange mechanical grotesques, fantastic arabesque. The shadows raced across the blind. The ghostly dancers spin of horn and violin, like black leaves wheeling in the wind. Like wire-pulled automatons, slim silhouetted skeletons went sliding through the slow quadrille. They took each other by the hand and danced the stately saraband. Their laughter echoed thin and shrill. Sometimes a clockwork puppet pressed a phantom lover to their breast. Sometimes they seemed to try to sing. Sometimes a horrible marionette came out and smoked its cigarette upon the steps like a living thing. Then turning to my love, I said, "The dead are dancing with the dead. The dust is whirling with the dust." But she heard the violin and left my side and entered in. Love passed into the house of lust. Then suddenly the tune went false. The shadows wearied of the walls. The shadows ceased of the wheel and whirl, and down the long and silent street, the dawn with silver sandaled feet crept like a frightened little girl.
Thank you so much, Shana. That was lovely. Now, continuing in a similarly lyrical, exotic, erotic, devilish mode, we're going to move on to a production that we're very pleased to show you of Wilde's one-act tragedy-drama Salome. It was written originally in French in 1891 and translated into English 3 years later. And I think we've got an absolute treat in store for us. It's something slightly different to most of Wilde's other plays. Our production is directed by Simon Bartlett, and I will now hand over to Simon and his cast of Salome.
Salome, a tragedy in one act. A great terrace in the palace of Herod, set above the banqueting hall. 2 soldiers are guarding a huge staircase leaning over the balcony edge. At the back, an old cistern surrounded by a wall of green bronze. Moonlight. A young Syrian and a page gaze at the full moon.
How beautiful is the Princess Salome tonight?
Look at the moon. How strange the moon seems. She is like a woman rising from a tomb. She is like a dead woman. You would fancy she was looking for dead things.
She has a strange look. She's like a little princess who wears a yellow veil and whose feet are of silver. She is like a princess who has little white doves for feet. You would fancy she was dancing.
She is like a woman who is dead. She moves very slowly.
What an uproar! Who are these wild beasts howling?
The Jews. They are always like that. They are disputing about their religion.
Why do they dispute about their religion?
No, I cannot tell. They're always doing it. The Pharisees, for instance, say that they are angels, and the Sadducees declare that angels do not exist.
I think it is ridiculous to dispute about such things.
How beautiful is the Princess Salome tonight?
Oh, you are always looking at her. You look at her too much. It is dangerous to look at people in such a fashion. Oh, something terrible may happen.
She is very beautiful tonight.
The Tetrarch has a sombre look.
Yes, he has a sombre look.
He is looking at something.
He is looking at someone.
Who is he looking at?
I can't tell.
Ah, how pale the princess is. Never have I seen her so pale. She's like the shadow of a rose, white rose in a mirror of silver.
You must not look at her. Oh, you look too much at her.
Herodias has filled the cup of the Tetrarch.
Is that the Queen Herodias, she who wears a black mitre sewn with pearls and whose hair is powdered with blue dust?
Yes, that is Herodias, the Tetrarch's wife.
The Tetrarch is very fond of wine. He has wine of 3 sorts, one of which is brought from the island of Samothrace, and is purple, like the cloak of Caesar.
I've never seen Caesar.
Another that comes from a town called Cyprus, and is yellow like gold.
Oh, I love gold.
And the third is a wine of Sicily. That wine is red, like blood.
Well, the gods of my country are very fond of blood. Twice in a year we sacrifice to them young men and maidens. 50 young men and 100 maidens. But it seems we never give them quite enough, for they are very harsh to us.
In my country, there are no gods left. The Romans have driven them out. There are some who say that they've hidden themselves in the mountains, but I do not believe it. 3 nights I've been in the mountains seeking them everywhere. I did not find them. And at last I called them by their names, and they did not come. I think they're dead.
The Jews worship a god that you cannot see.
I cannot understand that.
In fact, they only believe in things that you cannot see.
Oh, that seems to me altogether ridiculous.
After me shall come another mightier than I. I am not worthy so much as to unloose the latchet of his shoes. When he cometh, the solitary places shall be glad. They shall blossom like the lily. The eyes of the blind shall see the day, and the ears of the deaf shall be opened. The newborn child shall put his hand upon the dragon's lair. He shall lead the lions by their manes.
And make him be silent. He's always saying ridiculous things.
No. He is a holy man. He is very gentle too. Every day when I give him to eat, he thanks me.
Who is he?
A prophet.
What's his name?
Yochanan.
Whence comes he?
From the desert, where he fed on locusts and wild honey. He was clothed in camel's hair, and round his loins he had a leathern belt. He was very terrible to look upon. A great multitude used to follow him. He used to have disciples.
What is he talking of?
We can never tell. Sometimes he says terrible things, but it is impossible to understand what he says.
Well, may one see him?
No, the Tetrarch has forbidden it.
The princess has hidden her face behind a fan. Her little white hands are fluttering like doves that fly to their dovecots. What is butterflies? They are just like white butterflies.
What is it with you? Why do you look at her? You must not look at her. Something terrible may happen.
What a strange prison.
It's an old cistern.
An old cistern? It must be very unhealthy.
No. For instance, the Tetrarch's brother, his elder brother, the first husband of Herodias the Queen, he was imprisoned there for 12 years. Didn't kill him. At the end of 12 years, he had to be strangled.
Strangled? Who dared to do that?
That man yonder, a nun.
He was not afraid?
Oh, no. The Tetrarch sent him the ring.
For what ring?
The death ring. So he was not afraid.
Yet it is a terrible thing to strangle a king.
Why? Kings have but one neck, like other folk.
Well, I think it is terrible.
The princess rises. She is leaving the table. She looks very troubled. She is coming this way. Yes, she's coming towards us. How pale she is. Never have I seen her so pale.
Do not look at her! I pray you, do not look at her!
She is like a dove that has strayed. She is like a narcissus trembling in the wind. She is like a silver flower.
The Princess Salome enters the terrace.
I will not stay. I cannot stay. Why does the Tetrarch look at me all the while with his mole's eyes under his shaking eyelids? It is strange that the husband of my mother looks at me like that. I know not what it means. In truth, yes, I know it.
You have just left the feast, Princess.
How sweet the air is here. I can breathe here. Within, there are Jews from Jerusalem who are tearing each other in pieces over their foolish ceremonies, and barbarians who drink and spill their wine on the pavement, and Greeks from Smyrna with painted eyes and painted cheeks, and frizzed hair curled in twisted coils. Silent, subtle Egyptians with long nails of jade and russet cloaks, and Romans, brutal and coarse, with their uncouth jargon. Oh, how I loathe the Romans. They are rough and common, and they give themselves the airs of noble lords.
Will you be seated, Princess?
Why do you speak to her? Why do you look at her? Oh, something terrible will happen.
How good to see the moon. She's like a little piece of money. You would think she was a silver flower. The moon is cold and chaste. I am sure she is a virgin. She has a virgin's beauty. Yes, she is a virgin. She has never defiled herself. She has never abandoned herself to men like the other goddesses.
The Lord hath come. The Son of Man hath come. The centaurs have hidden themselves in the rivers, and the sirens have left the rivers and are lying beneath the leaves of the forest.
What was that you cried out?
The prophet, Princess.
Ah, the prophet, he of whom the Tetrarch is afraid.
We know nothing of that, Princess. It was the prophet Yochanan who cried out.
Is it your pleasure that I bid them bring your litter, Princess? The night is fair in the garden.
He says terrible things about my mother, does he not?
We never understand what he says, Princess.
Yes, he says terrible things about her.
Princess, the Tetrarch prays you to return to the feast.
I will not go back.
Pardon me, Princess, but if you do not return, some misfortune may happen.
An old man, this prophet.
Princess, it would be better to return. Suffer me to lead you in.
This prophet, is he an old man?
No, Princess, he is quite a young man.
You cannot be sure. There are those who say he is Elias.
Who is Elias?
A very ancient prophet of this country, Princess.
What answer may I give the Tetrarch from the Princess?
Rejoice not thou, land of Palestine, because the rod of him who smote thee is broken. For from the seed of the serpent shall come forth a basilisk, and that which is born of it shall devour the birds.
What a strange voice. I would speak with him.
I fear it is impossible, Princess. The Tetrarch does not wish anyone to speak with him. He has even forbidden the high priest to speak with him.
I desire to speak with him.
It is impossible, Princess.
I will speak with him.
Would it not be better to return to the banquet?
Bring forth this prophet.
We dare not, Princess.
How black it is down there. It must be terrible to be in so black a pit. It is like a tomb. Did you not hear me? Bring out the prophet. I wish to see him.
The princess, I beg you, do not require this of us.
You keep me waiting.
Princess, our lives belong to you, but we cannot do what you have asked of us. And indeed, it is not of us you should ask this thing.
Ah, Narrabah.
What is going to happen? Oh, I am sure some misfortune will happen.
You will do this thing for me, will you not, Narrabah? You will do this thing for me. I have always been kind to you. You will do it for me. I would but look at this strange prophet. Men have talked so much of him. Often I have heard the Tetrarch talk of him. I think the Tetrarch is afraid of him. Are you, even you, also afraid of him, Narrabah?
I fear him not, Princess. There is no man I fear, but the Tetrarch has formally forbidden that any man should raise the cover of this well.
You will do this thing for me, Narrabah. And tomorrow, when I pass in my litter beneath the gateway of the idol sellers, I will let fall for you a little flower, a little green flower.
Oh, Princess, I cannot.
You'll do this thing for me, Narrabah. You know that you will do this thing for me. And tomorrow, when I pass in my litter by the bridge of the idol buyers, I will look at you through the muslin veils. I will look at you, Narrabah. It may be I will smile at you. Look at me, Narrabah, look at me. Ah, you know that you will do what I ask of you. You know it well. I know that you will do this thing.
Let the prophet come forth. The Princess Salome desires to see him.
Ah.
Oh, how strange the moon looks. You would think it was the hand of a dead woman seeking to cover herself with a shroud.
She has a strange look. She is like a little princess whose eyes are of amber. Though the clouds of muslin, she is smiling like a little princess.
The prophet is brought out of the cistern. Salome looks at him and steps back, slowly.
Where is he whose abominations is now full? Where is he who in a robe of silver shall one day die in the face of all the people? Bid him come forth, that he may hear the voice of him who hath cried in the waste places and in the houses of kings.
Of whom is he speaking?
You can never tell, Princess.
Where is she who, having seen the images of men painted on the walls, the images of the Chaldeans limed in colours, gave herself up unto the lust of her eyes and sent ambassadors into Chaldea?
It is of my mother that he speaks.
Oh, no, Princess. No.
Oh, yes, it is of my mother that he speaks.
Where is she who gave herself up unto the captains of Assyria, who have baldricks on their loins and tiaras of divers colours on their heads? Where is she who hath given herself to the young men of Egypt, who are clothed in fine linen and purple, whose shields are of gold, whose helmets are of silver, whose bodies are mighty? Bid her rise up from the bed of her abominations, from the bed of her incestuousness, that she may hear the words of him who prepareth the way of the Lord, that she may repent of her iniquities. Though she will never repent, but will stick fast in her abominations. Bid her come, for the fan of the Lord is in his hand.
But he is terrible. He is terrible.
Do not stay here, Princess. I beseech you.
It is his eyes above all that are terrible. They are like black holes burned by torches in a Tyrian tapestry. They are like black caverns where dragons dwell. They are like the black caverns of Egypt in which the dragons make their lairs. They are like black lakes troubled by fantastic moons.
Do not stay here, Princess. I pray you, do not stay here.
wasted he is. He is like a thin ivory statue. He is like an image of silver. I am sure he is as chaste as the moon is. He is like a moonbeam, like a shaft of silver. His flesh must be cool, like ivory. I would look closer at him.
No, Princess.
I must look closer.
Oh, Princess!
Who is this woman who is looking at me? I will not have her look at me. Wherefore does she look at me with her golden eyes under her gilded eyes? I know not who she is. I do not wish to know who she is. Bid her begone. It is not to her that I would speak.
I am Salome, daughter of Herodias, princess of Judea.
Back, daughter of Babylon, come not near the chosen of the Lord. Thy mother hath filled the earth with the wine of her iniquities, and the cry of her sins hath come up to the ears of God.
Speak again, Yochanan. Thy voice is wine to me.
Princess!
Speak again, Yochanan, and tell me what I must do.
Daughter of Sodom, come not near me, but cover thy face with a veil and scatter ashes upon thine head, and get thee to the desert and seek out the Son of Men.
Who is he, the Son of Man? Is he as beautiful as thou art, Yochanan?
Get thee behind me. I hear in the palace the beating of the wings of the angel of death.
Princess, I beseech thee to go within.
Angel of the Lord God, what dost thou here with thy sword? Whom seekest thou in this foul palace? The day of him who shall die in a robe of silver has not yet come.
Yochanan!
Who speaketh?
Yochanan, I am amorous of my body. My body is like white, like the lilies of a field that the mower had never mowed. Thy body is white, like the snows that lie on the mountains, like the snows that lie on the mountains of Judea and come down into the valleys. The roses in the garden of the Queen of Arabia are not as white as thy body. Neither the roses in the garden of the Queen of Arabia, the perfumed garden of spices of the Queen of Arabia, nor the feet of the dawn when they light on the leaves, nor the breast of the moon when she lies on the breast of the sea. There is nothing in the world so white as thy body. Let me touch thy body.
Back, daughter of Babylon. By woman came evil into the world. Speak not to me, I will not listen to thee. I listen but to the voice of the Lord God.
Thy body is hideous. It is like the body of a leper. It is like a plastered wall where vipers have crawled, like a plastered wall where the scorpions have made their nest. It is like a whitened sepulchre full of loathsome things. It is horrible. Thy body is horrible. It is of thy hair that I am enamoured, Yochanan. Thy hair is like clusters of grapes, like the clusters of black grapes that hang from the vine trees of Edom in the land of the Edomites. Thy hair is like the cedars of Lebanon, like the great cedars of Lebanon that give their shade to the lions and to the robbers who would hide themselves by day. Long, black nights, when the moon hides her face, when the stars are afraid, are not so black. The silence that was in the forest is not so black. There is nothing in the world so black as thy hair. Let me touch thy hair.
Back, daughter of Sodom, touch me not. Profane not the temple of the Lord God.
Thy hair is horrible. It is covered with mire and dust. It is like a crown of thorns which they have placed on thy forehead. It is like a knot of black serpents writhing around thy neck. I love not thy hair. It is thy mouth that I desire, Yochanan. Thy mouth is like a band of scarlet on a tower of ivory. It is like a pomegranate cut with a knife of ivory. The pomegranate flowers that blossom in the gardens of Tyre and are redder than roses are not so red. The red blasts of trumpets that herald the approach of kings and make afraid the enemy are not so red. Thy mouth is redder than the feet of those who tread the wine in the winepress. Thy mouth is redder than the feet of the doves who haunt the temples and are fed by the priests. It is redder than the feet of him who cometh from a forest where he hath slain a lion and seen gilded tigers. Mouth is like a branch of coral that are found in the twilight of the sea, the coral they keep for the kings. It is like the vermilion that the Moabites find in the mines of Moab, the vermilion that the kings take from them. It is like the bow of the king of the Persians that is painted with vermilion and is tipped with coral. There is nothing in the world so red as thy mouth. Let me kiss thy mouth.
Never. Daughter of Babylon, daughter of Sodom, never.
I will kiss thy mouth, Yochanan. I will kiss thy mouth.
Princess, princess, thou who art like a garden of myrrh, thou who art the dove of all doves, look not at this man, look not at him. Do not speak such words to him. I cannot suffer them. Princess, princess, do not speak these things.
I will kiss thy mouth, Yochanan.
Oh, the young Syrian has slain himself! The young captain has slain himself! He has slain himself! He was my friend! I gave him a little box of perfumes and earrings wrought in silver. And now he has killed himself! He did not foretell that some misfortune would happen. I, too, foretold it, and it has happened. Oh, well, I knew the moon was seeking a dead thing, but I did not know that it was him that he sought. Why did I not hide him from the moon? If I had hidden him in the cavern, she would not have seen him.
Princess, the captain has just slain himself.
Kiss thy mouth, Yochanan.
Art thou not afraid, daughter of Herodias? Did I not tell thee that I had heard in the palace the beatings of the wings of the angel of death? And hath he not come, the angel of death?
Let me kiss thy mouth.
Daughter of adultery, there is but one who can save thee. It is he of whom I spake. Go, seek him. He is in a boat on the sea of Galilee, and he talketh with his disciples. Kneel down on the shore of the sea and call unto him by his name. When he cometh to thee, and to all who call on him he cometh. Bow thyself at his feet and ask of him the remission of thy sins.
Let me kiss thy mouth.
Cursed be thou, daughter of an ancestral mother, be thou accursed.
I will kiss thy mouth, Yochanan.
I do not wish to look at thee. I will not look at thee. Thou art accursed, Salome. Thou art accursed.
Yochanan returns to his prison.
I will kiss thy mouth, Yochanan. I will kiss thy mouth.
We must bear away the body to another place. The Tetrarch does not care to see dead bodies, save the bodies of those whom he himself has slain.
My brother! Closer to me than a brother. I gave him a little box full of perfumes and a ring of the gate that he always wore in his hand. In the evening, we used to walk by the river among the almond trees, and he would tell me things about his country. He always spoke so very low. The sound of his voice was like the sound of a flute player. He also loved so much to gaze at himself in the river. I used to reproach him for this.
You're right. We must hide the body. The Tetrarch must not see it.
The Tetrarch will not come to this place. He never comes on the terrace. He is too much afraid of the prophet.
Suddenly, Herod, Tetrarch, enters with Herodias his wife and all the court.
Where is Salome? Where is the princess? Why did she not return to the banquet as I commanded her? Oh, there she is.
You must not look at her. You are always looking at her.
The moon has a strange look tonight. Has she not a strange look? She's like a mad woman who is seeking everywhere for lovers. She's naked too. She is quite naked. The clouds are seeking to clothe her nakedness, but she will not let them. She shows herself naked in the sky. She reels through the clouds like a drunken woman. I am sure she is looking for lovers. Does she not reel like a drunken woman? She is like a mad woman, is she not?
No. The moon is like the moon, that is all. Oh, let us go within. You have nothing to do here.
I will stay here. Manessa, lay carpets there, light torches, bring forth the ivory tables and the tables of jasper. The air here is delicious. I will drink more wine with my guests. We must show all honours to the ambassadors of Caesar.
It is not because of them that you remain.
Yes, the air is delicious. Come, Herodias, our guests await us. I have slipped. I have slipped in blood. It is an ill omen. It is a very ill omen. Wherefore is there blood here? And this body. What does this body here? Think you I am like the king of Egypt, who gives no feast to his guests, but that he shows them a corpse? Whose is it? I will not look on it.
It is our captain, sire. He's the young Syrian whom you made captain only 3 days ago.
I gave no order that he should be slain.
He killed himself, sire.
For what reason? I had made him captain.
We do not know, sire, but he killed himself.
Oh, that seems strange to me. I thought it was only the Roman philosophers who killed themselves. Is it not true, Tiglinus, that the philosophers at Rome killed themselves?
There are some who kill themselves, sire. They are the Stoics. The Stoics are, of course, people. They are ridiculous people. I myself regard them as being perfectly ridiculous.
And I also. It is ridiculous to kill oneself.
Everybody at Rome laughs at them. The emperor has written a satire against them. It is recited everywhere.
Oh, he has written a satire against them. Oh, Caesar is wonderful. He can do everything. It's strange that the young Syrian has killed himself. I am sorry that he has killed himself. I am very sorry, for he was fair to look upon. He was even very fair. He had very languorous eyes. I remember that I saw that he looked languorously at Salome. Truly, I thought he looked too much at her.
There are others who look at her too much.
His father was a king, and I drove him from his kingdom. And you made a slave of his mother, who was a queen, Herodias. So he was here as my guest, as it were, and for that reason I made him my captain. I am sorry he is dead. Why have you left the body here? I will not look at it. Away with it. It is cold here. There is a wind blowing. Is there not a wind blowing?
No, there is no wind.
I tell you, there is a wind that blows. And I hear in the air Something that is like the beating of wings, like the beating of vast wings. Do you not hear it?
No, there is nothing.
Well, I hear it no longer. But I heard it. It was the blowing of the wind, no doubt. But it has passed away. Oh, but no, I hear it again. Do you not hear it? It is just like the beating of wings.
I tell you there is nothing. Oh, you are ill. Let us go within.
I am not ill. It is your daughter who is sick. She has the mien of a sick person. Never have I seen her look so pale.
Oh, I have told you not to look at her.
Pour me forth wine. Salome, come. Drink a little wine with me. I have here a wine that is exquisite. Caesar himself sent it to me. Dip into it your little red lips, that I may drain the cup.
I am not thirsty. Oh.
You hear how she answers me, this daughter of yours?
She does right. Why are you always gazing at her?
Bring me ripe fruits. Salome, come and eat fruit with me. I love to see in a fruit the mark of your little teeth. Bite but a little of this fruit, and then I will eat what is left.
I am not hungry, Tetrarch.
You see how you have brought up this daughter of yours.
Oh, my daughter and I come from a royal race. As for you, your father was a camel driver. He was also a robber.
You lie!
You know well that it is true.
Salome, come and sit next to me. I will give you the throne of your mother.
I am not tired, Tetrarch.
You see what she thinks of you.
Bring me... Well, what is it that I desire? I forget. I remember. It was the...
Oh, the time is come. That which I foretold has come to pass, saith the Lord God. Lo, the day of which I spoke.
Oh, tell him to be silent. I will not listen to his voice. This man is forever vomiting insults against me.
He has said nothing against you. And besides, he is a very great prophet.
Oh, I do not believe in prophets. Can a man tell what will come to pass? No man knows it. Moreover, he is forever insulting me. But I think you are afraid of him. I know well that you are afraid of him.
I am not afraid of him. I'm afraid of no man.
I tell you, you are afraid of him. If you are not afraid of him, why do you not deliver him to the Jews who for the past 6 months have been clamouring to get him?
It's true, my lord. It were better to deliver him into our hands.
Enough on this subject. I have already given you my answer. I will not deliver him into your hands. He is a holy man. He is a man who has seen God.
That cannot be. There is no man who has seen God since the prophet Elias.
Verily, no man knows if Elias the prophet did indeed see God. Peradventure it was but the shadow of God that he saw.
God is at no time hidden. He shows himself at all times and in everything. God is in what is evil, even as he is what is good.
That must not be said. It is a very dangerous doctrine. It is a doctrine that comes from the schools at Alexandria, where men teach the philosophy of the Greeks. And the Greeks are Gentiles. They're not even circumcised.
No one can tell how God works. His ways are very mysterious. It may be that things which we call evil are good, and that things which we call good are evil. There is no knowledge of anything. We must needs submit to everything, for God is very strong. He breaks in pieces the strong together with the weak, for he regards not any man.
You speak the truth. God is terrible. He breaks the strong and the weak as a man breaks corn in a mortar. But this man has never seen God. No man has seen God since the prophet Elias.
Oh, make them be silent. They weary me.
But I have heard it said that Yochanan himself is your prophet Elias.
That cannot be. It is more than 300 years since the days of the prophet Elias.
Or there be some who say that this man is the prophet Elias.
I am sure he is the prophet Elias.
Yes, but he is not the prophet Elias.
So the day is come, the day of the Lord, and I hear upon the mountains the feet of him who shall be the Saviour of the world.
What does this mean, the Saviour of the world?
It is the title that Caesar takes.
But Caesar is not coming into Judea. Well, only yesterday I received letters from Rome. They contained nothing concerning this matter. And you, Tiglinus, who was at Rome during the winter, you heard nothing concerning this matter, did you?
Sire, I heard nothing concerning the matter. I was explaining the title. It is one of Caesar's titles.
Well, remember, Caesar cannot come. He is too gouty. They say that his feet are like the feet of an elephant. Well, also, there are reasons of state. He who leaves Rome loses Rome. He will not come. Howbeit Caesar is Lord, he will come if he wishes. And nevertheless, I do not think he will come.
It did not concern Caesar that the prophet spoke these words, sire.
Not of Caesar?
No, sire.
Concerning whom then did he speak?
Concerning messiahs who have come.
Messiah hasn't come.
He has come, and everywhere he works his miracles.
Oh, miracles. Oh, I do not believe in miracles. I have seen too many. My fan.
This man works true miracles. For example, at a marriage that took place in a little town of Galilee, a town of some importance, he changed water into wine. Certain persons who were present told me. And also, he healed 2 lepers that were sat in front of the gate of Capernaum, simply by touching them.
Nay, it was blind men that he healed at Capernaum.
No, they were lepers. But he also helped blind people, and he has been seen on a mountain talking with the angels.
Angels do not exist.
Angels exist, but I do not believe that this man has talked with them.
He was seen by a great multitude of people talking with the angels.
Not with angels.
Oh, how these men weary me. They are ridiculous. Well, my fan? You have a dreamer's look. You must not dream. It's only sick people who dream.
There is also the miracle of the daughter of Jairus.
Yes, that is sure. No man can gainsay it.
These men are mad. They have looked too long on the moon. Command them to be silent.
What is this miracle of the daughter of Jairus?
The daughter of Jairus was dead. He raised her from the dead.
He raises the dead?
Yes, sire. He raises the dead.
I do not wish him to do that. I forbid him to do that. I allow no man to raise the dead. This man must be found and told that I forbid him to raise the dead. Where is this man at present?
He is in every place, my lord, but it is hard to find him.
It is said that he's in Samaria.
It is easy to see that this is not Messiah. If he is in Samaria, it is not to the Samaritans that Messiah shall come. The Samaritans are accursed. They bring no offerings to the temple.
He left Samaria a few days since. I think that at the present moment he is in the neighbourhood of Jerusalem.
No, he is not there. I have just come from Jerusalem. But for 2 months they have had no tidings of him.
No matter, but let them find him. And tell him from me, I will not allow him to raise the dead. Now, to change water into wine, to heal the lepers and the blind, well, he may do these things if he will. I say nothing against these things. In truth, I hold it a good deed to heal a leper. But I allow no man to raise the dead. It would be terrible if the dead came back.
Ah, the wanton, the harlot, the daughter of Babylon with her golden eyes and her gilded eyelids. Thus saith the Lord God, let there come up against her a multitude of men. Let the people take stones and stone her.
Oh, command him to be silent.
Let the war captains pierce her with their swords. Let them crush her beneath their shields.
No, but it is infamous.
It is thus that I will wipe out all wickedness from the earth, and that all women shall learn not to imitate her abominations.
Oh, you hear what he says against me? You allow him to revile your wife?
He did not speak your name.
What does that matter? You know well that it is me he seeks to revile. Am I your wife? Am I not?
The truth, dear and noble Herodias, you are my wife. And before that, you were the wife of my brother.
Oh, it was you who tore me from his arms.
Oh. Of a truth, I was stronger. But let us not talk of that matter. I do not desire to talk of it. It is the cause of the terrible words that the prophet has spoken. Peradventure, on account of it, a misfortune will come. Let us not speak of this matter. Noble Herodias, we are not mindful of our guests. Fill my cup, my well-beloved. Fill with wine the great goblets of silver and the great goblets of glass. I will drink to Caesar. There are Romans here. We must drink to Caesar.
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 Do you not see how pale your daughter is? How pale she is?
Oh, what is it to you if she be pale or not?
Have I seen her so pale?
Oh, you must not look at her.
In that day the sun shall become black like sackcloth of hair, and the moon shall become like blood, and the stars of the heavens shall fall upon the earth like ripe figs that fall from the fig tree, and the kings of the earth shall be afraid.
Oh, I should like to see that day of which he speaks, when the moon shall become like blood, and when the stars shall fall upon the earth like ripe figs. The prophet talks like a drunken man, but I cannot suffer the sound of his voice. I hate his voice. Command him to be silent.
I will not. I cannot understand what he says, but it may be an omen.
I do not believe in omens. He speaks like a drunken man.
It may be that he is drunk with the wine of God.
And what is that? The wine of God. From what vineyards is it gathered? In what winepress may one find it?
Tigellinus, when you were of Rome of late, did the emperor speak to you on the subject of...
On what subject, sire?
On what subject? Oh, I asked you a question, did I not? I have forgotten what I asked you.
You are looking again at my daughter. You must not look at her. I have already said so.
You say nothing else.
I'll say it again.
And that restoration of the temple, about which they have talked so much, will anything be done? They say that the veil of the sanctuary has disappeared, do they not?
It was you that stole it. Oh, you speak at random. I will not stay here. Let us go within.
Dance for me, Salome.
Oh, I will not have her dance.
I have no desire to dance.
Salome, daughter of Herodias, dance for me.
Oh, let her alone.
I command you to dance, Salome.
I will not dance, Tetrarch.
Oh, you see how she obeys you.
What is it to me whether she dances or not? It's nothing to me. Tonight, I am happy. I am exceedingly happy. Never have I been so happy.
The Tetrarch has a sombre look. Has he not a sombre look?
Yes, he has a sombre look.
Wherefore should I not be happy? What Caesar, who is Lord of the world, who is Lord of all things, loves me well. He has just sent me most precious gifts. Also, he has promised to summon to Rome the king of Cappadocia, who is my enemy. It may be that at Rome he will crucify him, for he is able to do all things that he wishes. Verily, Caesar is Lord. Thus, you see, I have a right to be happy. Indeed, I am happy. I have never been so happy. There is nothing in the world that can mar my happiness.
He shall be seated on this throne. He shall be clothed in scarlet and purple. In his hand he shall bear a golden cup full of his blasphemies. And the angel of the Lord shall smite him. He shall be eaten of worms.
You hear what he says about you? He says you will be eaten by the worms.
It is not of me that he speaks. He speaks never against me. It is the king of Cappadocia that he speaks of. The king of Cappadocia who is my enemy. It is he who shall be eaten of worms. It is not I. Never has he spoken a word against me, this prophet, save that I sinned in taking to wife the wife of my brother. Maybe he is right. For of a truth, you are sterile.
I? Sterile? I? You say that? You that are forever looking at my daughter? You that would have her dance for your pleasure? Is it absurd what you say? I have borne a child. You have no child. No, not even from one of your slaves. It is you who are sterile, not I.
Peace, woman! I say that you are sterile. You have borne me no child, and the prophet says that our marriage is no true marriage. He says that it is an incestuous marriage, a marriage that will bring evils, and I fear he is right. I am sure that he is right, but it is not the moment to speak of such things. I would be happy at this moment. Oh, in truth, I am happy. There is nothing I lack.
I am glad you are of so fair a humour tonight. It is not your custom, but it is late. Let us go within. Do not forget we hunt at sunrise. All honours must be shown to Caesar's ambassadors, must they not?
What a sombre look the Tetrarch wears.
Yes, he does wear a sombre look.
Salome. Salome, dance for me. I pray you, dance for me. I'm sad tonight. Yes, I am. Passing sad tonight. When I came hither, I slipped in blood, which is an evil omen. And I heard, I am sure I heard in the air, a beating of wings, the beating of giant wings, and I cannot tell what they mean. I am sad tonight. Therefore, dance for me. Dance for me, Salome, I beseech you. If you dance for me, you may ask of me what you will, and I will give it to you, even unto half of my kingdom.
Will you indeed give me whatsoever I shall ask, Tetrarch?
Do not dance, my daughter.
Everything. even the half of my kingdom.
You swear it, Tetrarch?
I swear it, Salome.
Do not dance, my daughter.
By what will you swear, Tetrarch?
By my life, by my crown, by my gods. Whatsoever you desire, I will give it to you, even unto half of my kingdom, if you will but dance for me. Oh, Salome, Salome, dance for me.
You have sworn, Tetrarch.
I have sworn, Salome.
All this I ask, even the half your kingdom.
My daughter, do not dance.
Even to the half of my kingdom. Oh, you will be passing fair as a queen, Salome, if it please you to ask for half of my kingdom. Will she not be fair as a queen? Oh, it is cold here. There is an icy wind, and I hear, wherefore do I hear in the air this beating of wings? One might fancy a bird, a huge black bird that hovers over the terrace. Why can I not see it, this bird? The beat of its wings is terrible. The breath of the wind in its wings is terrible. It is a chill wind. Oh, nay, but it is not cold. It is hot. I am choking. Pour more water on my hands. Give me snow to eat. Loosen my mantle. Quick. Oh, loosen my mantle. Nay, but leave it. It is my garland that hurts. My garland of roses. The flowers are like fire. They have burned my forehead. I can breathe now. Oh, how red those petals are. They are like stains of blood on the cloth. That does not matter. You must not find symbols in everything you see. It makes life impossible. It were better to say that stains of blood are as lovely as rose petals. It were better far to say that. But we will not speak of this now. I am happy. I am passing happy. Have I not the right to be happy? Your daughter is going to dance for me. Will you not dance for me, Salome? You have promised to dance for me.
I will not have her dance.
I will dance for you, Tetrarch.
You hear what your daughter says? She is going to dance for me. Oh, you do well to dance for me, Salome. And when you have danced for me, forget not to ask of me whatsoever you wish. Whatsoever you wish, I will give it to you, even to the half of my kingdom. I have sworn it, have I not?
You have sworn it, Tetrarch.
And I have never broken my word. I am not one of those who break their oaths. I know not how to lie. I am a slave of my word, and my word is the word of a king. Or the king of Cappadocia always lies, but he is no true king. He is a coward. Also, he owes me money, which he will not repay. He has even insulted my ambassadors. He has spoken words that were wounding. But Caesar will crucify him when he comes to Rome. I am sure that Caesar will crucify him. And if not, yet will he die, being eaten of worms. The prophet has prophesied it. Well, wherefore dost thou tarry, Salome?
I am awaiting until my slaves bring perfumes to me and the 7 veils, and take off my sandals.
Oh, you are going to dance with naked feet? 'Tis well. 'Tis well. Your little feet will be like white doves. They will be like little white flowers that dance upon the trees. No, 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 she's going to dance on blood. There is blood spilled on the ground. Oh, she must not dance on blood. It were an evil omen.
What is it to you if she dance on blood? Thou hast waded in deep enough.
What is it to me? Look at the moon. She has become red. She has become red as blood. No. The prophet prophesied truly. He prophesied that the moon will become red as blood. Did he not prophesy it? All of you heard him. And now the moon has become red as blood. You don't see it?
Oh, yes, I see it well. And the stars are falling like ripe figs, are they not? And the sun is becoming black like the sackcloth of hair. And the kings of the earth are afraid. That, at least, one thing I can see. The prophet, for once in his life, was right. The kings of the earth are afraid. Let us go within. You are sick. They will say at Rome that you are mad. Let us go within, I tell you.
Who is this who cometh from Edom? Who is this who cometh from Bozrah, whose raiment is dyed with purple, who shineth in the beauty of his garments, who walketh mighty in his greatness? Wherefore is thy raiment stained with scarlet?
Oh, let us go within. The voice of that man maddens me. I will not have my daughter dance while he is continually crying out. I will not have her dance while you look at her in this fashion. In a word, I will not have her dance.
Do not rise, my wife, my queen. It will avail you nothing. I will not go within till she has danced. Oh, dance, Salome. Dance for me.
Oh, do not dance, my daughter.
I am ready, Tetrarch.
Oh. Wonderful! Wonderful! You see, she has danced for me, your daughter. Come near, Salome. Come near that I may give you your reward. I pay the dancers well. I will pay thee royally. I will give you whatsoever your soul desireth. What would you have? Speak.
I would that they presently bring me in a silver charger.
Oh, in a silver charger. Surely, yes. In a silver charger. Oh, she is charming, is she not? What is it that we would have in a silver charger? Oh, sweet and fair Salome. You who are fairer than all the daughters of Judea. What would you have them bring thee in a silver charger? Tell me. Whatsoever it may be, they shall give it you. My treasures belong to you. What is it, Salome?
The head of Yochanan.
Well said. Oh, my daughter.
No. No.
That is well said, my daughter.
No, no, Salome. You did not ask me that. You do not listen to your mother's voice. If she is ever giving you evil counsel, do not heed her.
I do not heed my mother. It is for mine own pleasure that I ask.
The head of Yochanan in a silver charger. You have sworn, Herod. Forget not that you have sworn an oath.
I know it. I have sworn by my gods. I know it well, but I pray you, Salome, ask of me something else. Ask of me half of my kingdom, and I will give it to you, but ask not of me what you have asked.
I ask of you the head of Yochanan.
No, I do not wish it.
You have sworn, Herod.
Yes, you have sworn. Everybody heard you. You swore it before everybody.
Be silent! It is not you to whom I speak.
Oh, my daughter has done well to ask the head of Yochanan. He has covered me with insults. He has said monstrous things against me. And one can see that she loves her mother well. Do not yield, my daughter. He has sworn. He has sworn.
Silent! Speak not to me. Come, Salome. Be reasonable. I have never been hard to you. I have ever loved you. It may be that I have loved you too much. Therefore ask me not this thing. It is a terrible thing, an awful thing to ask of me. Surely I think you are jesting. The head of a man that is cut from his body is ill to look upon. Is it not? It is not meet that the eyes of a virgin should look upon such thing. What pleasure could you have in it? None. No, it is not what you desire. Hearken to me. I have an emerald, a great round emerald, which Caesar's minion sent to me. And if you look through this emerald, you can see things which happen at a great distance. Caesar himself carries such an emerald when he goes to the circus. But my emerald is larger. I know well that it is larger. It is the largest emerald in the whole world. Oh, you would like that, would you not? Ask it of me, and I will give it you.
I demand the head of Yochanan.
You are not listening. You are not listening. Suffer me to speak, Salome.
The head of Yochanan.
No, you would not have that. You say that to trouble me, because I have looked at you all this evening. It is true. I have looked at you all this evening. Your beauty troubled me. Your beauty has grievously troubled me, and I have looked at you too much. But I will look at you no more. Neither at things nor at people should one look. Only in mirrors should one look, for mirrors do but show us masks. Oh, bring wine. I thirst. Salome, let us be friends. Come now, come. What would I say? What's that? I remember. Salome. Nay, but come nearer to me. I fear you will not hear me, Salome. Salome, you know my white peacocks. My beautiful white peacocks that walk in the garden between the myrtles and the tall cypress trees. Their beaks are gilded with gold, and the grains which they eat are gilded with gold also, and their feet are stained with purple. When they cry out, the rain comes, and the moon shows herself in the heavens when they spread their tails. Oh, 2 by 2 they walk between the cypress trees and the black myrtles, and each has a slave to tend it. Sometimes they fly across the trees, and anon they crouch in the grass around the lake, and there are not in all the world birds so wonderful. There is no king in all the world who possesses such wonderful birds. I'm sure that Caesar himself has no birds so fair as my birds. And I will give you 50 of my peacocks. Oh, they will follow you whithersoever you go, and in the midst of them you will be like the moon in the midst of a great white cloud. I will give them all to you. I have but 100, and in the whole world there is no king who has peacocks like unto my peacocks, but I will give them all to you. Only you must loose me from my oath, and must not ask of me that which you have asked of me.
Give me the head of Yochanan.
Oh, well said, my daughter. As for you, you are ridiculous with your peacocks.
Be silent. You cry out always. You cry out like a beast of prey. You must not. Your voice wearies me. Be silent. I say, Salome, think of what you are doing. This man comes perchance from God. He is a holy man. The finger of God has touched him. God has put into his mouth terrible words. In the palace, as in the desert, God is always with him. At least it is possible. One does not know. It is possible that God is for him and with him. Furthermore, if he died, some misfortune might happen to me. In any case, he said that the day he dies, a misfortune will happen to someone. Well, that could only be me. Remember, I slipped in blood when I entered? Also, I heard a beating of wings in the air, a beating of mighty wings. These are very evil omens. And there were others. I'm sure there were others, though I did not see them. Oh, well, Salome, you do not wish a misfortune to happen to me? You do not wish that? Listen to me, then.
Give me the head of Yochanan.
Oh, you are not listening to me. Be calm. I am calm. I am quite calm. Listen. I have jewels hidden in this place. Jewels that your mother even has never seen. Jewels that are marvelous. I have a collar of pearls set in 4 rows. They are like unto moons chained with rays of silver. They are like 50 moons caught in a golden net. On the ivory of her breast a queen has worn it. You shall be as fair as a queen when you wear it. I have amethysts of 2 kinds. One that is black like wine, and one that is red like wine, which has been colored with water. I have topazes, yellow as the eyes of tigers, and topazes that are pink as the eyes of a wood pigeon, and green topazes that are as the eyes of cats. I have opals that burn always with an ice-like flame. I have moonstones that change when the moon changes and are wan when they see the sun. I have sapphires, big like eggs and blue as blue flowers. Oh, the sea wanders within them, and the moon never comes to trouble the blue of their waves. I have chrysolites and beryls and chrysoprases and rubies, and I will give them all to you. All. And other things will I add to them. The king of the Indies has but even now sent me 4 fans fashioned from the feathers of parrots. And the king of Numidia, a garment of ostrich feathers. In a coffin of nacre, I have 3 wondrous turquoises. He who wears them on his forehead can imagine things which are not. And he who carries them in his hand can make women sterile. These are great treasures, above all price. They are treasures without price. But this is not all. I have mantles that have been brought from the land of the Ceres, and bracelets decked about with carbuncles and with jade that comes from the city of Euphrates. Oh, what do you desire more than this, Salome? Tell me the thing that you desire, and I will give it to you. All that you ask, I will give you. Save one thing. I will give you all that is mine. All. Save one life. I will give you the mantle of the high priest of the Jews. I will give you the veil of the sanctuary.
Give me the head of Yochanan.
Let her be given what she asks. Of a truth, she is her mother's child.
A soldier approaches. Herodias draws from the hand of the tetrarch the ring of death and gives it to him. He straightway bears it to the executioner.
Who has taken my ring? There was a ring on my right hand. Who has drunk my wine? There was wine in my cup. It was full of wine. Someone has drunk it. Oh, surely some evil will befall someone. Oh, wherefore did I give my own? Kings ought never to give their word. If they keep it not, it is terrible. And if they keep it, it is terrible also.
My daughter has done well.
I am sure that some misfortune will happen.
A huge arm. The arm of the executioner comes from the cistern, bearing on a silver shield the head of Yochanan. Salome seizes it. Herod hides his face. The Nazarenes fall on their knees and begin to pray.
Thou wouldst not suffer me to kiss thy mouth, Yochanan. Well, I will kiss it now. I will bite it with my teeth as one bites a ripe fruit. Yes, I will kiss thy mouth, Yochanan. I said it. Did I not say it? I said it. Ah, I will kiss it now. But wherefore dost thou not look at me, Yochanan? Thine eyes that were so terrible, so full of rage and scorn, are shut now. Wherefore are they shut? Open thine eyes. Lift up thine eyelids, Yochanan. Wherefore dost thou not look at me? Art thou afraid of me, Yochanan, that thou wilt not look at me? And thy tongue, that was like a red snake darting poison, it moves no more. It says nothing now, Yochanan, that scarlet viper that spat its venom upon me. It is strange, is it not? How is it that the red viper stirs no longer? Thou wouldst have none of me, Yochanan. Thou didst reject me. Thou didst speak evil words against me. Thou didst treat me as a harlot, as a wanton, me, Salome, daughter of Herodias, princess of Judea. Well, Yochanan, I still live, but thou art dead, and thy head belongs to me. I can do with it what I will. I can throw it to the dogs and to the birds of the air. That which the dogs leave, the birds of the air shall devour. Oh, Yochanan, Yochanan, thou wert the only man I have loved. All other men are hateful to me, but thou wert beautiful. Thy body was a column of ivory set on a silver socket. It was a garden full of doves and of silver lilies. It was a tower of silver decked with shields of ivory. There was nothing in the world so white as thy body. There was nothing in the world so black as thy hair. In the whole world there was nothing so red as thy mouth. Thy voice was a censer that scattered strange perfumes, and when I looked on thee I heard a strange music. Oh, wife, wherefore didst thou not look at me, Yochanan? Behind thine hands and thy curses thou didst hide thy face. Thou didst put upon thine eyes the covering of him who would see his God. Well, thou hast seen thy God, Yochanan. Me thou didst never see. If thou hadst seen me, thou wouldst have loved me. I saw thee, Yochanan, and I loved thee. Oh, how I love thee! I love thee yet, Yochanan. I love thee only. I am athirst for thy beauty. I am hungry for thy body, and neither wine nor fruits can appease my desire. What shall I do now, Yochanan? Neither the floods nor the great waters can quench my passion. I was a princess, and thou didst scorn me. I was a virgin, and thou didst take my virginity from me. I was chaste, and thou didst fill my veins with fire. Oh, wherefore didst thou not look at me, Yochanan? If thou hadst looked at me, thou hadst loved me. Well, I know that thou wouldst have loved me, and the mystery of love is greater than the mystery of death. Love only should one consider.
She is monstrous, your daughter. She is altogether monstrous. In truth, what she has done is a great crime. I am sure that it was a crime against an unknown God.
I approve of what my daughter has done, and I will stay here now.
Speaks the incestuous wife. Come! I will not stay here. Come, I tell you. Surely some terrible thing will befall. Manessa, Issachar, Ozias, put out the torches. I will not look at things. I will not suffer things to look at me. Put out the torches, hide the moon, hide the stars. Let us hide ourselves in our palace, Herodias. I begin to be afraid.
The slaves put out the torches. The stars disappear. A great black cloud crosses the moon, concealing it completely. The tetrarch begins to climb the staircase.
Ah, I have kissed thy mouth, Yochanan. I have kissed thy mouth. There was a bitter taste on thy lips. Was it the taste of blood? But perchance it is the taste of love. They say that love hath a bitter taste. But what of that? What of that? I have kissed thy mouth, Yochanan.
A moonbeam falls on Salome, covering her with light.
Kill that woman.
The soldiers rush forward and crush beneath their shields Salome, daughter of Herodias, princess of Judea.
Thank you very, very much indeed to Simon Bartlett and his marvellous cast for bringing Salome so gloriously and ghoulishly to life. We're now going to turn to a slightly more refined and reflective view of human relationships by hearing two poems by Wilde. that are going to be read by Ron Hudson, who you've just been enjoying. The first poem is Requiescat from Wilde's first collection of early poems, written in 1881 at the age of 27, 3 years after he won the prestigious Newdigate Prize for Poetry. Ron will then follow Requiescat with To My Wife, which was written 3 years later in 1881, at the time of Wilde's marriage to Constance Lloyd, and a reminder of happier days before Oscar's world got rather more complicated. So over to you, Ron.
Requiescat. Tread lightly, she is near under the snow. Speak gently, she can hear the daisies grow. All her bright golden hair tarnished with rust, she that was young and fair, fallen to dust. Lily-like, white as snow, she hardly knew she was a woman, so sweetly she grew. Coffin board, heavy stone, lie on her breast. I vex my heart alone, she is at rest. Peace, peace, she cannot hear lyre or sonnet. All my life's buried here. Heap earth upon it. To my wife. I can write no stately poem as a prelude to my lay. From a poet to a poem, I would dare to say. For if these fallen petals one to you seem fair, love will waft it till it settles on your hair. And when wind and winter harden all the loveless land, it will whisper of the garden, you will understand.
Lovely. Thank you very much indeed, Ron. After those two poems from earlier in Wilde's life, we now move towards the dark end days with De Profundis, which was Wilde's long, often very dark letter to Bosie, Lord Alfred Douglas, recounting their relationship and Wilde's subsequent spiritual journey. Written in Reading Gaol during 1897, it wasn't actually published until 5 years after Wilde's early death in 1900. So here, ladies and gentlemen, with De Profundis is Mr. Steve Taylor.
Suffering is one very long moment. We cannot divide it by seasons. We can only record its moods and chronicle their return. With us, time itself does not progress, it revolves. It seems to circle round one's centre of pain. The paralysing immobility of a life, every circumstance of which is regulated after an unchangeable pattern, so that we eat and drink and lie down and pray, or kneel at least for prayer, according to the inflexible laws of an iron formula. This immobile quality that makes each dreadful day in the very minutest detail like its brother seems to communicate itself to those external forces, the very essence of whose existence is ceaseless change. Of seed time or harvest, of the reapers bending over the corn, or the grape gatherers threading through the vines of the grass and the orchard made white with broken blossoms, or strewn with fallen fruit. Of these we know nothing, and can know nothing. For us, there is only one season, the season of sorrow. The very sun and moon seem taken from us. Outside, the day may be blue and gold, but the light that creeps down through the thickly muffled glass of the small iron-barred window beneath in which one sits is grey and niggard. It is always twilight in one's cell, as it is always twilight in one's heart. And in the sphere of thought, no less than in the sphere of time, motion is no more. The thing that you personally have long ago forgotten or can easily forget is happening to me now and will happen to me again tomorrow. Remember this, and you'll be able to understand a little of why I'm writing, and in this manner writing. A week later, I am transferred here. 3 more months go over and my mother dies. No one knew how deeply I loved and honoured her. Her death was terrible to me. But I, once a lord of language, have no words in which to express my anguish and my shame. She and my father had bequeathed me a name they had made noble and honoured, not merely in literature, art, archaeology and science, but in the public history of my own country, in its evolution as a nation. I had disgraced that name eternally. I had made it a low byword among low people. I had dragged it through the mire. I had given it to brutes that they might make it brutal, and to fools that they might turn it into a synonym for folly. What I suffered then, and still suffer, is not for pen to write or paper to record. My wife, always kind and gentle to me, rather than that I should hear the news from indifferent lips, travelled, ill as she was, all the way from Genoa to England to break to me herself the tidings of so irreparable, so irremediable a loss. Messages of sympathy reached me from all who had still affection for me, even people who had not known me personally, hearing that a new sorrow had broken into my life, wrote to ask that some expression of their condolence should be conveyed to me. 3 months got over. The calendar of my daily conduct and labour that hangs on the outside of my cell door with my name and sentence written upon it tells me that it is May. Prosperity, pleasure and success may be rough of grain and common in fibre, but sorrow is the most sensitive of all created things. There is nothing that stirs in the whole world of thought to which sorrow does not vibrate in terrible and exquisite pulsation. The thin, beaten-out life of tremulous gold that chronicles the directions of forces the eye cannot see is in comparison coarse. It is a wound that bleeds when any hand but that of love touches it, and even then must bleed again, though not in pain. Where there is sorrow, there is holy ground. Some day people will realise what that means. They will know nothing of life till they do, and natures like his can realise it. When I was brought down from my prison to the court of bankruptcy between 2 policemen, he waited in the long dreary corridor, and that before the whole crowd, in action so sweet and simple, hushed into silence, that he might gravely raise his hat to me, as handcuffed and with bowed head I passed him by. Men have gone to heaven for smaller things than that. It was in this spirit and with this mode of love that the saints knelt down to wash the feet of the poor, or stooped to kiss the leper on the cheek. I've never said one single word to him about what he did. I do not know to the present moment whether he is aware that I was even conscious of his action. It is not a thing for which one can render formal thanks in formal words. I store it in the treasure house of my heart. I keep it there as a secret debt that I am glad to think I can never possibly repay. It is embalmed and kept sweet by the myrrh and cassia of my tears. When wisdom has been profitless to me, philosophy barren, and the proverbs and phrases of those who have sought to give me consolation as dust and ashes in my mouth, memory of that little, lovely, silent act of love has unsealed for me all the wells of pity, made the desert blossom like a rose, and brought me out of the bitterness of lonely exile into harmony with the wounded, broken, and great heart of the world. When people are able to understand not merely how beautiful his action was, but why it meant so much to me, and always will mean so much, then perhaps they will realize how and in what spirit they should approach me. The poor are wise, more charitable, more kind, more sensitive than we are. In their eyes, prison is a tragedy in a man's life, a misfortune, a casualty, something that calls for sympathy in others. They speak of one who is in prison as one who is simply in trouble. It is the phrase they always use, and the expression has the perfect wisdom of love in it. With people of our own rank it is different. With us, prison makes man a pariah. I, and such as I am, have hardly any right to air and sun. Our presence taints the pleasures of others. We are unwelcome when we reappear. To revisit the glimpses of the moon is not for us. Our very children are taken away. Those lovely links with humanity are broken. We are doomed to be solitary while our sons still live. We are denied the one thing that might heal us and keep us, that might bring balm to the bruised heart and peace to the soul in pain. I must say to myself that I ruined myself, and that nobody, great or small, can be ruined except by his own hand. I am quite ready to say so. I am trying to say so, though they may not think it at the present moment. This pitiless indictment I bring without pity against myself. Terrible as what the world did to me, what I did to myself was far more terrible still. I was a man who stood in symbolic relations to the art and culture of my age. I had realised this for myself at the very dawn of my manhood, and had forced my age to realise it afterwards. Few men hold such a position in their own lifetime, and have it so acknowledged. It is usually discerned, if discerned at all, by the historian or the critic, long after both the man and his age have passed away. With me it was different. I felt it myself, and made others feel it. Byron was a symbolic figure, but his relations were to the passion of his age and its weariness of passion. Mine were to something more noble, more permanent, of more vital issue, of larger scope. The gods had given me almost everything, but I let myself be lured into long spells of senseless and sensual ease. I amused myself with being a flaneur, a dandy, a man of fashion. I surrounded myself with the smaller natures and the meaner minds. I became the spendthrift of my own genius, and to waste an eternal youth gave me a curious joy. Tired of being on the heights, I deliberately went to the depths in the search of new sensation. What the paradox was to me in the sphere of thought, perversity became to me in the sphere of passion. Desire, at the end, was a malady or a madness, or both. I grew careless of the lives of others. I took pleasure where it pleased me, and passed on. I forgot that every little action of the common day makes or unmakes character, and that therefore what one has done in the secret chamber one has some day to cry aloud on the housetop. I ceased to be the lord over myself. I was no longer the captain of my soul. I did not know it. I allowed pleasure to dominate me. I ended in horrible disgrace. There is only one thing for me now: absolute humility. I have lain in prison nearly 2 years. Out of my nature has come wild despair and abandonment to the grief that was piteous even to look at, terrible and impotent rage, bitterness and scorn, anguish that wept aloud, misery that could find no voice, sorrow that was dumb. I have passed through every possible mood of suffering. Better than Wordsworth himself, I know what Wordsworth meant when he said, "Suffering is permanent, obscure, and dark, and has the nature of infinity." But while there were times when I rejoiced in the idea that my sufferings were to be endless, I could not bear them to be without meaning. Now I find hidden somewhere in my nature something that tells me that nothing in the whole world is meaningless, and suffering least of all. Something hidden away in my nature, like a treasure in a field, is humility. It is the last thing left in me, and the best. The ultimate discovery at which I have arrived, the starting point for a fresh development. It has come to me right out of myself, so I know that it has to come at the proper time. Could not have come before, nor later. Had anyone told me of it, I would have rejected it. Had it been brought to me, I would have refused it. As I found it, I want to keep it. I must do so. It is the one thing that has in it the elements of life, of a new life, vita nuova for me. Of all things, it is the strangest. One cannot acquire it except by surrendering everything that one has. It is only when one has lost all things that one knows that one possesses it. Now I have realized that it is in me, I see quite clearly what I ought to do, in fact must do. And when I use such a phrase as that, I need not say that I am not alluding to any external sanction or command. I admit none. I am far more of an individualist than I ever was. Nothing seems to me of the smallest value except what one gets out of oneself. My nature is seeking a fresh mode of self-realization. That is all I am concerned with. And the first thing that I have got to do is to free myself from any possible bitterness of feeling against the world. I'm completely penniless and absolutely homeless. Yet there are worse things in the world than that. I'm quite candid when I say that rather than go out from this prison with bitterness in my heart against the world, I would gladly and readily beg my bread from door to door. If I got nothing from the house of the rich, I would get something from the house of the poor. Those who have much are often greedy. Those who have little always share. I would not mind sleeping in the cool grass in summer, and when winter came, on sheltering myself by the warm, close-thatched rick, or under the penthouse of a great barn, provided I had love in my heart. The external things of life seem to me now of no importance at all. You can see to what intensity of individualism I have arrived, or am arriving, rather, for the journey is long, and where I walk there are thorns. Of course, I know that to ask alms on the highway is not to be my lot, and that if I ever lie in the cool grass at night time, it will be to write sonnets to the moon. When I go out of prison, R will be waiting for me on the other side of the big iron-studded gates, and he is the symbol, not merely of his own affection, but of the affection of many others besides. I believe I am to have enough to live on for about 18 months at any rate, so that if I may not write beautiful books, I may at least read beautiful books. And what joy can be greater? After that, I hope to be able to recreate my creative faculty. But were things different? Had I not a friend left in the world? Were there not a single house open to me in pity? Had I to accept the wallet and ragged cloak of sheer penury? As long as I am free from all resentment, hardness and scorn, I would be able to face the life with much more calm and confidence than I would were my body in purple and fine linen, and the soul within me sick with hate. And I really shall have no difficulty. When you really want love, you will find it, waiting for you. I need not say that my task does not end there. It would be comparatively easy if it did. There is much more before me. I have hills far steeper to climb, valleys much darker to pass through. And I have to get it all out of myself. Neither religion, morality, nor reason can help me at all. Morality doesn't help me. I am a born antinomian. I am one of those who are made for exceptions, not for laws. But while I see that there is nothing wrong in what one does, I see that there is something wrong in what one becomes. It is well to have learned that. Religion does not help me. The faith that others give to what is unseen, I give to what one can touch and look at. My gods dwell in temples made with hands, and within the circle of actual experience is my creed made perfect and complete. Too complete, it may be, for like many or all of those who have placed their heaven in this earth, I have found in it not merely the beauty of heaven, but the horror of hell also. When I think about religion at all, I feel as if I would like to found an order of those who cannot believe. The confraternity of the faithless, one might call it, where on an altar on which no taper burned, a priest in whose heart peace had no dwelling might dwell with unblessed bread and a chalice empty of wine. Every thing to be true must become a religion. And agnosticism should have its ritual no less than faith. It has sown its martyrs, it should reap its saints, and praise God daily for having hidden himself from man. But whether it be faith or agnosticism, it must be nothing external to me. Its symbols must be of my own creating. Only that is spiritual which makes its own form. If I may not find its secret within myself, I shall never find it. If I have not got it already, it will never come to me. Reason does not help me. It tells me that the laws under which I am convicted are wrong and unjust laws, and the system under which I have suffered a wrong and unjust system. But somehow I have got to make both of these things just and right to me. And exactly as in art, one is only concerned with what a particular thing is at a particular moment to oneself, so it is also in the ethical evolution of one's character. I've got to make everything that has happened to me good for me. The plank bed, the loathsome food, the hard rope shredded into oakum till one's fingertips grow dull with pain, the menial offices with which each day begins and finishes, the harsh orders that routine seems to necessitate, the dreadful dress that makes sorrow grotesque to look at, the silence, the solitude, the shame. Each and all of these things I have to transform into a spiritual experience. There's not a single degradation of the body which I must not try and make into a spiritualizing of the soul. I want to get to the point when I shall be able to say quite simply and without affectation that the two great turning points in my life were when my father sent me to Oxford and when society sent me to prison. I'll not say that prison is the best thing that could have happened to me, for that phrase would savour of too great a bitterness towards myself. I would sooner say, or hear it said of me, that I was so typical a child of my age that in my perversity and for that perversity's sake I turned the good things of my life to evil and the evil things of my life to good. What is said, however, by myself or by others matters little. The important thing, the thing that lies before me, the thing that I have to do, if the brief remainder of my days is not to be maimed, marred, and incomplete, is to absorb into my nature all that has been done to me, to make it part of me, to accept it without complaint, fear, or reluctance. The supreme vice is shallowness. Whatever realized is right. When first I was put into prison, some people advised me to try and forget who I was. It was ruinous advice. It is only by realizing what I am that I have found comfort of any kind. Now I am advised by others to try on my release to forget that I have ever been in prison at all. I know that would be equally fatal. It would mean that I would always be haunted by an intolerable sense of disgrace, and that those things that are meant for me as much as for anybody else, the beauty of the sun and the moon, the pageant of the seasons, the music of daybreak, and the silence of great nights, the rain falling through the leaves, or the dew creeping over the grass and making it silver, would all be tainted for me and lose their healing power and their power of communicating joy. To regret one's own experiences is to arrest one's own development. To deny one's own experiences is to put a lie into the lips of one's own life. It is no less than a denial of the soul. For just as the body absorbed things of all kinds, things common and unclean, no less than those that the priest or a vision has cleansed, and converts them into swiftness or strength, into the play of beautiful muscles and the moulding of fair flesh, into the curves and colours of the hair, the lips, the eye, so the soul in its turn has its nutritive functions also, and can transform into noble moods of thought and passions of high import what in itself is base, cruel, and degrading. Nay, more, may find in these its most august modes of assertion, and can often reveal itself most perfectly through what was intended to desecrate or destroy. The fact of my being made a common prisoner of a common jail, I must frankly accept. And curious as it may seem, one of the things I shall have to teach myself is not to be ashamed of it. I must accept it as a punishment, and if one is ashamed of being punished, one might just as well never have been punished at all. Of course, there are many things of which I was convicted that I had not done, but there are many things of which I was convicted that I had done. And still a greater number of things in my life for which I was never indicted at all. And as the gods are strange and punish us for what is good and humane in us as much as for what is evil and perverse, I must accept the fact that one is punished for the good as well as for the evil one does. I've no doubt that it is quite right one should be. It helps one, or should help one, to realise both, and not to be too conceited about either. And if I then am not ashamed of my punishments, I hope not to be, I shall be able to think and walk and live with freedom. Many men on their release carry their prison about with them into the air and hide it as a secret disgrace in their hearts, and at length, like poor poisoned things, creep into some hole and die. It's wretched to think that they should have to do so, and it is wrong, terribly wrong. Wrong of society that it should force them to do so. Society takes upon itself the right to inflict appalling punishment on the individual, but it also has a supreme vice of shallowness and fails to realise what it has done. When the man's punishment is over, it leaves him to himself. That is to say, it abandons him at the very moment when its highest duty towards him begins. It is really ashamed of its own actions and shuns those whom it has punished, as people shun a creditor whose debt they cannot pay, or one on whom they have inflicted an irreparable and irremediable wrong. I can claim on my side that if I realise what I have suffered, society should realise what it has inflicted on me, and that there should be no bitterness or hate on either side. Of course, I know that from one point of view, things will be made different for me than for others, must indeed, by the very nature of the case, be made so. The poor thieves and outcasts who are imprisoned here with me are in many respects more fortunate than I am. The little way in Green's grey city or green field that saw their sin is small. To find those who know nothing of what they have done, they need to go no further than a bird might fly between the twilight and the dawn. But for me the world is shrivelled to a hand's breadth, and everywhere I turn my name is written on the rocks in lead. For I have come not from obscurity into the momentary notoriety of crime, but from a sort of eternity of fame to a sort of eternity of infamy, and sometimes seem to myself to have shown, if indeed it required showing, that between the famous and the infamous there is but one step, if as much as one. Still, in the very fact that people will recognise me wherever I go and know all about my life as far as its follies go, I can discern something good for me. It will force on me the necessity of again asserting myself as an artist, and as soon as I possibly can. If I can produce only one beautiful work of art, I shall be able to rob malice of its venom, and cowardice of its sneer, and to pluck out the tongue of scorn by the roots. And if life be, as it surely is, a problem to me, I am no less a problem to life. People must adopt some attitude towards me, and so pass judgment both on themselves and me. I need not say I'm not talking of particular individuals. The only people I would care to be with now are artists and people who have suffered, those who know what beauty is and those who know what sorrow is. Nobody else interests me. Nor am I making any demands on my life. In all that I have said, I am simply concerned with my own mental attitude towards life as a whole. And I feel that not to be ashamed of having been punished is one of the first points I must attain to, for the sake of my own perfection, and because I am so imperfect. Then I must learn to be happy. Once I knew it, or thought I knew it, by instinct. It was always springtime once in my heart. My temperament was akin to joy. I filled my life to the very brim with pleasure, as one might fill a cup to the very brim with wine. Now I'm approaching life from a completely new standpoint, and even to conceive happiness is often extremely difficult for me. I remember during my first term at Oxford reading in Pater's Renaissance, that book which had such strange influence over me and over my life. How Dante places low in the Inferno those who wilfully live in sadness. And going to the college library and turning to the passage in the Divine Comedy, where beneath the dreary marsh lie those who were sullen in the sweet air, saying for ever and ever through their sighs, Tristi fumo, nell'aer dolce che dal sol s'allegra. I knew the church condemned acidia, but the whole idea seemed to be quite fantastic. Just the sort of sin, I fancied, a priest who knew nothing about life would invent. Nor could I understand how Dante, who says that sorrow remarries us to God, could have been so harsh to those who were enamoured of melancholy, if any such there really were. I had no idea that some day this would become to be one of the greatest temptations of my life. While I was in Wandsworth Prison, I longed to die. It was my one desire. When after 2 months in the infirmary I was transferred here and found myself growing gradually better in physical health, I was filled then with rage. I determined to commit suicide on the very day on which I left prison. After a time, that evil mood passed away, and I made up my mind to live, but to wear gloom as a king wears purple. Never to smile again, to turn whatever house I entered into a house of mourning, to make my friends walk slowly in sadness with me, to teach them that melancholy is the true secret of life, to maim them with an alien sorrow, to mar them with my own pain. Now I feel quite differently. I see it would be both ungrateful and unkind of me to pull so long a face that when my friends came to see me they would have to make their faces still longer in order to show their sympathy, or if I desired to entertain them, to invite them to sit down silently to bitter herbs and funeral baked meats. I must learn how to be cheerful and happy. The last 2 occasions on which I was allowed to see my friends here, I tried to be as cheerful as possible and to show my cheerfulness in order to make them some slight return for their trouble in coming, especially coming all the way from town to see me. It is only a slight return, I know, but it is the one I feel certain that pleasures them most. I saw R for an hour on Saturday week, and I tried to give the fullest possible expression of the delight I really felt at our meeting, and that in the views and ideas I am shaping for myself, I am quite right is shown to me by the fact that now, for the first time since my imprisonment, I have a real desire for life. There is before me so much to do that I would regard it as a terrible tragedy if I died before I was allowed to complete at any rate a little of it. I see new developments in art and life, each one of which is a fresh mode of perfection. I long to live so that I can explore what is no less than a new world to me. Do you want to know what this new world is? I think you can guess what it is. It is the world in which I have been living. Sorrow, then, and all that it teaches me, is my new world. I used to live entirely for pleasure. I shunned suffering and sorrow of every kind. I hated both. I resolved to ignore them as far as possible, to treat them, that is to say, as modes of imperfection. They were not part of my scheme of life. They had no place in my philosophy. My mother, who knew life as a whole, used often to quote me to Goethe's lines, written by Carlyle in a book he had given her years ago, and translated by him, I fancy. Also, who never ate his bread in sorrow, who never spent the midnight hours, weeping and waiting for the morrow, he knows you not, ye heavenly powers. They were the lines which that noble Queen of Prussia, whom Napoleon treated with such coarse brutality, used to quote in her humiliation and exile. They were the lines my mother often quoted in the troubles of her later life. I absolutely declined to accept or admit the enormous truth hidden in them. I couldn't understand it. I remember quite well how I used to tell her that I did not want to eat my bread in sorrow, or to pass any night weeping and watching for a more bitter dawn. I had no idea that it was one of the special things that the fates had in store for me, that for a whole year of my life, indeed, I was to do little else. But so has my portion been meted out to me, and during the last months I have, after terrible difficulties and struggles, been able to comprehend some of the lessons hidden in the heart of pain. Clergymen, people who use phrases without wisdom, sometimes talk of suffering as a mystery. It is really a revelation. One discerns things one never discerned before. One approaches the whole of history from a different standpoint. What one had felt dimly through instinct about art is intellectually and emotionally realized with perfect clearness of vision and absolute intensity of apprehension. I now see that sorrow, being the supreme emotion of which man is capable, is at once the type and test of all great art. What the artist is always looking for is the mode of existence in which soul and body are one and indivisible, in which the outward is expressive of the inward, in which form reveals. Of such modes of existence there are not a few. Youth and the arts preoccupied with youth may serve as a model for us at one moment. At another, we may like to think that in its subtlety and sensitiveness of impression, its suggestion of a spirit dwelling in external things and making its raiment of earth and air, of mist and city alike, and its morbid sympathy of its moods and tones and colours, modern landscape art is realising for us pictorially what was realised in such plastic perfection by the Greeks. Music, in which all subject is absorbed in expression and cannot be separated from it, is a complex example, and a flower or a child a simple example of what I mean. But sorrow is the ultimate type, both in life and art. Behind joy and laughter there may be a temperament, coarse, hard and callous, but behind sorrow there is always sorrow. Pain, unlike pleasure, wears no mask. Truth in art is not any correspondence between the essential idea and the accidental existence. It is not the resemblance of shape to shadow or the form mirrored in the crystal to the form itself. It is no echo coming from a hollow hill any more than it is a silver well of water in the valley that shows the moon to the moon and Narcissus to Narcissus. Truth in art is the unity of a thing with itself, the outward rendered expressive of the inward, the soul made incarnate, the body instinct with spirit. For this reason, there is no comparable to sorrow. There are times when sorrow seems to me to be the only truth. Other things may be illusions of the eye or the appetite, made to blind the one and cloy the other. But out of sorrow have the worlds been built. And at the birth of a child or a star, there is pain. More than this, there is about sorrow an intense, an extraordinary reality. I've said of myself that I was one who stood in symbolic relations to the art of culture of my age. There is not a single wretched man in this wretched place along with me who does not stand in symbolic relation to the very secret of life. For the secret of life is suffering. It is what is hidden behind everything. When we begin to live, what is sweet is so sweet to us, and what is bitter so bitter, that we inevitably direct all our desires towards pleasures, and seek not merely for a month or twain to feed on honeycomb, but for all our years to taste no other food, ignorant all the while that we may really be starving the soul. I remember talking once on this subject to one of the most beautiful personalities I've ever known, a woman whose sympathy and noble kindness to me, both before and since the tragedy of my imprisonment, have been beyond power and description. One who has really assisted me, though she doesn't know it, to bear the burden of my troubles more than anyone else in the world has, and all through the mere fact of her existence, through her being what she is. Partly an ideal and partly an influence, a suggestion of what one might become, as well as a real help towards becoming it. A soul that renders the common air sweet, and makes what is spiritual seem as simple and natural as sunlight or the sea. One for whom beauty and sorrow walk hand in hand and have the same message. On the occasion of which I am thinking, I recall distinctly how I said to her that there was enough suffering in one narrow London lane to show that God did not love man, and that whatever there was, wherever there was any sorrow, over that of a child in some little garden weeping over a fault that it had or had not committed, the whole face of creation was completely marred. I was entirely wrong. She told me so, but I couldn't believe that. I was not in the sphere in which such belief was to be attained to. Now it seems to me that love of some kind is the only possible explanation of the extraordinary amount of suffering that there is in the world. I cannot conceive of any other explanation. I'm convinced there is no other, and that if the world has indeed, as I have said, been built of sorrow, it has been built by the hands of love, because in no other way could the soul of man, for whom the world was made, reach the full stature of its perfection. Pleasure for the beautiful body, but pain for the beautiful soul. When I say that I am convinced of these things, I speak with too much pride. Far off, like a perfect pearl, one can see the city of God. It is so wonderful that it seems that if a child could reach it in a summer's day, and so a child could. But with me, and such as me, it is different. One can realize a thing in a single moment, but one loses it in the long hours that follow with leaden feet. It is so difficult to keep heights that the soul is competent to gain. We think in eternity, but we move slowly through time. And how slowly time goes with us who lie in prison, I need not tell you again. Nor of the weariness and despair that creep back into one's cell and into the cell of one's heart, with such strange insistence that one has, as it were, to garnish and sweep one's house for their coming, as for an unwelcome guest, or a bitter master, or a slave whose slave it is one's chance or choice to be. And though at present my friends may find it hard to believe, it is true nonetheless that for them living in freedom and idleness and comfort is more easy to learn the lessons of humility than it is for me. You begin the day by going down on my knees and washing the floor of my cell. For prison life with its endless privations and restrictions makes one rebellious. The most terrible thing about it is not that it breaks one's hearts. Hearts are made to be broken, but that it turns one's heart to stone. One sometimes feels that it is only with a front of brass and a lip of scorn that one can get through the day at all. And he who is in a state of rebellion cannot receive grace, to use the phrase of which the Church is so fond, so rightly fond, I dare say. For in life, as in art, the mood of rebellion closes up the channels of the soul and shuts out the airs of heaven. Yet I must learn these lessons here, if I am to learn them anywhere, and must be filled with joy if my feet are on the right road and my face set towards the gate which is called beautiful, though I may fall many times in the mire, and often in the mist go astray. This new life, as though my love of Dante, I like sometimes to call it, is of course no new life at all, but simply the continuance by means of development and evolution of my former life. I remember when I was at Oxford saying to one of my friends as we were strolling round Magdalen's narrow bird-haunted walks one morning in the year before I took my degree, that I wanted to eat of the fruit of all the trees in the garden of the world, and that I was going out into the world with that passion in my soul. And so indeed, I went out, and so I lived. My only mistake was that I confined myself so exclusively to the trees of what seemed to me the sunlit side of the garden, and shunned the other side for its shadow and its gloom. Failure, disgrace, poverty, sorrow, despair, suffering, tears even, the broken words that come from lips in pain, remorse that makes one walk on thorns, conscience that condemns, self-abasement that punishes, the misery that puts ashes on its head, the anguish that chooses sackcloth for its raiment and into its own drink puts gall. All these were things of which I was afraid. And as I had determined not to know anything of them, I was forced to taste each of them in turn, to feed on them, to have, for a season indeed, no other food at all. I don't regret for a single moment having lived for pleasure. I did it to the full, as one should do everything that one does. There was no pleasure I did not experience. I threw the pearl of my soul into a cup of wine. I went down the primrose path to the sound of flutes. I lived on honeycomb. But to have continued the same life would have been wrong, because it would have been limiting. I had to pass on. The other half of the garden had its secrets for me also. Of course, all this is foreshadowed and prefigured in my books. Some of it is in The Happy Prince, some of it in The Young King, notably in the passage where the bishop says to the kneeling boy, "Is not he who made misery wiser than thou art?" A phrase which, when I wrote it, seemed to me little more than a phrase. A great deal of it is hidden away in the note of doom that, like a purple thread, runs through the texture of Dorian Gray. In the critic as artist, it is set forth in many colours. In The Soul of Man, it is written down, and in letters too easy to read. It is one of the refrains whose recurring motifs make Salome so like a piece of music and bind it together as a ballad. The prose poem of the man who, from the bronze of the image of the pleasure that liveth for a moment, has to make the image of the sorrow that abideth forever. It is incarnate. It could not have been otherwise. At every single moment of one's life, one is what one is going to be, no less than one what has been. Art is a symbol, because man is a symbol. It is, if I can fully attain to it, the ultimate realization of the artistic life. For the artistic life is simply self-development. Humility in the artist is his frank acceptance of all experiences, and just as love in the artist is simply the sense of beauty that reveals to the world its body and its soul. In Marius the Epicurean, Pater seeks to reconcile the artistic life with the life of religion in the deep, sweet, and austere sense of the world. But Marius is little more than a spectator, an ideal spectator indeed, and one to whom it is given to contemplate the spectacle of life with appropriate emotions, which Wordsworth defines as the poet's true aim. Yet a spectator, merely and perhaps a little too much occupied with the comeliness of the benches of the sanctuary to notice that it is the sanctuary of sorrow that he is gazing at. I see a far more intimate and immediate connection between the true life of Christ and the true life of the artist. And I take a keen pleasure in the reflection that long before sorrow had made my days her own and bound me to her wheel, I had written in The Soul of Man that he who would lead a Christ-like life must be entirely and absolutely himself, and had taken as my types not merely the shepherd on the hillside and the prisoner in his cell, but also the painter, to whom the world is a pageant, and the poet for whom the world is a song. I remember saying once to André Gide, as we sat together in some Paris cafe, that while metaphysics had but little real interest for me, and morality absolutely none, there was nothing that either Plato or Christ had said that could not be transferred immediately into the sphere of art, and there find its complete fulfilment. Nor is it merely that we can discern in Christ that close union of personality with perfection, which forms the real distinction between the classical and romantic movement in life, but the very basis of his nature was the same as that of the nature of the artist, an intense and flame-like imagination. He realized in the entire sphere of human relations that imaginative sympathy, which in the sphere of art is the sole secret of creation. He understood the leprosy of the leper, the darkness of the blind, the fierce misery of those who live for pleasure, the strange poverty of the rich. Someone wrote to me in trouble, "When you are not on your pedestal, you are not interesting." How remote was the writer from what Matthew Arnold calls the secret of Jesus. Ida would have taught him that whatever happens to another happens to oneself, and if you want an inscription to read at dawn, at night time, and for pleasure or for pain, write up on the walls of your house in letters for the sun to gild and the moon to silver, whatever happens to oneself happens to another. Christ's place, indeed, is with the poets. His whole conception of humanity sprang right out of the imagination and can only be realized by it. What God was to the pantheist, man was to him. He was the first to conceive the divided races as a unity. Before his time there had been gods and men, and feeling through the mysticism of sympathy that in himself each had been made incarnate. He calls himself the son of the one, or the son of the other, according to his mood. More than anyone else in history, he wakes in us that temper of wonder to which romance always appeals. And there is still something to me almost incredible in the idea of a young Galilean peasant imagining that he could bear on his own shoulders the burden of the entire world. All that had already been done and suffered, and all that was yet to be done and suffered. The sins of Nero, of Caesar, Borgia, of Alexander, and of him who was Emperor of Rome and priest of the sun. The sufferings of those whose names are legion and whose dwelling is among the tombs. Oppressed nationalities, factory children, thieves, people in prison, outcasts, those who are dumb under oppression, and whose silence is heard only of God. And not merely imagining this, but actually achieving it, so that at the present moment all who come in contact with his personality, even though they may neither bow to his altar nor kneel before his priest, in some way find that the ugliness of their sin is taken away, and the beauty of their sorrow revealed to them. I had said of Christ that he ranks with the poets. That is true. Shelley and Sophocles are of his company, but his entire life also is the most wonderful of poems. For pity and terror, there is nothing in the entire cycle of Greek tragedy to touch it. The absolute purity of the protagonist raises the entire scheme to a height of romantic art from which the sufferings of thieves and Pelops are by their very horror excluded, and shows how wrong Aristotle was when he said in his treatise on the drama that it would be impossible to bear the spectacle of one blameless in pain. Nor in Aeschylus, nor Dante, those stern masters of tenderness. In Shakespeare, the most purely human of all the great artists, in the whole of Celtic myth and legend, where the loveliness of the world is shown through a mist of tears, and the life of a man is no more than the life of a flower, is there anything that, for sheer simplicity of pathos wedded and made one with sublimity of tragic effect, can said to equal or even approach the last act of Christ's passion? The little supper with his companions, one of whom has already sold him for a price. The anguish in the quiet moonlit garden, the false friend coming close to him so as to betray him with a kiss. The friend who still believed in him, and on whom, as on a rock, he had hoped to build a house of refuge for man, denying him as the bird cried to the dawn. His own utter loneliness, his submission, his acceptance of everything, and along with it all, such scenes as the highest priest of orthodoxy rending his raiment in wrath, and the magistrate of civil justice calling for water in the vain hope of cleansing himself of the stain of innocent blood, makes him the scarlet figure of history. The coronation ceremony of sorrow, one of the most wonderful things in the whole of recorded time, the crucifixion of the innocent one before the eyes of his mother and of the disciple whom he loved, the soldiers gambling and throwing dice for his clothes, the terrible death by which he gave the world its most eternal symbol, and his final burial in the tomb of the rich man, his body swathed in Egyptian linen, with costly spices and perfumes as though he had been a king's son. When one contemplates all this from the point of view of art alone, one cannot but be grateful that the supreme office of the church should be the playing of the tragedy without the shedding of blood. The mystical presentation, by means of dialogue and costume and gesture even of the passion of her Lord. It is always a source of pleasure and awe to me to remember that the ultimate survival of the Greek chorus, lost elsewhere to art, is to be found in the servitor answering the priest at Mass. Yet the whole life of Christ, so entirely may sorrow and beauty be made one in their meaning and manifestation, is really an idyll, though it ends with the veil of the temple being rent, and the darkness coming over the face of the earth, and the stone rolled to the door of the sepulchre. One always thinks of him as a young bridegroom with his companions, as indeed he somewhere described himself, as a shepherd straying through a valley with his sheep in search of green meadow or cool stream, as a singer trying to build out of the music the walls of the city of God, or as a lover for whose love the whole world was too small. His miracles seem to me to be as exquisite as the coming of spring and as quite as natural. I see no difficulty at all in believing that such was the charm of his personality, that his mere presence could bring peace to souls in anguish, and that those who touched his garments or his hands forgot their pain, or that as he passed by on the highway of life, people who had seen nothing of life's mystery saw it clearly, and others who had been deaf to every voice but that of pleasure heard for the first time the voice of love, and found it as musical as Apollo's lute, or that evil passions fled at his approach, and men whose dull, unimaginative lives had been but a mode of death rose, as it were, from the grave when he called them. Or that when he taught on the hillside, the multitude forgot their hunger and thirst and the cares of this world, and that to his friends who listened to him as he sat at meat, the coarse food seemed delicate, and the water had the taste of good wine, and the whole house became full of the odour and sweetness of nard. Renner, in his Vie de Jesus, that gracious fifth gospel, the gospel according to St. Thomas, one might call it, says somewhere that Christ's great achievement was that he made himself as much loved after his death as he had been during his lifetime. And certainly, if his place is among the poets, he is the leader of all the lovers. He saw that love was the first secret of the world for which the wise men had been looking, and that it was the only through love that one could approach either the heart of the leper or the feet of God. And above all, Christ is the most supreme of individualists. Humility, like the artistic acceptance of all experiences, is merely a mode of manifestation. It is a man's soul that Christ is always looking for. He calls it God's kingdom and finds it in everyone. He compares it to little things, to a tiny seed, to a handful of leaven, to a pearl. That is because one realizes one's soul only by getting rid of all alien passions, all acquired culture, and all external possessions, be they good or evil. I bore up against everything with some stubbornness of will and much rebellion of nature, till I had absolutely nothing left in the world but one thing. I had lost my name, my position, my happiness, my freedom, my wealth. I was a prisoner and a pauper, but I still had my children left. Suddenly they were taken away from me by the law. It was a blow so appalling that I did not know what to do. So I flung myself on my knees and bowed my head and wept and said, "The body of a child is as the body of the Lord. I'm not worthy of either." That moment seemed to save me. I saw then that the only thing for me was to accept everything. Since then, curious as it will no doubt sound, I have been happier. It was, of course, my soul in its ultimate essence that I had reached. In many ways, I had been its enemy, but I found it waiting for me as a friend. When one comes in contact with the soul, it makes one simple as a child, as Christ said one should be. It is tragic how few people ever possess their souls before they die. Nothing is more rare in any man, says Emerson, than an act of his own. It's quite true. Most people are other people. Their thoughts are someone else's opinions, their lives a mimicry, their passions a quotation. Christ was not merely the supreme individualist, but he was the first individualist in history. People had tried to make him out an ordinary philanthropist or ranked him as an altruist with the scientific and sentimental. But he was really neither one nor the other. Pity he has, of course, for the poor, for those who are shut up in prisons, for the lowly, for the wretched. But he has far more pity for the rich, for the hard-headedness, for those who waste their freedom in becoming slaves to things, for those who wear soft raiment and live in kings' houses. Riches and pleasure seem to him to be really greater tragedies than poverty or sorrow. And as for altruism, who knew better than that? It is vocation, not violation, that determines us, and that one cannot gather grapes of thorns or figs from thistles. To live for others as a definite self-conscious aim was not his creed. It was not the basis of his creed. When he says, "Forgive your enemies," it is not for the sake of the enemy, but for one's own sake that he says so. And because love is more beautiful than hate. In his own entreaty to the young man, "Sell all that thou hast and give to the poor," it is not of the state of the poor that he is thinking, but of the soul of the young man, the soul that wealth was marring. In his view of life, he is one with the artist who knows that by the inevitable law of self-perfection, the poet must sing, and the sculptor think in bronze, and the painter make the world a mirror for his moods, as surely and as certainly as the hawthorn must blossom in spring, and the corn turn to gold at harvest time, and the moon in her ordered wanderings change from shield to sickle, and from sickle to shield. But while Christ did not say to men, "Live for others," he pointed out that there was no difference at all between the lives of others and one's own life. By this means he gave to man an extended, a tightened personality. Since his coming, the history of each separate individual is, or can be made, the history of the world. Of course, culture has intensified the personality of man. Art has made us myriad-minded. Those who have the artistic temperament go into exile with Dante and learn how salt is the bread of others and how steep their stairs. They catch for a moment the serenity and calm of Goethe, and yet know but too well that Baudelaire cried to God, "Oh Seigneur, donnez-moi la force et le courage de contempler mon corps et mon cœur son dégoût." And there we're going to take a little break.
Thank you so much, Mr. Taylor. Yes, we will now take a short 5-minute interval, folks, before Steve returns to perform the second half of De Profundis. Just in case you weren't aware, you are watching Teddington Theatre Club's Wilde Weekend, a 25-hour celebration of all things Oscar Fingal O'Flaherty Wills Wilde related. 48 pieces of work performed by 62 different actors, or when Zoom allows, playing 127 parts and reading over 15,000 lines. Admittedly, Steve Taylor is taking 14,500 of those. Anyway, while he's having a well-deserved comfort break, I thought you might like to hear a few fragments from Wilde's sad and reflective final years. I quote from a fabulous book called The Wit and Humour of Oscar Wilde, edited by Alvin Redman and published by Dover Press. Redman says, the original manuscript of De Profundis is in the form of 80 close-written sheets of prison notepaper and is a letter to Lord Alfred Douglas which Wilde wrote in Reading Gaol, as we know. He was only supplied with one sheet of notepaper at a time. When he had filled a sheet, it was taken away and he did not see it again. Despite this handicap of not being able to peruse and correct his writings, Wilde perfectly maintained the flow of his thoughts. It is amazing that even in his state of mental torment he was able to call upon that clarity of mind and fluent use of language which were such salient features of his discourses. In his own words, he recounts the steps of his downfall and tells of his fatal friendship with Lord Alfred Douglas. At first, Wilde suffered the brooding melancholy of a desperately unhappy introvert, and De Profundis is a magnificently eloquent but self-pitying document, revealing new and hitherto unsuspected depths to his emotional outlook. Later, even amidst his ruin, he was able to view his downfall objectively as an experience of acute misery. In Reading Gaol, he suffered all the indignities of prison routine, but without doubt the rule which caused him the greatest misery was the one of silence. Every day the prisoners walked for 1 hour in a long circle round the prison yard, under the watchful eyes of the warders. In this exercise period the prisoners whispered to each other without moving their lips, and this constituted their only oral communication. For 6 long weeks Wilde endured silence, and then one day he heard a voice behind him say, "Oscar Wilde, I'm sorry for you. It must be worse for you than for us." Wilde almost fainted and whispered back, "No, it is the same for all of us." Then he met his fellow prisoners, and afterwards he wrote, "The only humanizing influence in prison is the prisoners." A few other little things I would like to quote from Alvin Redman's edited highlights of Wilde's wit and wisdom. This extract from a letter that Wilde wrote to Robert Ross, his most loyal friend, from Reading Gaol on April the 1st, 1897, which Wilde intended to accompany the manuscript of De Profundis, and in it he gave relevant instructions. The governor refused to hand over the manuscript, and Wilde gave it to Ross on his release in May 1897. Wilde writes to Ross in April, "I am not prepared to sit in the grotesque pillory they put me into for all time, for the simple reason that I inherited from my father and my mother a name of high distinction in literature and art. I don't defend my conduct, I explain it. Also, there are in the letter," by which he means De Profundis, "certain passages which deal with my mental development in prison and the inevitable evolution of character and intellectual attitude toward life that has taken place. And I want you and others who still stand by me and have affection for me to know exactly in what mood and manner I hope to face the world. Of course, from one point of view, I know that on the day of my release I shall be merely passing from one prison into another, and there are times when the whole world seems to me no larger than the cell and as full of terror for me. Still, I believe that at the beginning, God made a world for each separate man, and in that world, which is within us, one should seek to live. As you probably know, Oscar Wilde died on the 30th of November 1900 of cerebral meningitis. During his illness, he suffered agonizingly painful headaches, and for long periods he was delirious and incoherent. The letter that I'm going to leave you with, again addressed to Robert Ross, is the last he sent before his death. You'll see that Wilde's sense of humour is here exemplified, for even during his last illness, it did not desert him. I'm sure you're all familiar with his alleged last words. It's either the wallpaper or me, one of us has to go. The letter to Robert Ross was actually dictated on his deathbed when he was too ill to write himself, although the signature is in Wilde's own hand. And he writes, "How could I have written to you during the last 3 months, considering that I've been in bed since last Monday? I am very ill and the doctor is making all kinds of experiments. My throat is a lime kiln, my brain a furnace, and my nerves a coil of angry adders. I am apparently in much the same state as yourself. Morris, you remember Morris, has kindly come to see me, and I've shared all my medicines with him and shown him what little hospitality I can. We are both horrified to hear that Bose's suspicions of you are quite justified. That and your being a Protestant make you terribly unique. I've told Morris how to spell the last word, as I'm afraid that he might have used a word which often occurs in the Protestant Bible. Alec lunched with Bosie and me one day, and I lunched alone with him another. He was most friendly and pleasant, and gave me a depressing account of you. I see that you, like myself, have become a neurasthenic. I have been so for 4 months, quite unable to get out of bed till the afternoon, quite unable to write letters of any kind. My doctor has been trying to cure me with arsenic and strychnine, but without much success, as I became poisoned through mussels. So you see what an exacting and tragic life I've been leading. Poisoning by mussels is very painful, and one has one's bath, one looks like a leopard. Pray never eat mussels. As soon as I get well, I'll write you a long letter." And that was his last letter from the Hôtel d'Alsace, Paris, Wednesday, November 1900. So I'm delighted to see that his wildness, Steve Taylor, has returned from his patio, loo, fridge, and is ready to resume the second half of De Profundis. So welcome to Sunday, folks, and welcome back, Steve.
Thank you, Danny. This feels like a book at bedtime. I hope you're all still awake. I know I don't make it to all the book at bedtime. So on we go. Out of Shakespeare's sonnets, they draw, to their own hurt it may be, the secret of his love and make it their own. They look with new eyes on modern life because they have listened to one of Chopin's nocturnes, or handled Greek things, or read the story of the passion of some dead man for some dead woman whose hair was like threads of fine gold and whose mouth was as a pomegranate. But the sympathy of the artistic temperament is necessary with what has found expression. In words, or in colours, in music, or in marble, behind the painted masks of an Aeschylean play, or through some Sicilian shepherd's pierced and jointed reeds, the man and his message must have been revealed. To the artist, expression is the only mode under which he can conceive life at all. To him what is dumb is dead, but to Christ it was not so. With a width and wonder of imagination that fills one almost with awe, he took the entire world of the inarticulate, the voiceless world of pain as his kingdom, and made of himself its eternal mouthpiece. Those of whom I have spoken, who are dumb under oppression and whose silence is only of God, he chose as his brothers. He sought to become eyes to the blind, ears to the deaf, and a cry in the lips of those whose tongues had been tied. His desire was to be to the myriads who had found no utterance a very trumpet through which they might call to heaven. And feeling with the artistic nature of one to whom suffering and sorrow were modes through which he could realize his conception of the beautiful, that an idea is of no value till it becomes incarnate and is made an image, he made of himself the image of the man of sorrows, and as such has fascinated and dominated art as no Greek god ever succeeded in doing. For the Greek gods, in spite of the white and red of their fair, fleet limbs, were not really what they appeared to be. The curved brow of Apollo was like the sun's disk crescent over a hill at dawn, and his feet were as the wings of the morning. But he himself had been cruel to Marsyas, and had made Niobe childless. In the steel shields of Athena's eyes there had been no pity for Arachne. The pomp and peacocks of Hera were all that was really noble about her, and the father of the gods himself had been too fond of the daughters of men. The two most deeply suggestive figures of Greek mythology were, for religion, Demeter, an earth goddess, not one of the Olympians, and for art, Dionysus, the son of a mortal woman to whom the moment of his birth had proved almost the moment of her death. But life itself, from its lowliest and most humble sphere, produced one far more marvellous than the mother of Proserpina or the son of Semele. Out of the carpenter's shop at Nazareth had come a personality infinitely greater than any made by myth and legend, and one, strangely enough, destined to reveal to the world the mystical meaning of wine and the real beauties of the lilies of the field, as none either on Cytheron or at Enna had ever done. The song of Isaiah. He is despised and rejected of men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief, and we hid, as it were, our faces from him. It seemed to him to prefigure himself, and in him the prophecy was fulfilled. We must not be afraid of such a phrase. Every single work of art is the fulfillment of a prophecy. For every work of art is the conversion of an idea into an image. Every single human being should be the fulfillment of a prophecy. For every human being should be the realization of some ideal, either in the mind of God or in the mind of man. Christ found the type and fixed it, and the dream of the Virgilian poet, either at Jerusalem or at Babylon, became in the long progress of the centuries incarnate in him for whom the world was waiting. To me, one of the things in history the most to be regretted is that Christ's own Renaissance, which has produced the cathedral at Chartres, the Arthurian cycle of legends, the life of St. Francis of Assisi, the art of Giotto, and Dante's Divine Comedy, was not allowed to develop on its own lines, but was interrupted and spoiled by the dreary classical Renaissance that gave us Petrarch and Raphael's frescoes and Palladian architecture, and formal French tragedy, and St. Paul's Cathedral, and Pope's poetry, and everything that is made from without and by dead rules, and does not spring from within through some spirit informing it. But wherever there is a romantic movement in art, there somehow, and under some form, is Christ, or the soul of Christ. He is in Romeo and Juliet, in The Winter's Tale, in Provençal poetry, in The Ancient Mariner, in La Belle Dame sans Merci, and in Chatterton's Ballad of Charity. We owe to him the most diverse things and people, Hugo's Les Miserables, Baudelaire's Fleur de Mal, the note of pity in Russian novels, Verlaine and Verlaine's poems, the stained glass and tapestries, and the quattrocento work of Burne-Jones and Morris, belonged to him no less than the Tower of Giotto, Lancelot and Guinevere, Tannhauser, the troubled romantic marbles of Michelangelo, pointed architecture, and the love of children and flowers, both of which, indeed, In classical art there was but little place, hardly enough for them to grow or play, but which, from the 12th century down to our own day, have been continually making their appearances in art, under various modes and at various times, coming fitfully and wilfully, as children, as flowers, are apt to do. Spring always seeming to one as if the flowers had been in hiding and only coming out into the sun because they were afraid that grown-up people would grow tired of looking for them and give up the search. And the life of a child being no more than an April day on which there is both rain and sun for the narcissus. It is the imaginative quality of Christ's own nature that makes him this palpitating centre of romance. The strange figures of poetic drama and ballad are made by the imagination of others, but out of his own imagination entirely did Jesus of Nazareth create himself. The cry of Isaiah had really no more to do with his coming than the song of the nightingale has to do with the rising of the moon. No more, though, and perhaps no less. He was the denial as well as the affirmation of prophecy. For every expectation that he fulfilled, there was another that he destroyed. In all beauty, says Bacon, there is some strangeness of proportion, and of those who are born of spirit, of those, that is to say, who like himself are dynamic forces. Christ says that they are like the wind that bloweth where it listeth, and no man can tell whence it cometh and whither it goeth. That is why he is so fascinating to artists. He has all the colour elements of life: mystery, strangeness, pathos, suggestion, ecstasy, love. He appeals to the temper of wonder and creates that mood in which alone he can be understood. And to me it is a joy to remember that if he is of imagination all compact, the world itself is of the same substance. I said in Dorian Gray that the great sins of the world take place in the brain, but it is in the brain that everything takes place. We know now that we do not see with the eyes or hear with the ears. They are really channels for the transmission, adequate or inadequate, sense impressions. It is in the brain that the poppy is red, that the apple is odorous, that the skylark sings. Of late, I have been studying with diligence the 4 prose poems about Christ. At Christmas I managed to get hold of a Greek Testament, and every morning, after I'd cleaned my cell and polished my tins, I read a little of the Gospels, a dozen verses taken by chance anywhere. It is a delightful way of opening the day. Every one, even in a turbulent, ill-disciplined life, everyone should do the same. Endless repetition in and out of season has spoiled for us the freshness, the naivety, the simple romantic charm of the Gospels. We hear them read far too often and far too badly, and all reception is anti-spiritual. When one returns to the Greek, it is like going into a garden of lilies out of some narrow and dark house. And to me, the pleasure is doubled by the reflection that it is extremely probable that we have the actual terms, the epicene verbe, used by Christ. It was always supposed that Christ talked in Aramaic. Even Renan thought so. But now we know that the Galilean peasants, like the Irish peasants of our own day, were bilingual, and that Greek was the ordinary language of intercourse all over Palestine, as indeed all over the Eastern world. I never liked the idea that we knew of Christ's own words only through a translation of a translation. It is a delight to me to think that, as far as his conversation was concerned, Charmides might have listened to him, and Socrates reasoned with him, and Plato understood him. That he really said, "Ego eimi ho poimen ho kalos," that when he thought of the lilies of the field and how they neither toil nor spin, his absolute expression was "katamathate," ta crina tu agrutos, auxane u copio ude nerde. And that his last word, when he cried out, "My life has been completed, has reached its fulfillment, has been perfected," was exactly as John tells us it was. Tetelestai. No more. While in reading the Gospels, particularly that of John himself, St. John, I should say, himself, or whatever early Gnostic took his name and mantle, I see the continual assertion of the imagination as the basis of all spiritual and material life. I see also that to Christ, imagination was simply a form of love, and that to him love was Lord in the fullest meaning of the phrase. Some 6 weeks ago, I was allowed by the doctor to have white bread to eat instead of the coarse black or brown bread of ordinary prison fare. It is a great delicacy. It will sound strange that dry bread could possibly be a delicacy to anyone. And to me, it is so much so that at the close of each meal I carefully eat whatever crumbs may be left on my tin plate, or have fallen on the rough towel that one uses as a cloth so as not to soil one's table. And I do so not from hunger. I get now quite sufficient food, but simply in order that nothing should be wasted of what is given to me. So one should look on love. Christ, like all fascinating personalities, had the power of not merely saying beautiful things himself, but of making other people say beautiful things to him. And I love the story St. Mark tells us about the Greek woman who, when as a trial of her faith, he said to her that he could not give her the bread of the children of Israel, answered him that the little dogs, kunalia, little dogs, it should be rendered, who are under the table, eat of the crumbs that the children let fall. Most people live for love and admiration, but it is by love and admiration that we should live. If any love is shown us, we should recognize that we are quite unworthy of it. Nobody is worthy to be loved. The fact that God loves man shows us that in the divine order of ideal things, it is written that eternal love is to be given to what is eternally unworthy. Or if that phrase seems to be a bitter one to bear, let us say that everyone is worthy of love, except him who thinks that he is. Love is a sacrament that should be taken kneeling, and Domine non sum dignus should be on the lips and in the hearts of those who receive it. If ever I write again, in the sense of producing artistic work, there are just two subjects through which I desire to express myself. One is Christ as the precursor of the romantic movement in life, and the other, the artistic life considered in its relation to conduct. The first is, of course, intensely fascinating, for I see in Christ not merely the essentials of the supreme romantic type, but all the accidents, the willfulness even, of the romantic temperament also. He was the first person who ever said to people that they should live flower-like lives. He fixed the phrase. He took children as the type of what people should try to become. He held them up as examples to their elders, which I myself have always thought the chief use of children, if what is perfect should have a use. Dante describes the soul of a man as coming from the hand of God, weeping and laughing like a little child. And Christ also saw that the soul of each one should be a guisa di fanciulla che piangendo e ridendo pargoleggia. He felt that life was changeful, fluid, active, and that to allow it to be stereotyped into any form was death. He saw that people should not be too serious over material common interests, that to be unpractical was to be a great thing, that one should not bother too much over affairs. The birds didn't. Why should man? He's charming when he says, "Take no thought for the morrow. Is not the soul more than meat? Is not the body more than raiment? A Greek might have used the latter phrase. It is full of Greek feeling. But only Christ could have said both, and so summed up life perfectly for us. His morality is all sympathy, just what morality should be. If the only thing that he ever said had been, "Her sins are forgiven her because she loved much," it would have been worthwhile dying to have said it. His justice is all poetical justice, exactly what justice should be. The beggar goes to heaven because he has been unhappy. I cannot conceive a better reason for his being sent there. The people who work for an hour in the vineyard in the cool of the evening receive just as much reward as those who have toiled there all day long in the hot sun. Why shouldn't they? Probably no one deserved anything. Or perhaps they were a different kind of people. Christ had no patience with the dull, lifeless, mechanical systems that treat people as if they were things, and so treat everybody alike. For him there were no laws. There were exceptions, merely, as if anybody, or anything for that matter, was like aught else in the world. That which is the very keynote of romantic art was to him the proper basis of natural life. He saw no other basis. And when they brought him one, taken in the very act of sin, and showed him her sentence written in the law, and asked him what was to be done, he wrote with his finger on the ground as though he did not hear them, and finally, when they pressed him again, looked up and said, Let him of you who has never sinned be the first to throw the stone at her." It was worthwhile living to have said that. Like all poetical natures, he loved ignorant people. He knew that in the soul of one who is ignorant there is also room for a great idea. But he could not stand stupid people, especially those who made stupid by education, people who are full of opinions, not one of which they even understand. A peculiarly modern type summed up by Christ when he describes it as the type of one who has the key of knowledge, cannot use it himself, and does not allow other people to use it, though it may be made to open the gate of God's kingdom. His chief war was against the Philistines. That is the war every child of light has to wage. Philistinism was the note of the age and community in which he lived. In their heavy inaccessibility to ideas, their dull respectability, their tedious orthodoxy, their worship of vulgar success, their entire preoccupation with the gross materialistic side of life, and their ridiculous estimate of themselves and their importance, the Jews of Jerusalem in Christ's day were the exact counterpart of the British Philistine of our own. Christ mocked at the whited sepulchre of respectability and fixed that phrase forever. He treated worldly success as a thing absolutely to be despised. He saw nothing in it at all. He looked on wealth as an encumbrance to a man. He would not hear of life being sacrificed to any system of thought or morals. He pointed out that forms and ceremonies were made for man, not man for forms and ceremonies. He took Sabbatarianism as a type of the things that should be set at naught. The cold philanthropies, the ostentatious public charities, the tedious formalism so dear to the middle-class mind, he exposed with utter and relentless scorn. To us, what is termed orthodoxy is merely a facile, unintelligent acquiescence. But to them, and in their hands, it was a terrible and paralyzing tyranny. Christ swept it aside. He showed that the spirit alone was full of value. He took a keen pleasure in pointing out to them that though they were always reading the law and the prophets, they had not really the smallest idea of what either of them meant. In opposition to their tithing of each separate day into the fixed routine of prescribed duties, as they tithe mint and rue, he preached the enormous importance of living completely for the moment. Those whom he saved from their sins are saved simply for beautiful moments in their lives. Mary Magdalene, when she sees Christ, breaks the rich vase of alabaster that one of her 7 lovers had given her, and spills the odorous spices over his tired, dusty feet. And for that one moment's sake, sits for ever with Ruth and Beatrice in the tresses of the snow-white rose of paradise. All that Christ says to us by the way of a little warning is that every moment should be beautiful, and the soul should always be ready for the coming of the bridegroom, always waiting for the voice of the lover. Philistinism being simply that side of man's nature that is not illumined by the imagination. He sees all the lovely influences of life as modes of light. The imagination itself is the world of light. The world is made by it, and yet the world cannot understand it. That is because the imagination is simply a manifestation of love, and it is love and the capacity for it that distinguish one human being from another. But it is when he deals with a sinner that Christ is most romantic in the sense of most real. The world had always loved the saint as being the nearest possible approach to the perfection of God. Christ, through some divine instinct in him, seems to have always loved the sinner as being the nearest possible approach to the perfection of man. His primary desire was not to reform people any more than his primary desire was to relieve suffering. To turn an interesting thief into a tedious, honest man was not his aim. He would have thought little of the Prisoners' Aid Society and other modern movements of the kind. The conversion of the publican into a Pharisee would not have seemed to him a great achievement. But in a manner not yet understood of the world, he regarded sin and suffering as being in themselves beautiful, holy things and modes of perfection. It seems a very dangerous idea. It is. All great ideas are dangerous. That is what Christ's creed admits of no doubt. That is the true creed, I don't doubt myself. Of course the sinner must repent. But why? Simply because otherwise he would be unable to realize what he had done. The moment of repentance is the moment of initiation. More than that, it is the means by which one alters one's past. The Greeks thought that was impossible. They often say in their gnomic aphorisms, even the gods can't alter the past. Christ showed that the commonest sinner could do it. That it's the one thing he could do. Christ, had he been asked, would have said, I feel quite certain about it, that the moment the prodigal son fell on his knees and wept, he made his having wasted his substance with harlots, his swine herding and hungering for the husk they ate, beautiful and holy moments in his life. It is difficult for most people to grasp the idea. I dare say one has to go to prison to understand it. If so, it may be worth going to prison. There is something so unique about Christ. Of course, just as there are false dawns before the dawn itself, and winter days so full of sudden sunlight that they will cheat the wise crocus into squandering its gold before its time, and make some foolish bird call to its mate to build on barren boughs, so there were Christians before Christ. For that we should be grateful. The unfortunate thing is that there have been none since. I make one exception, St. Francis of Assisi. But then God had given him at his birth the soul of a poet, as he himself, when quite young, had in mystical marriage taken poverty as his bride, and with the soul of a poet and the body of a beggar, he found the way to perfection not difficult. He understood Christ, and so he became like him. We do not require the Liber Confirmitatum to teach us that the life of St. Francis was the true Imitatio Christi, a poem compared to which the book of that name is merely prose. Indeed, that is the charm about Christ when all is said. He is just like a work of art. He does not really teach one anything. but by being brought into his presence, one becomes something. And everybody is predestined to his presence. Once, at least, in his life, each man walks with Christ to Emmaus. As regards the other subject, the relation of the artistic life to conduct, it will no doubt seem strange to you that I should select it. But people point to Reading Gaol and say, that is where the artistic life leads a man. Well, it might lead to worse places. The more mechanical people to whom life is a shrewd speculation depending on a careful calculation of ways and means always know where they are going and go there. They start with the ideal desire of being the parish beadle, and in whatever sphere they are placed, they succeed in being the parish beadle, and no more. A man whose desire is to be something separate from himself, to be a member of Parliament, or a successful grocer, or a prominent solicitor, or a judge, or something equally tedious, invariably succeeds in being what he wants to be. That is his punishment. Those who want a mask have to wear it. But with the dynamic forces of life and those in whose dynamic forces become incarnate, it is different. People whose desire is solely for self-realization never know where they are going. They can't know. In one sense of the word, it is of course necessary, as the Greek oracle said, to know oneself. That is the first achievement of knowledge. But to recognize that the soul of a man is unknowable is the ultimate achievement of wisdom. The final mystery is oneself. When one has weighed the sun in the balance and measured the steps of the moon and mapped out the seven heavens star by star, there still remains oneself. Who can calculate the orbit of his own soul? When the son went out to look for his father's asses, he did not know that a man of God was waiting for him with the very chrism of coronation, and that his own soul was already the soul of a king. I hope to live long enough and to produce work of such character that I shall be able to end the end of my days to say, yes, this is just where the artistic life leads a man. Two of the most perfect lives I have come across in my own experience are the lives of Verlaine and of Prince Kropotkin. Both of them men who have passed years in prison. The first, the one Christian poet since Dante. The other, a man with the soul of that beautiful white Christ which seems coming out of Russia. And for the last 7 or 8 months, in spite of a succession of great troubles reaching me from the outside world, almost without intermission, I have been placed in direct contact with a new spirit working in this prison through man and things that has helped me beyond any possibility of expression in words. So that while for the first year of my imprisonment I did nothing else and can remember doing nothing else but wring my hands in impotent despair and say, what an ending, what an appalling ending. Now I try to say to myself, and sometimes when I'm not torturing myself, do really and sincerely say, what a beginning. What a wonderful beginning. It may really be so. It may become so. If it does, I shall owe much to this new personality that has altered every man's life in this place. You may realize it when I say that had I been released last May, as I tried to be, I would have left this place loathing it and every official in it with a bitterness of hatred that would have poisoned my life. I've had a year longer of imprisonment, but humanity has been in the prison along with us all, and now when I go out, I shall always remember great kindnesses that I have received here from almost everybody, and on the day of my release, I shall give my thanks to the many people and ask to be remembered by them in turn. The prison style is absolutely and entirely wrong. I would give anything to be able to alter it when I go out. I intend to try. But there is nothing in the world so wrong but that the spirit of humanity, which is the spirit of love, the spirit of the Christ who is not in churches, may make it, if not right, at least possible to be born without too much bitterness of heart. I know also that much is waiting for me outside that is very delightful. From what Francis of Assisi calls my brother the wind and my sister the rain. Lovely things, both of them, down to the shop windows and sunsets of great cities. If I made a list of all that still remains to me, I don't know where I would stop. For indeed, God made the world just as much for me as for anyone else. Perhaps I may go out with something that I had not got before. I need not tell you that to me, the reformations in morals are as meaningless and vulgar as reformations in theology. While to propose to be a better man is a piece of unscientific cant, to become a deeper man is the privilege of those who have suffered. And such, I think I have become. If, after I am free, a friend of mine gave a feast and did not invite me to it, I should not mind a bit. I can be perfectly happy by myself, with freedom, flowers, books, and the moon. Who could not be perfectly happy? Besides, feasts are not for me any more. I've given too many to care about them. That side of life is over for me, very, very fortunately, I dare say. But if after I am free a friend of mine had sorrow and refused to allow me to share it, I should feel that most bitterly. If he shut the doors of the house of mourning against me, I would come back again and again and beg to be admitted, so that I might share in what I was entitled to share in. If he thought me unworthy, unfit to weep with him, I shall feel it as the most poignant humiliation, as the most terrible mode in which disgrace could be inflicted on me. But that could not be. I have a right to share in sorrow, and he who can look at the loveliness of the world and share its sorrow and realize something of the wonder of both is in immediate contact with divine things and has got as near to God's secret as anyone can get. Perhaps there may come into my art also, no less than into my life, a still deeper note, one of greater unity of passion and directness of impulse. Not width, but intensity is the true aim of art. We are no longer in art concerned with the type. It is with the exception that we have to do. I cannot put my sufferings into any form they took. I need hardly say. Art only begins where imitation ends. But something must come into my work of fuller memory, of words perhaps, of richer cadences, of more curious effects, of simpler architectural order, or some aesthetic quality at any rate. When Marcius was torn from the scabbard of his limbs, della vagina della membre sue, to use one of Dante's most terrible Tacitian phrases, he had no more song, the Greek said. Apollo had been victor. The lyre had vanquished the reed, but perhaps the Greeks were mistaken. I hear in much modern art the cry of Marcius. It is bitter in Baudelaire, sweet and plaintive in Lamartine, mystic in Verlaine. It is in the deferred resolutions of Chopin's music. It is in the discontent that haunts Burne-Jones's women. Even Matthew Arnold, whose Song of Calicles tells of the triumph of the sweet persuasive lyre and the famous final victory, in such a clear note of lyrical beauty, has not a little of it. In the troubled undertone of doubt and distress that haunts his verses, neither Goethe nor Wordsworth could help him. He followed in each in turn, and when he seeks to mourn for Thyrsis or to sing for the scholar gypsy, it is the reed that he has to take for the rendering of his strain. But whether or not the Phrygian faun was silent, I cannot be. I cannot be. Expression is as necessary to me as leaf and blossoms are to the black branches of the trees that show themselves above the prison walls and are so restless in the wind. Between my art and the world there is now a wide gulf, but between art and myself there is none. I hope at least there is none. To each of us different fates are meted out. My lot has been one of public infamy, of long imprisonment, of misery, of ruin, of disgrace. But I'm not worthy of it. Not yet, at any rate. I remember that I used to say that I thought I could bear a real tragedy if it came to me with purple pall and the mask of noble sorrow, but that the dreadful thing about modernity was that it put tragedy into the raiment of comedy, so that the great realities seemed commonplace or grotesque or lacking in style. It is quite true about modernity. It has probably always been true about actual life. It is said that all martyrdoms seemed mean to the looker-on. The 19th century is no exception to the rule. Everything about my tragedy has been hideous, mean, repellent, lacking in style. Our very dress makes us grotesque. We are the zanies of sorrow. We are clowns whose hearts are broken. We are specially designed to appeal to the sense of humour. On November the 13th, 1895, I was brought down here from London. From 2 o'clock till 2:30 on that day, I had to stand on the centre platform of Clapham Junction in convict dress and handcuffed for the world to look at. I'd been taken out of the hospital ward without a moment's notice being given to me. Of all possible objects, I was the most grotesque. When people saw me, they laughed. Each train as it came up swelled the audience. Nothing could exceed their amusement. That was, of course, before they knew who it was. As soon as they'd been informed, they laughed still more. For an hour and a half, I stood there in the grey November rain, surrounded by a jeering mob. For a year after that was done to me, I wept every day at the same hour and for the same space of time. That is not such a tragic thing as possibly it sounds to you. To those who are in prison, tears are a part of every day's experience. A day in prison on which one does not weep is a day on which one's heart is hard, not a day on which one's heart is happy. Well, now I am really beginning to feel more regret for the people who laughed than for myself. Of course, when they saw me, I was not on my pedestal, I was in the pillory. But it is very unimaginative nature that only cares for people on their pedestals. A pedestal may be a very unreal thing. A pillory is a terrific reality. They should have known also how to interpret sorrow better. I have said that behind sorrow there is always sorrow. It were wiser still to say that behind sorrow there is always a soul. And to mock at a soul in pain is a dreadful thing. In the strangely simple economy of the world, people only get what they give, and to those who have not enough imagination to penetrate the mere outward of things and feel pity, what pity can be given save that of scorn? I write this account of the mode of my being transferred here simply that it should be realised how hard it has been for me to get anything out of my punishment but bitterness and despair. I have, however, to do it, and now and then I have moments of submission and acceptance. All the spring may be hidden in the single bud, and the low ground nest of the lark may hold the joy that is to herald the feet of many rose-red dawns. So perhaps whatever beauty of life still remains to me is contained in some moment of surrender, abasement, and humiliation. I can, at any rate, merely proceed on the lines of my own development, and accepting all that has happened to me, make myself worthy of it. People used to say of me that I was too individualistic. I must be far more an individualist than ever I was. I must get far more out of myself than ever I got, and as far less of the world than ever I asked. Indeed, my ruin came not from too great individualism of life, but from too little. The one disgraceful, unpardonable, and to all time contemptible action of my life was to allow myself to appeal to the society for help and protection. To have made such an appeal would have been, from the individualist point of view, bad enough, but what excuse can there ever be put forward for having made it? Of course, once I had put into motion the forces of society turned on me and said, "Have you been living all this time in defiance of my laws, and do you now appeal to those laws for protection? You shall have those laws exercised to the full. You shall abide by what you have appealed to." The result is, I am in jail. Certainly no man ever fell so ignobly and by such ignoble instruments as I did. The Philistine element in life is not the failure to understand art. Charming people such as fishermen, shepherds, ploughboys, peasants, and the like know nothing about art, but are the very salt of the earth. He is the Philistine who upholds and aids the heavy, cumbrous, blind, and mechanical forces of society, and who does not recognize dynamic force when he meets it, either in man or a movement. People thought it dreadful of me to have entertained at dinner the evil things of life, and to have found pleasure in their company. But then, from the point of view through which I, as an artist in life, approached them, they were delightfully suggestive and stimulating. The danger was half the excitement. My business as an artist was with Ariel. I set myself to wrestle with Caliban. A great friend of mine, a friend of 10 years' standing, came to see me some time ago and told me that he didn't believe a single word of what was said against me, and wished me to know that he considered me quite innocent and the victim of a hideous plot. I burst into tears at what he said, and I told him that while there was much amongst the definite charges that was quite untrue and transferred to me by revolting malice, still that my life had been full of perverse pleasures, and that unless he accepted that as a fact about me and realized it to the full, I could not possibly be friends with him any more or ever be in his company. It was a terrible shock to him, but we are friends, and I have not got his friendship on false pretenses. Emotional forces, as I say somewhere in Intentions, are as limited in extent and duration as the forces of physical energy. The little cup that is made to hold so much can hold so much and no more. Though all the purple vats of Burgundy be filled with wine to the brim, and the treaders stand knee-deep in the gathered grapes of the stony vineyards of Spain, there is no error more common than that of thinking that those who are the causes or occasions of great tragedies share in the feelings suitable to the tragic mood. No error more fatal than expecting it of them. The martyr, in his shirt of flame, may be looking on the face of God, but to him who is piling the faggots or loosening the logs for the blast, the whole scene is no more than the slaying of an ox is to the butcher, or the felling of a tree to the charcoal burner in the forest, or the fall of a flower to one who is mowing down the grass with a scythe. Great passions are for the great of soul, and great events can be seen only by those who are on a level with them. I know of nothing in all drama more incomparable from the point of view of art, nothing more suggestive in its subtlety of observation, than Shakespeare's drawing of Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. They are Hamlet's college friends. They've been his companions. They bring with them memories of pleasant days together. At the moment when they come across him in the play, he is staggering under the weight of a burden intolerable to one of his temperament. The dead have come armed out of the grave to impose on him a mission at once too great and too mean for him. He is a dreamer, and he is called upon to act. He has the nature of the poet, and he is asked to grapple with the common complexity of cause and effect, with life in its practical realization, of which he knows nothing, not with life in its ideal essence, of which he knows much. He has no conception of what to do, and his folly is to feign folly. Brutus uses madness as a cloak to conceal the sword of his purpose, the dagger of his will, but the Hamlet madness is a mere mask for the hiding of weakness. In the making of fancies and jests he sees a chance of delay. He keeps playing with action as an artist plays with a theory. He makes himself the spy of his proper actions, and listening to his own words knows them to be but words, words, words. Instead of trying to be the hero of his own history, he seeks to be the spectator of his own tragedy. He disbelieves in everything, including himself, and yet his doubt helps him not, as it comes not from scepticism, but from a divided will. Of all this, Guildenstern and Rosencrantz realise nothing. They bow and smirk and smile, and what the one says the other echoes with the sickliest intonation. When, at last, by means of the play within the play and the puppets in their dalliance, Hamlet catches the conscience of the king and drives the wretched man in terror from his throne. Guildenstern and Rosencrantz see no more in his conduct than a rather painful breach of court etiquette. That is as far as they can attain to in the contemplation of the spectacle of life with appropriate emotions. They are close to his very secret and know nothing of it. Nor would there be any use in telling them. They are the little cups that can hold so much and no more. Towards the close it is suggested that, caught in a cunning spring set for another, they may have met or may meet with a violent and sudden death. But a tragic ending of this kind, though touched by Hamlet's humour with something of the surprise and justice of comedy, is really not for such as they. They never die. Horatio, who in order to report Hamlet and his cause a right to the unsatisfied, absents him from felicity a while, and in this harsh world draws his breath in pain. Dies. But Guildenstern and Rosencrantz are as immortal as Angelo and Tartuffe, and should rank with them. They are what modern life has contributed to the antique ideal of friendship. He who writes a new Diamitia must find a niche for them and praise them in Tusculan prose. They are types fixed for all time. To censure them would show a lack of appreciation. They are merely out of their sphere, that's all. In sublimity of soul there is no contagion. High thoughts and high emotions are by their very existence isolated. I'm to be released, if all goes well with me, towards the end of May, and I hope to go at once to some little seaside village abroad with R and M. The sea, as Euripides says in one of his plays about Iphigenia, washes away the stains and wounds of the world. I hope to be at least a month with my friends and to gain peace and balance and a less troubled heart and a sweeter mood. I have a strange longing for the great simple primeval things, such as the sea, to me no less of a mother than the earth. It seems to me that we all look at nature too much and live with her too little. I discern great sanity in the Greek attitude. They never chattered about sunsets or discussed whether the shadows on the grass were really mauve or not, but they saw that the sea was for the swimmer and the sand for the feet of the runner. They loved the trees for the shadow that they cast and the forest for its silence at noon. The vineyard dresser wreathed in his hair with ivy that he might keep off the rays of the sun as he stooped over the young shoots, and for the artist and the athlete, two types that Greece gave us. They plaited with garlands the leaves of the bitter laurel and the wild parsley. Which else had been of service to men, no service to men? We call ours a utilitarian age, and we do not know the uses of any single thing. We've forgotten that water can cleanse, and fire purify, and that the earth is mother to us all. As a consequence, our art is of the moon and plays with shadows, while Greek art is of the sun and deals directly with things. I feel sure that in elemental forces there is purification, and I want to go back to them and live in their presence. Of course, to one so modern as I am, enfant de mon siècle, merely to look at the world will be always lovely. I tremble with pleasure when I think that on the very day of my leaving prison both the laburnum and the lilac will be blooming in the gardens, and that I shall see the winds stir into restless beauty the swaying gold of the one, and make the other toss the pale purple of its plumes, so that all the air shall be Arabia for me. Linnaeus fell on his knees and wept for joy when he saw for the first time the long heath of some English upland made yellow with the tawny aromatic brooms of the common firs. And I know that for me, to whom flowers are part of desire, there are tears waiting in the petals of some rose. It has always been so with me from my boyhood. There's not a single colour hidden away in the chalice of a flower, or the curve of a shell to which, by some subtle symphony with the very soul of things, my nature does not answer. Like Gautier, I have always been one of those pour qui le monde visible existe. Still, I am conscious now that behind all this beauty, satisfying though it may be, there is some spirit hidden, of which the painted forms and shapes are but modes of manifestation, and it is with this spirit that I desire to become in harmony. I have grown tired of the articulate utterances of men and things, the mystical in art, the mystical in life, the mystical in nature. This is what I am looking for. It is absolutely necessary for me to find it somewhere. All trials are trials for one's life, just as all sentences are sentences of death. And 3 times I have been tried. The first time I left the box to be arrested, the second time to be led back to the house of detention, and the third time to pass into prison for 2 years. Society, as we have constituted it, will have no place for me, has none to offer, but nature, whose sweet rains fall on unjust and just alike, will have clefts in the rocks where I may hide, and secret valleys in whose silence I may weep undisturbed. She will hang the night with stars, so that I may walk abroad in the darkness without stumbling, and send the wind over my footprints, so that no one may track me to my hurt. She will cleanse me in great waters, and with bitter herbs make me whole.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Taylor, for that monumental marathon of a reading. I'm sure that, I hope I wasn't the only one appreciating your ascent of Wilde's Everest. Why? Because it was there. Thank you very much, Steve. You can return to your patio, loo, fridge now.
Bed.
a long psychological journey brilliantly essayed, sir.
I'm trying to get out of here.
Obviously, Wilde's incarceration lasted longer than anyone would have hoped. Similarly, that piece actually went on longer than we had expected, so we're currently running about 30 minutes over, but don't worry, we will make it up. There's a bit of lesser stuff that I'm sure we can cut out, like the importance of being earnest at the end. We're going to be shortly returning to some of Wilde's dramatic work, not those well-known war horses such as Earnest, Lady Windermere's Fan, An Ideal Husband. They are all going to come in the latter third of our 25-hour programme. Rather, we're going to be performing two of his lesser known and shorter, you will be pleased to know, plays, La Sainte Courtisane and A Florentine Tragedy, both of which were written in 1894. So after Lady Windermere's Fan and A Woman of No Importance, but before An Ideal Husband and The Importance Being Earnest. Both La Sainte Courtisane and A Florentine Tragedy will be directed by Claire Cooper, who is going to start off this next section by reading Mrs. Langtry as Hester Grazebrook.
November 1882. It is only in the best Greek gems, on the silver coins of Syracuse, or among the marble figures of the Parthenon frieze, that one can find the ideal representation of the marvellous beauty of that face, which laughed through the leaves last night as Hester Grazebrook. Pure Greek it is, with the grave low forehead, the exquisitely arched brow, the noble chiselling of the mouth, shaped as if it were the mouthpiece of an instrument of music, the supreme and splendid curve of the cheek, the augustly pillared throat which bears it all. It is Greek, because the lines which compose it are so definite and so strong, and yet so exquisitely harmonized, that the effect is of one simple loveliness purely. Greek, because its essence and its quality, as is the quality of music and of architecture, is that of beauty based on absolutely mathematical laws. But while art remains dumb and immobile in its passionless serenity, with the beauty of this face it is different. The grey eyes lighten into blue or deepen into violet as fancy succeeds fancy. The lips become flower-like in laughter, or tremulous as a bird's wing, mould themselves at last into the strong and bitter moulds of pain or scorn. And then motion comes and the statue wakes into life. The life is not the ordinary life of common days. It is the life with a new value given to it, the value of art. And the charm to me of Hester Grazebrook's acting in the first scene of the play last night was that mingling of classic grace with absolute reality, which is the secret of all beautiful art, of the plastic work of the Greeks and of the pictures of Jean-François Millet equally. I do not think that the sovereignty and empire of women's beauty has at all passed away, though we may no longer go to war for them as the Greeks did for the laughter of Leda. The greatest empire still remains for them, the empire of art. And indeed, this wonderful face, seen last night for the first time in America, has filled and permeated with the prevailing image of its type the whole of our modern art in England. Last century, it was the romantic type which dominated in art, the type loved by Reynolds and Gainsborough, of wonderful contrasts of colour, of exquisite and varying charm of expression, but without that definite plastic feeling which divides classic from romantic work. This type degenerated into mere facile prettiness in the hands of lesser masters, and in protest against it, was created by the hands of the Pre-Raphaelites in a new type, with its rare combination of Greek form with Florentine mysticism. But this mysticism becomes overstrained and a burden, rather than an aid to expression, and a desire for the pure Hellenic joy and serenity came in its place. And in all our modern work, in the paintings of such men as Albert Moore and Leighton and Whistler, we can trace the influence of this single face, giving fresh life and inspiration in the form of a new artistic lead. That was a review written by Oscar Wilde, published in the New York World, November the 7th, 1882. This piece, with its contemplation of art and beauty, leads us into both of Oscar Wilde's short plays. Both these plays reflect his thoughts on the classical form in this article, and are set in a classical landscape, La Sainte Courtisane, with the visit of the bejewelled emperor's daughter to the hermit's cave, and in Florentine tragedy, the visit of the prince to the 16th century Florentine merchant's wife, to whom he is declaring undying love. Both plays are extraordinarily poetic, and a Florentine tragedy is entirely in blank verse. The language is hard to match in its commitment to the incredible vivid images it paints, and I certainly found myself making comparisons to Shakespeare, not only in its language but also in its themes, listening especially to the Shakespearean twists and turns of Florentine tragedy. But the themes are also timeless, of fated curiosity and temptation, lust, love, and the sacrifices we make. May I introduce La Sainte Courtisane? And I am especially proud to say that this is indeed a world premiere. Our scene represents a desert landscape. The sky is blue, like the inside of a cup of lapis lazuli. The hills are of red sand. Here and there on the hills, there are clumps of thorns. You might imagine a cave perhaps cut into one of the hills, in front of which stands a crucifix. Two men appear from the distance. They are having a lively discussion. Later, a striking young woman will appear, Marina.
Who is she? She makes me afraid. She has a cloak of purple, and her hair is like threads of gold. I think she must be the daughter of the emperor. I've heard the boatman say that the emperor has a daughter who wears a cloak of purple.
She has bird wings upon her sandals, and her tunic is of the colour of green corn. It is like corn in spring when she stands still. It is like young corn troubled by the shadows of hawks when she moves. The pearls on her tunic are like many moons.
They are like the moons one sees in the water when the wind blows from the hills.
I think she's one of the gods. I think she comes from Nubia.
I'm sure that she's the daughter of the emperor. Her nails are stained with henna. They're like the petals of a rose. She's come here to weep for Adonis.
She is one of the gods. I do not know why she's left her temple. The gods should not leave their temples. If she speaks to us, let us not answer, and she will pass by.
She will not speak to us. She's the daughter of the emperor.
Dwells he not here, the beautiful young hermit, he who will not look on the face of a woman?
Of a truth, it is here the hermit dwells.
Why will he not look on the face of a woman?
We do not know.
Why do ye yourselves not look at me?
You're covered with bright stones and you dazzle our eyes.
He who looks at the sun becomes blind. You're too bright to look at. It is not wise to look at things that are very bright. Many of the priests in the temples are blind and have slaves to lead them.
Where does he dwell, the beautiful young hermit who will not look on the face of a woman? Has he a house of reeds or a house of burnt clay? Or does he lie on the hillside? Or does he make his bed in the rushes?
He dwells in that cavern yonder.
What a curious place to dwell in.
Of old, a centaur lived there. When the hermit came, the centaur gave a shrill cry, wept and lamented, and galloped away.
Oh, it was a white unicorn who lived in the cave. When it saw the hermit coming, the unicorn knelt down and worshipped him. Many people saw it, worshipping him.
I have talked with people who saw it.
Some say he was a hewer of wood and worked for hire, but that may not be true.
What gods do thee again worship? Or do you worship any gods? There are those who have no gods to worship. The philosophers who wear the long beards and brown cloaks have no gods to worship. They wrangle with each other in the porticos. The rest of us laugh at them.
We worship 7 gods. We may not tell their names. It is a very dangerous thing to tell the names of the gods. No one should ever tell the name of his god. Even the priests who praise the gods all day long and eat of their food with them do not call them by the right names.
Where are these gods you worship?
We hide them in the folds of our tunics. We do not show them to anyone. If we showed them to anyone, they might leave us.
Where did you meet with them?
They were given to us by an embalmer of the dead who had found them in a tomb. We served him for 7 years.
The dead are terrible. I am afraid of death.
Death is not a god. He's only the servant of the gods.
He is the only god I am afraid of. Ye have seen many of the gods.
We have seen many of them. One sees them chiefly at night time. They pass one by very swiftly. Once we saw some of the gods at daybreak. They were walking across a plain.
Once, as I was passing through the marketplace, I heard a sophist from Sicilia say that there was only one god. He said it before many people.
That cannot be true. We have ourselves seen many, though we are but common men of no account. When I saw them, I hid myself in a bush. They did me no harm.
Tell me more about the beautiful young hermit. Talk to me about the beautiful young hermit who will not look on the face of a woman. What is the story of his days? What mode of life has he?
We do not understand you.
What does he do, the beautiful young hermit? Does he sow or reap? Does he plant a garden or catch a fish in a net? Does he weave linen on a loom? Does he set his hand to the wooden plough and walk behind the oxen?
He, being a very holy man, does nothing. We are common men and of no account. We toil all day long in the sun. Sometimes the ground is very hard.
Do the birds of the air feed him? Do the jackals share their booty with him?
Every evening we bring him food. We do not think that the birds of the air feed him.
Why do you feed him? What profit have ye in doing so?
He is a very holy man. One of the gods whom he has offended has made him mad. We think he's offended the moon.
Go, and tell him that one who has come from Alexandria desires to speak with him.
We dare not tell him. This hour he is praying to his God. We pray thee to pardon for us for not doing thy bidding.
Are ye afraid of him?
We are afraid of him.
Why are ye afraid of him?
We do not know.
What is his name?
The voice that speaks to him at night time in the cavern calls him by the name of Honorius. It was also by the name of Honorius that the 3 lepers who passed by once called to him. We think he's called Honorius.
Why did the 3 lepers call to him?
That he might heal them.
Did he heal them?
No, they had committed some sin. It was for that reason they were lepers. Their hands and faces were like salt. One of them wore a mask of linen. He was a king's son.
What is the voice that speaks to him at night time in his cave?
We do not know whose voice it is. We think it is the voice of his God, for we have seen no man enter his cavern, nor any come forth from it.
Honorius!
Who calls Honorius?
Come forth, Honorius. My chamber is sealed with cedar and odorous with myrrh. The pillars of my bed are of cedar and the hangings are of purple. My bed is strewn with purple and the steps are of silver. The hangings are sewn with silver pomegranates, and the steps that are of silver are strewn with saffron and with myrrh. My lovers hang garlands round the pillars of my house. At night time they come with the flute players and the players of the harp. They woo me with apples, and on the pavement of my courtyard they write my name in wine. From the uttermost parts of the world my lovers come to me. The kings of the earth come to me and bring me presents. When the emperor of Byzantium heard of me, he left his porphyry chamber and set sail in his galleys. His slaves bear no torches, that none might know of his coming. When the king of Cyprus heard of me, he sent me ambassadors. The 2 kings of Libya, who are brothers, brought me gifts of amber. I took the minion of Caesar from Caesar and made him my playfellow. He came to me at night in a litter. He was pale as a narcissus, and his body was like honey. The son of the prefect slew himself in my honor, and the tetrarch of Sicilia scourged himself for my pleasure before my slaves. The king of Hierapolis, who is a priest and a robber, set carpets for me to walk on. Sometimes I sit in the circus, and the gladiators fight beneath me. Once, a Thracian who was my lover was caught in the net. I gave the signal for him to die, and the whole theatre applauded. Sometimes I pass through the gymnasium and watch the young men wrestling or in the race. Their bodies are bright with oil, and their brows are wreathed with willow sprays and with myrtle. They stamp their feet on the sand when they wrestle, and when they run, the sand follows them like a little cloud. He at whom I smile leaves his companions and follows me to my home. At other times, I go down to the harbour and watch the merchants unloading their vessels. Those that come from Tyre have cloaks of silk and earrings of emerald. Those that come from Massilia have cloaks of fine wool and earrings of brass. When they see me coming, they stand on the prows of their ships and call to me. But I do not answer them. I go to the little taverns where the sailors lie all day long drinking black wine and playing with dice, and I sit down with them. I made the prince my slave, and his slave, who was a Tyrian, I made my lord for the space of a moon. I put a figured ring on his finger and brought him to my house. I have wonderful things in my house. The dust of the desert lies on your hair, and your feet are scratched with thorns, and your body is scorched by the sun. Come with me, Honorius, and I will clothe you in a tunic of silk. I will smear your body with myrrh and pour spikenard in your hair. I will clothe you in hyacinth and put honey in your mouth. Love you.
There is no love but the love of God.
Who is he whose love is greater than that of mortal men?
It is he whom thou seest on the cross, Marina. He is the Son of God and was born of a virgin. 3 wise men who were kings brought him offerings, and the shepherds who were lying on the hills were wakened by a great light. The Sibyls knew of his coming. The groves and the oracles spake of him. David and the prophets announced him. There is no love like the love of God, nor any love that can be compared to it. The body is vile, Marina. God will raise thee up with a new body, which will not know corruption, and thou shalt dwell in the courts of the Lord, and see him whose hair is like fine wool, and whose feet are of brass.
The beauty
of the soul increases until it can see God. Therefore, Marina, repent of thy sins. The robber who was crucified beside him, he brought into paradise.
How strangely he spake to me, and with what scorn did he regard me. I wonder why he spake to me so strangely.
Marina, The scales have fallen from my eyes, and I see now clearly what I did not see before. Take me to Alexandria, and let me taste of the 7 sins.
Do not mock me, Honorius, nor speak to me with such bitter words. For I have repented of my sins, and I am seeking a cavern in this desert where I too may dwell, so that my soul may become worthy to see God.
The sun is setting, Marina. Come with me to Alexandria.
I will not go to Alexandria.
Farewell, Marina.
Honorius, farewell. No, no, do not go. I have cursed my beauty for what it has done, and cursed the wonder of my body for the evil it has brought upon you. Lord, this man has brought me to thy feet. He told me of thy coming upon the earth, and of the wonder of thy birth, and the great wonder of thy death also. By him, O Lord, thou wast revealed to me.
You talk as a child, Marina, and without knowledge. Loosen your hands. Why didst thou come to this valley in thy beauty?
The God whom thou worshippest led me here that I might repent of my iniquities and know him as the Lord.
Why didst thou tempt me with words?
That thou shouldst see sin in its painted mask and look on death in its robe of shame.
Well, thank you very much. That was the, as far as we know, the first performance of La Sainte Courtisane. You will have noticed that not only did I manage to change my costume during the reading of De Profundis, but I also managed to redecorate my room. Talking about change, we're going to now execute a slight change. We're going to change Zoom links for the cast. We won't explain the reasons why, but that will mean that there is a slight hiatus between now and the second piece directed by Claire. Claire, anything you'd like to say before we switch?
Just thank you very much, everybody. Can I bring back John and James and Sarah to say thank you? Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. That was fantastic, and that is the first time it's ever been performed.